Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal, inconsistent, and sometimes delayed due to fear of reprisal or lack of protection for informants. Experts recommend the establishment of structured community security councils at ward and local government levels, where traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth representatives, and security agencies meet regularly to share intelligence and assess risks. Similar models have been applied in countries such as Kenya and Ghana, where community policing frameworks have improved early warning systems and reduced rural crime rates. In Nigeria, there have been cases where early warning signals were reportedly ignored or not escalated in time. For instance, Several rural attacks in Northwest were preceded by reports of suspicious gatherings or movement of armed groups, but lack of coordinated reporting channels limited rapid response. Traditional rulers are also encouraged to strengthen local vigilante coordination under lawful frameworks. In states like Anambra, the operation of community-based security outfits has shown how structured local intelligence networks can support formal policing when properly regulated and supervised. Religious leaders, on their part, are being called upon to actively counter radicalization narratives and inflammatory preaching. Security analysts warn that hate speech, extremist messaging, or politically charged sermons can escalate tensions, especially in already fragile communities. In conflict-prone areas such as Jos, Southern Kaduna, and parts of Taraba, interfaith dialogue platforms have proven effective in reducing tensions when religious leaders jointly condemn violence and promote coexistence. These platforms, experts say, must be institutionalized rather than activated only during crisis. Another critical gap identified is communication breakdown during emergencies. In several kidnapping incidents, traditional rulers were among the first to receive information from affected families, but lacked direct emergency response channels to escalate cases quickly to security agencies. Security professionals recommend dedicated liaison officers between traditional institutions, religious bodies, and security commands to ensure real-time information flow. This will reduce delays and improve coordinated response operations. Experts also emphasize the need for protection mechanisms for community informants. Without assurances of safety, residents and local leaders may hesitate to report criminal activity, especially in areas where armed groups operate with high mobility and local familiarity. Ultimately, analysts argue that Nigeria's security architecture cannot rely solely on formal institutions. Instead, it must integrate traditional authority structures and religious leadership into a coordinated national security ecosystem. The expectation is clear. Traditional rulers must act as grassroots intelligence anchors, while religious leaders serve as moral stabilizers and peace mediators. Together, they form a critical first line of defense in communities where state presence is often limited. As insecurity continues to evolve, experts say strength of Nigeria's response will depend not only on weapons and uniforms, but also on trust, community intelligence, and the active participation of institutions closest to the people. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, they were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move. Of outstanding gratuity arrears. Nigerian police force convenes high-level security conference ahead of 2027 elections. North Korea launches ballistic missile ahead of joint allied military exercises. Dangote refinery accuses international oil companies of inflating local crude costs. Now the details in full. Abia State retirees under the umbrella of the Abia Pensioners Forum have called on Governor Alex Oti to immediately liquidate all outstanding pension and gratuity arrears. Speaking to newsmen in Umuahia, Forum coordinator K. Kanu refuted claims that inherited pension backlogs had been cleared, accusing the state administration of defaulting on its campaign commitments. The pensioners expressed outrage over what they termed discriminatory treatment, pointing out that former local political appointees with brief tenures have received full payouts, while career civil servants with decades of service face neglect. The forum noted that many elderly retirees are currently struggling to afford basic meals, essential medication and shelter, emphasizing that they will not forfeit any portion of their aimed entitlements. The group urged the state executive to prioritize human welfare alongside ongoing infrastructure developments. The pensioners appealed directly to Governor Oti to commence immediate disbursements to allow aging public servants to live in dignity. Retirees under the contributory pension scheme in Lagos State have issued an ultimatum to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu demanding that promised pension adjustments be credited by August 19th. The union leaders warned in Lagos that if the funds are not processed through their pension fund administrators by the deadline, over 50,000 pensioners will stage a mass demonstration on August 31st. The union expressed frustration over administrative delays, stating that senior citizens who served the state for 35 years are experiencing severe financial distress amid rising healthcare and living expenses. The group insisted that prompt implementation of approved pension increments remains the only way to avert a complete breakdown of industrial harmony. In response, the Lagos state government denied deliberately withholding funds, explaining that an independent actuary was engaged to determine the state's exact financial liability under the CPS framework. The government assured that data reconciliation across various pension administrators is actively underway to guarantee accurate and transparent payments for CPS beneficiaries without duplicating federal contributions. Officials appealed for calm as financial integration processes reach completion. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested a 26-year-old armed robbery suspect and recovered a locally fabricated pistol alongside live ammunition at Obolo Etiti in Udenu local government area. The police public relations officer, Mr. Dan Melunduwe, stated that the arrest was executed following actionable intelligence provided by alert hotel personnel. Acting on the tip-off, police operatives searched the suspect's luggage, recovering a locally made single-barrel pistol and one live cartridge concealed inside his bag. He said the suspect, identified as Chekube Abo, was immediately taken into police custody alongside the recovered exhibits for interrogation. According to him, during preliminary questioning, the suspect confessed to belonging to an armed robbery syndicate specializing in targeted attacks on point-of-sale operators across the district, noting that his accomplices fled the immediate vicinity upon observing his apprehension by law enforcement officers. The Osun State Governor, Senator Demola Adeleke, has defended the location and budget of the proposed Ede International Airport, pushing back against opposition criticism ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Speaking during a broadcast debate in Oshobo, Senator Adeleke maintained that the executive duties do not require abandoning infrastructure development in his hometown. Addressing site selection concerns, Governor Adeleke stated that Osun remains the only southwest state lacking an operational airport after the Ido-Osun airstrip was transferred to the Nigerian Air Force. He explained that independent aviation consultants surveyed multiple potential locations across the state before selecting Ede as the most technically viable site. The multi-billion naira infrastructure project has drawn criticism from All Progressives Congress candidate Bola Oyebamiji over contractor credentials and escalating cost estimates exceeding 130 billion naira. Opposition contenders argued that state resources should instead be directed towards upgrading existing regional airstrips. Governor Adeleke dismissed calls to downsize the project, insisting that a full-scale international airport is essential to unlock long-term commercial growth and cargo transit across Osun State. He pledged that the project will adhere strictly to competitive procurement standards. In the meantime, the Police Service Commission has deployed a specialized monitoring delegation to Osun State to oversee security operations during Saturday's governorship election. Led by retired DIG Taiwo Lakanu, the delegation will evaluate the field conduct of 15,000 police personnel deployed across all local government areas to ensure strict adherence to electoral protocols. In a statement issued in Abuja, the Commission emphasized that high-level oversight aims to safeguard electoral integrity and enhance public trust in law enforcement during the poll. The watchdog body instructed all officers to maintain strict political neutrality and uphold constitutional rights of voters. The Commission warned that severe disciplinary sanctions and legal prosecution await any officer caught engaging in electoral malpractice or professional misconduct. The deployment covers strategic monitoring centers established across key senatorial districts, with 14 political parties contesting the August 15, 2026 election organized by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Security agencies have tightened field coordination. Still in Osun State, the police command has summoned Senator Francis Fadahunsi, representing Osun East Senatorial District, over alleged incitement to political violence ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Police authorities in Oshobo confirmed that the invitation follows the circulation of digital video footage depicting the lawmaker making inflammatory statements to supporters. The controversy escalated after video clips surfaced showing Senator Fadahunsi allegedly instructing party supporters in ndlea to target members of the rival Accord party during electoral activities. The footage drew swift condemnation from political stakeholders and civil society organizations across the state. In a statement, Senator Fadahunsi denied advocating violence, asserting that the video footage was doctored and contextually manipulated by political detractors. The lawmaker maintained that his address was intended to encourage lawful civic participation and voter self-defense against intimidation. State Police Command officials reiterated that all political actors, regardless of status, must operate within the boundaries of the law. Investigations into the matter remain active as law enforcement steps up security measures across Osun East. Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberevori has tasked the General Officer commanding 6th Division, Major General Everest Okoro, with strengthening military operations to safeguard critical economic assets across Niger Delta. Speaking during a courtesy visit at the Government House in Asaba, Governor Oberevori stressed that national economic stability depends directly on security along energy corridors. The governor pledged continuous logistical and infrastructural support from the state administration, pointing to state-funded projects within military formations as proof of Delta's commitment to host operations. He urged the military leadership to deploy proactive intelligence strategies to neutralize oil theft and pipeline vandalism. Responding, Major General Okoro, who also commands the South-South Joint Task Force, reaffirmed that protecting critical energy infrastructure remains his primary operational mandate. He assured the governor that 6th Division will maintain tight coordination with sister security agencies across the region. Troops of the Nigerian Army have rescued 9 abducted commuters, including an infant, following a tactical response to a highway ambush along the Ajokuta-Itobe Road in Kogi State. Military authorities confirmed that units deployed from Patrol Base Itobe mobilized rapidly after receiving reports of an attack on commercial passenger vehicles. Army units tracked the abductors toward the outskirts of the Adumu community in Dekina local government area, where they engaged the criminal gang in a heavy gun battle. Overwhelmed by superior firepower, the assailants abandoned their captives and fled into surrounding forests with gunshot wounds. The rescued victims, comprising 4 elderly passengers, 4 adult males, and 1 infant, were safely evacuated from the scene by military personnel. 10 police officers and 2 civilians lost their lives during a fierce gun battle with heavily armed bandits along the Rafin-Makuku corridor in Sakaba local government area of Kebbi State. Security forces intercepted the criminal syndicate as it attempted to cross between Zamfara and Kebbi states, sparking a violent engagement that resulted in the death of 17 bandits. Kebbi State Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Bashar Usman confirmed the casualties in Birnin Kebbi, stating that 2 additional officers sustained severe injuries and are currently receiving intensive medical care. He commended the fallen personnel for displaying exceptional bravery in defense of local communities. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu expressed deep condolences to the families of the deceased personnel, describing their deaths as a grave sacrifice for national security. The police high command directed immediate welfare support for the bereaved families. The newly appointed Commissioner of Police in Abia State, Mr. Wilfred Afolabi, has declared that the state will no longer accommodate organized criminal elements. Speaking during his maiden address to senior operational officers in Umuahia, Mr. Afolabi pledged to run a firm, transparent and intelligence-driven command. The police chief warned against extortion and corruption within the ranks, emphasizing that professional accountability and respect for human rights are compulsory under his leadership. He directed divisional commanders to prioritize continuous tactical training and crime mapping exercises. Highlighting the necessity of public cooperation, Mr. Folabi urged field officers to build strong working relationships with community leaders while enforcing statutory laws. He affirmed that intelligence-led policing remains central to the Inspector General of Police reform strategy. News around the globe comes to you live on Aneke TV. For more updated breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a recap of major stories. Abia Pensioners Forum demands immediate settlement of outstanding gratuity arrears. Nigerian Police Force convenes high-level security conference ahead of 2027 elections. Coming up shortly, North Korea launches ballistic missile ahead of joint allied military exercises. Dangote Refinery accuses international oil companies of inflating local crude costs. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Operatives of the Lagos Environmental Sanitation Corps have rescued 4 nursing mothers and their infant children from an illegal dump site along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. The agency's Corps Marshal Olani Cole stated in Lagos that the rescued was executed during an interagency environmental cleanup targeting unauthorized shanties and refuse heaps. Corps Marshal Cole expressed concern over finding vulnerable young mothers living with infants in hazardous conditions characterized by severe environmental pollution. Medical personnel confirmed that one of the rescued infants was only 9 days old at the time of the operation. The rescued mothers were identified as 23-year-old Faridat Muyidin, 25-year-old Ayomide Ayomoke, 20-year-old Amanda Oziema Abalihi, and 24-year-old Chisom Ugo. All affected mothers and infants were immediately transferred to healthcare facilities for emergency medical treatment and nutritional support. The agency confirmed it is collaborating with state welfare authorities and humanitarian organizations to facilitate family reunification and comprehensive social rehabilitation. The agency urged parents to maintain close oversight of family members to prevent vulnerability to street homelessness. The Adamawa State Governor Alhaji Umaru Fintiri has relaxed the security curfew imposed on Mubi local government area to facilitate commercial recovery and ease movement for residents. Under the revised schedule announced in Yola, vehicular restrictions will now operate between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. daily, while pedestrian movement is permitted until 10 p.m. Governor Fintiri praised residents of Mubi for complying with earlier security restrictions, noting that public cooperation enabled security agencies to restore operational stability across the commercial hub. He emphasized that Mubi's strategic role in regional trade made easing economic constraints necessary. The governor warned criminal elements against attempting to disrupt the peace recently restored in the area, assuring that state security channels remain fully mobilized to neutralize potential threats to public order. A newly identified variant of the rare Bundibugyo Ebola virus species is driving a deadly cross-border epidemic across the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. Genetic sequencing conducted on patient samples confirmed that the current strain is distinct from historical outbreaks recorded in 2007 and 2012. Epidemiologists confirmed that the outbreak originated from a fresh animal to human spillover event before establishing sustained human-to-human transmission pathways. Public health authorities noted that there are currently no approved vaccines or targeted antiviral treatments for the Bundibugyo species. Since the formal declaration of the outbreak on May 15th, the virus has recorded over 2,000 fatalities and more than 4,300 confirmed clinical cases across the region. Health agencies are accelerating contact tracing and field isolation protocols to stem further spread. International medical researchers stress that expanding rapid diagnosis testing capabilities remains essential to controlling the outbreak. North Korea launched a ballistic missile off its eastern coast early today, triggering immediate military surveillance responses from South Korean and allied forces. The missile was fired from the coastal Wonsan region around 6 a.m. local time and splashed down outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. The test comes days ahead of joint military maneuvers scheduled between South Korea and the United States from August 17th to 27th. Pyongyang consistently condemns these annual exercises as hostile military rehearsals and direct security threats to its sovereignty. This latest test follows a series of missile launches conducted by Pyongyang this year involving short-range and tactical weapon systems. Regional defense analysts note that North Korean state media continues to criticize allied security cooperation across the Indo-Pacific. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff confirmed that defense readiness remains at its highest posture in close coordination with defense authorities in Washington and Tokyo. Monitoring agencies continue analyzing telemetry data from the flight path. Emergency response teams in Western Colombia are conducting search operations through structural debris following a devastating 7.4 magnitude earthquake. The seismic event struck the nation's primary coffee-producing region, claiming at least 254 lives and destroying residential complexes, schools, and medical centers. The cities of Pereira and Cali sustained severe structural damage, with municipal mosques overwhelmed and thousands of displaced residents camping in public spaces due to persistent aftershocks. The disaster damaged critical power grids, disrupted municipal water systems, and forced the closure of 6 regional airports. Colombian President Abelardo de la Espriella has pledged full state emergency financing to support affected municipalities as international relief organizations dispatch medical units. Federal emergency management agencies confirmed that heavy equipment is being deployed to clear blocked road networks. Rescuers continue working alongside local volunteers to locate trapped survivors beneath collapsed concrete structures. Disaster management officials warn that casualty numbers may rise as remote mountain communities regain communications. Now on business. The federal government has selected Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, Kaduna, Adamawa states and the Federal Capital Territory for the pilot phase of the national ranching policy. The Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Idi Maiha, briefed President Bola Tinubu in Abuja, confirming that field operations will launch at the Wase Grazing Reserve in Plateau State. The selected locations represented areas historically affected by resource competition and farmer-herder conflicts are along traditional migration routes. Under the new policy framework, open nomadic grazing will be systematically replaced by modern, fully equipped ranching reserves. The designated reserves will feature cultivated high-protein fodder, solar-powered water infrastructure, veterinary clinics, basic schools, and community health centers. Government projections indicate these sites will evolve into commercial livestock production hubs, attracting private processing investments. To modernize livestock management, the ministry is deploying a national digital identification framework utilizing radio frequency tags for animal tracking. The system aims to combat cattle rustling while establishing an accurate national livestock registry. The Ogun State Waste Management Authority has sealed Dahua Paper Company Limited in Owo village near Abeokuta following investigations into illegal industrial waste disposal. Managing Director Farouk Akintunde led enforcement officers to execute the shutdown order after surveillance confirmed severe environmental violations. State inspectors discovered the manufacturing firm operating an unauthorized dump site directly opposite the factory where personnel were documented dumping industrial waste into a natural river course and conducting open burning. Environmental officers warned that contaminating the river poses severe health risk to downstream rural communities. Enforcement teams impounded 2 heavy-duty trucks caught transporting industrial refuse at the illegal site during the operation. Authorities confirmed the facility will remain shut down pending formal legal prosecution under state environmental safety laws. The authority issued a directive warning industrial operators across Ogun State to utilize registered waste management contractors or face immediate facility closure. Environmental monitoring has been intensified across industrial zones. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has approved plans to establish the Southeast's first national park within the state, hosting a delegation from the National Park Service in Umuahia. Governor Oti stated that the conservation project aligns with state initiatives aimed at identifying, protecting, and restoring Abia's 18 forest reserves. Chairman of the National Park Service Governing Board, Dr. Kingsley Ononobu, noted that the Southeast remains the only geopolitical zone without a national park, describing the project as a critical milestone for regional environmental balance. He added that the facility will boost ecotourism and local employment. Governor Oti directed the Ministry of Environment to constitute a technical committee of conservation experts to work alongside federal officials. The joint team will identify appropriate reserve boundaries and complete the formal documentation required for federal execution. Federal officials assured that the proposed park will incorporate advanced park ranger security measures to protect regional biodiversity. Construction timelines will be finalized following technical site mapping. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has clarified its stance on domestic crude allocation report, refuting claims that it rejected 15.5 million barrels from local producers. The group vice president Devakuma Edwin stated in Lagos that international oil companies operating in Nigeria continue to route domestic crude through international trading intermediaries. Management emphasized that purchasing Nigerian crude through third-party traders introduces inflated intermediary margins that significantly increase procurement costs above international market benchmarks. Edwin warned that these additional transaction costs ultimately increased retail pump prices for domestic consumers. The refinery management reiterated its commitment to the domestic crude supply obligation framework, emphasizing that operational viability requires direct procurement from primary producers at competitive rates. The statement follows data from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission showing increased Q2 domestic allocations. Dangote Industries called on regulatory authorities to streamline crude purchasing frameworks by eliminating unnecessary intermediary layers. The refinery reaffirmed its readiness to absorb locally produced crude directly to support national energy security. Now in sports, former Falconets midfielder Chinyere Carlo has completed a permanent transfer to Spanish Liga F side FC Badalona. The 20-year-old midfielder joins the club following a tenure with fellow Spanish top-flight team Levante UD. Carlo brings valuable European League experience to her new club, having made 9 competitive appearances for Real Betis during the 2024-2025 season. Internationally, she represented Nigeria at the 2022 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup in Costa Rica. FC Barcelona will commence their 2026-2027 Liga F campaign on August 30th with an away fixture against Athletic Bilbao, where Carlo is expected to make her official debut. Club officials welcomed the signing as a key addition to the midfield structure. Now in entertainment, Nigerian content creator Brainjoda has generated significant public debate after posting video footage of street harassment encountered while driving in Lagos. The published media captures individuals surrounding his vehicle in traffic to demand money, highlighting daily challenges faced by urban motorists. Sharing the video online, the entertainer criticized street extortion practices, labeling lawlessness on public transit corridors a major civic concern. The footage went viral across social media platforms, sparking public calls for improved traffic policing and municipal security across Lagos metropolis. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Abia Pensioners Forum has demanded the immediate settlement of accrued gratuity arrears, calling on Governor Alex Oti to honor campaign commitments to retired civil servants. North Korea fired a ballistic missile off its east coast in a military demonstration ahead of scheduled joint exercises between allied forces. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has accused international oil companies of inflating domestic crude acquisition costs by routing allocations through third-party traders. That concludes the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For continuous updates and breaking news, visit us on our social media channels on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As Nigerian students prepare for life after graduation, while celebrating the Students' Week, the choice between securing a paid job and venturing into entrepreneurship remains a growing conversation. So what do students think young Nigerians should prioritize? We took to the school community to find out.
Well, both of them comes with great advantage and disadvantage, but definitely would always pick entrepreneurship. That's owning your own business, right? Yes. Most persons would actually want to go for, employment. They don't have to stress their head in being innovative, being eventful. That's when it comes to being an entrepreneur. These are the criteria for you to be an entrepreneur. But you just be an employer or something, you just don't need something much. Just do your thing and get paid. Me, entrepreneur. Entrepreneur, that's me. Because I get to decide my own time, my capital, everything. See, everything just falls on me. Like, I know that, yes, I solely depend on myself, and I don't have to depend on anybody to do it.
For me, I already know that I am going to be employed after school, but I have a skill as well. Like, I do my own business, and I would advise anybody to also be self-employed. I prefer entrepreneurship, though you can as well grab the opportunity if you are being employed or elsewhere, but for you to survive in this Nigeria's economy of the country I don't expect you to just be waiting for employment. Yes, because it's a self-owned opportunity or job that you can do on your own, get your money and know how you go about it, not about waiting for salaries and all that. And to the way the country is now, before you get a nice job that will be well paid, that can sustain you, it's very difficult, and probably it's through connection And most people don't have that connection.
For these students, the choice between employment and entrepreneurship reflects different aspirations, priorities, and expectations for the future. While some value the stability of a paid job, others are drawn to the independence and opportunities that come with building their own businesses.
I think entrepreneurship is actually the moving train. Let me put it like that, the moving train, because when you wait for employment, people that are even before us, that's graduated before us, I don't think they even have space for employment in this country, and especially in this our country here, where you know that you know somebody to know somebody before you can get a good employment. It's not the most employment that exists now. It's just all this restaurant, sales girl, secretary, but for our own level of education, I think entrepreneurship is the best, because that's the more moving thing now in our country. Even with entrepreneurship, education is still a very high demand. It's still very good. Even when you want to start entrepreneurship, it's good to be educated. When you're educated, it even makes the business you're starting to be more understandable, more explainable, more productive. Let me put it, more productive. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I already have what I'm doing. I'm a content creator, and kind of doing a bit well, yeah. So for me, life after school is not going to be an issue for me. As far as I keep grinding and doing what I'm doing, I think life after school is not going to be any problem for me. And about employment, I'm not going to bother about who should employ me. I'm the one that's supposed to employ somebody else to even work for me. The advice I'll give to undergraduates is that they should venture into content creating. School is important, very important, but in our country, school cannot lead you to anywhere. Instead, after you graduate, you will find work highest 100,000, like 70,000. If you check how much do you like spend, your house rent, your daily feeding, emergency money, all this kind of thing, like all those work, it cannot like help you. So my advice to them is they should like venture into content. It actually pays. It's like it might not be like paying you that big, but at least you'll be seeing the money that you'll be using to be eat every day.
I will face more on entrepreneurship because I believe that I have this talent that I need to explore more, so I'll go for entrepreneurship. It's a best choice because one, you don't have to go and be looking for jobs. One, you have to be your boss of your own self. Guys, do everything on your own. Just be free from all commands. You have to have talent to become an entrepreneur. That is the main thing of becoming an entrepreneur.
The responses show that while some students favor the stability of employment, others see entrepreneurship as a pathway to independence and job creation. Ultimately, the choice may depend on individual goals, skills, and opportunities. Reporting for Aneke TV, I am Sharon Uchi.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
It's a beautiful morning here on Sunrise on Aneke TV, where I will bring you the best of what's happening around the world of, brightness and joy, bringing you everything, the latest hot topics for the day, how it is going and how it has been going. I am Good Hope Chukuma, welcoming you to this edition of Sunrise.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to our global audience. Yes, this is Sunrise. It's a pleasure to be with you, where we'll continue to motivate, refreshing ideas, and then continue to analyze and digest the stories.
Yeah, it's a beautiful morning, and we're bringing up the stories like we've been seeing. Osun election is just 4 days to go, and there has been dramas.
A lot of things coming up, a lot of things happening in Nigeria at the same time.
Yeah.
But this is what it is.
Yeah.
Things can be idle, things will keep happening. It shows you that we are in constant motion.
Yeah, we're in constant motion, and we must be in constant motion. While we're still talking about that, I would like to motivate us this morning. We have a wonderful and a beautiful quote from William Butler Yeats. Today's inspiration is coming from William Butler Yeats. He said, "Do not wait to strike till the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking." That's what he said. Do not wait to strike till the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking. So it's very simple. When you are doing something and do it over time, it gets to a point that everything that you're doing, comes together to, give you the result. While you're waiting, you may not be able to act as much as you should do. But right now, do not wait for the iron to get hot. Instead of you to wait, that means as you're waiting and things doesn't progress if you don't do anything. Naturally, when you keep a hot coffee, just keep a mug of coffee, you know, it does. If it's hot, if it doesn't get hotter, it gets colder. So when you do something and you stop doing it, or you just keep something, it doesn't get hotter, it gets colder. So it retrogresses. That's what the system of the world, natural world is. So you must keep doing what you're doing so that it gets hot. You must keep heating the iron till it gets hot, because when you heat the iron, you make progress. And this is the inspiration segment that we're bringing your way this morning.
Yeah, this is quite apt, you know, looking at the quotes coming from William Butler Yeats. What else can one add to this? It's simply telling us to make perfect use of the time and opportunity available. And if the right opportunity is not there, we should create that opportunity. We need not wait. Remember, it said that the perfect sea doesn't make a sailor. It is the storms. And sellers, good sellers, learn to ride the storms. So this morning, we are inundated with the fact that we did not need to make excuses. Wherever we find ourselves, let's see it as the perfect setting, the perfect time. Take advantage, create that opportunity. Yes, this is why he's telling us, do not wait to strike the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking. You make use of every given circumstances, every given opportunities, rather than making excuses. Make opportunities, make use of the time, the space where you are. And that's the bottom line from what William Yeats is telling us this morning.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines of major newspaper today from the Punch, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, The Guardian and The Vanguard.
And joining us with in-depth insight and deeper analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yes, I'm quite aware that you're well informed with the headlines making round in Nigeria.
Well, thank God that we are news people, so we must be grounded on what is happening in Nigeria and even beyond.
All right. You know why I asked that question? I meant to ask if you've listened to the new appointee of Mr. President Fayose speaking to lack of electricity, helping Nigerians procreate more.
Well, if he actually believes there's lack of supply of power in Nigeria, then it has, affirmed the very many complaints by the Nigerian people that electricity supply has been on the deficit.
Electricity supply has been on deficit. One thing is that it's not in doubt and nobody's in denial. You remember that even the incumbent president did campaign on the promise of ensuring that we'll have steady power supply in Nigeria. So everyone agrees that it is a challenge in Nigeria.
Yes, he campaigned that he will give power, but I don't think he has given power.
All right. He still has time. His tenure is yet to run out. Perhaps before the 2027 election, we may see 24 hours power supply in Nigeria. But Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you.
Let's go over to the Punch headline, which says Osun election, 10 battleground local governments that may decide Adeleke or Yebamiji race. Now on the Vanguard, Osun decides, candidates talk tough, unveil plans for states. That's on the Vanguard. The Guardian says air peace versus unions. Chaos as passengers, airlines suffer losses from over 80 cancelled flights. On the Daily Trust, we have losses, disruptions as labor unions ground flights. On the Nation, Tinubu seeks stronger global action against insecurity. Now, finally on the Daily Sun, Obasanjo, Jonathan Obi expressed worry over state of democracy. Former president says excessive judicial intervention in political affairs worrisome. Now we take a look at the Daily Sun headline. That's where we're starting our analysis today, which says Obasanjo, Jonathan Obi raise alarm over democratic decline, demand urgent reforms. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo, former President Goodluck Jonathan and Labour Party and NDC political party chief whig peterobi have raised concerns over what they described as the declining quality of Nigeria's democracy. They warn that weak institutions, poor governance and electoral challenges, security, economic hardship and declining public confidence are threatening democratic values and national stability.
Oh yes, you see, in the three persons that actually expressed worry about the decline in democratic norms in Nigeria, two have been presidents, two have, stood at the helm of affairs of this country, two have managed the economic resources of this country for at least 6 years, and then peterobi is striving to become part of the management. Of course, he was a governor. So there's no gainsaying that there's a downturn in the democratic system in Nigeria. And of course, they enumerated the many things that may have brought about such downturn. You see, when you talk about a country that is practicing democracy, then you begin to define democracy. You begin to see whether, you begin to interrogate whether it is in alliance with the definition of democracy. If it is not, then automatically one will not be faulted to begin to say that Nigeria's democracy has actually nosedived. And now how do we say it? You see, you talk about democracy, it is government of the people. The people own the power. The people own the power. And that is why we supposed to know that the vote of the people must count. It is only when the people actually owns the power, when the people exercise their fundamental rights, when there is rule of law, that is when you begin to say the people owns the power. And whatever they desire, their collective aspiration is, will be brought to the fore, so that Nigerians will be happy for what they have. But in the present circumstance, we talk about institutions. The institutions are weak, strong men are there, so how do we talk about democracy? As they say, in a society where institutions are weak and strong men are there, might becomes right. What do I mean by that? Might becoming right. It means that people now disobey the law because of what they can do, what their potentials. They can suppress the institutions that has the power to call them to order. They'll suppress them because they have big might, very strong persons. So, and that is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. That is why democracy is dwindling. And then we talk about the obnoxious policies and laws of the government of the day each time. For instance, we have seen in a democratic Nigeria, and the election is fast approaching, and there's been a tag that you must pay certain hundreds or tens to hundreds of millions of naira before you campaign. It is obnoxious. It is against the fundamental rights of Nigerians, or especially those who want to participate in the process of the election. So these are some of the things that will tell you that it's an attack on democracy. Then you go back to the judiciary, which are supposed to be independent and which are not supposed to dance, the way they are dancing. I don't want to use that adjective, I actually want it. But the judiciary dances in a way that it doesn't suit the Nigerian democracy. And sometimes rulings come and it is generally criticized, even by legal experts, that it is an attack on democracy. When you say it's an attack on democracy, then you find out that so many times you see, judgment or decisions or rulings by the judiciary staging to become Jesus Christ, unearthing the corpses of yesteryears and making the corpses to come alive, which is not done, even in law, because the moment Lazarus was dead and buried, it took only Jesus Christ that to exhume him, call him back to life. So, but in the case of the courts, once something is dead and buried, it is dead and buried. Except it is not based on facts and circumstances and precedents. If it is not based, then it means it was not dead and buried. So, but we have seen that within our judicial pronouncements, which tends to, point at that attack on democracy. So when you talk about democratic norms, when these people come out to say that we have lost our way in terms of the practice of democracy, they are right. You will not begin to, it is an obvious statement by them, because those indices are there that we have lost our way. Democratic norms are not upheld properly. When the independent umpire of our elections, that is the INEC, independent umpire of our elections, INEC, comes in to begin to play the role of a loquacious judge, stepping into the arena of the court, not minded, because I take a look at INEC coming, asking to be joined in a case. INEC became a meddlesome interloper in a case that do not directly, concern them. Somebody who is not a political party, okay, it's a body now, it's a body, a legal person. It's not a political party, went to court that a political party registered has usurped a logo, which they should have used. But it's not a registered political party. Therefore, it is not an entity in that circumstance. And the INEC came to join in such a matter. Nobody is asking anything from INEC. They came to join themselves. So, which I call meddlesome interloper. It's also an attack of democracy. So, you find that a lot of things are not in place. A lot of things are not in place democratically. So, when we begin to extract democracy in Nigeria, you find out that there's a whole lot of things to say. We are not having it rosy. It is nosediving. The purpose of adopting democracy is to actually have a popular regime which the people can call their very own and be at rest in embracing the tenets and doing all the things that are supposed to be done and enjoying themselves after all. Because democratic norms, naturally, will always bring about dividends. And those dividends are those things that will now show you that it is flourishing. But there are no dividends of democracy. Therefore, democracy is not flourishing in Nigeria.
All right. I'm quite excited that you started with mentioning the fact that those who've spoken about these issues are former, presidents of Nigeria. And the question will be to interrogate what they did when they were at the helm of affairs in this nation. Given the situation at hand, when we talk about democracy in Nigeria, and the very people who one should say are the very better beneficiaries of democracy in Nigeria are speaking to the ills, associated with democracy. The question will always be, why didn't they, change the status quo? Why they were at the helm of leadership in Nigeria?
This is a beautiful question you have asked. Very beautiful question, and which so many people will want to ask over and over again. Now we come back to Obasanjo. Obasanjo, you see, when he became president, we were coming out from a state of comatose. We were coming out from the background of military rule. And Obasanjo himself was also just basking in the euphoria of his release in dungeon of the military junta at that time. So, and Nigeria started to reposition. Obasanjo couldn't have done any miracle to maybe stem the tide, because many things were imbibed from the military. Those things imbibed from the military, like of course we talk about the office of chief of staff. There's no such office in our constitution. I want to tell you that. Maybe many Nigerians or most Nigerians don't know. It was just something that the military sold to us and it became part of it. It is in the military that you have chief of staff. That is why you have chief of staff, supreme headquarters during the military junta days. So he had to do that. And so many others, the constitution itself, which we imbibe, which we started using, were not the people's constitution. So you find out that the defects that actually brought in Obasanjo was such that could not have allowed for the proper change of most of these things. But he started, remember, that he set up that inquiry, judicial inquiry, on the activities of the junta, the killings of Kudirat, Abiola, and the rest of those people that lost their lives, the probe of that year by Oputa panel, we remember. These were some of the things to address certain issues. It was, but I think that the recommendations of that panel was not actually implemented. That's a problem. And soon after Obasanjo, this president who would have actually stemmed the tide in Nigeria, his life was short-lived. May his soul rest in peace. Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua even acknowledged that what brought him to power was flawed. He acknowledged, he has said it to the world. You see how transparent he was at that time. But that he will be willing to ensure that it does not happen again. He will be willing to ensure that there is full practice of democratic norms in Nigeria. And he started. And that was when he started coming up with reforms and policies before he suddenly died. And his vice president, Azikiwe Jonathan, they call him. I know he was Goodluck Jonathan, but during the political era, he got baptized. I do not know the church, but they actually baptized him with a new name, Azikiwe.
Political baptism?
I do not know whether it is political or religious baptism, but it's a new name.
But there is a baptism.
Thank you. And he came in again, and he came in and such an unassuming, very calm person, a university lecturer, coming into governance through deputy governorship and then governorship, and finally vice president to now president. So that thing has been in him. It has always been that way. He did actually, because he never expected to be president. And when you are not, when you do not have an ambition for a particular thing, you are just given, you may not know exactly what you intend to achieve or what you actually want to achieve. Although he hired some of the best hands in his ministerial appointments to manage the economy, and that both himself and Obasanjo, of course, managed our economy at least to the best of their ability. Not as bad as it is presently. And we all know that. We know the price of fuel, we know the exchange rate then, and we can compare both the position of our economy then and our position today. So that is exactly why they may not have, brought about so much of change. But of course, from what they did, they had intentions of bringing about change. But as the time were and the situations were, they could not actually, see themselves coming through with all the change. And the change may not come magically. The change may not come in one day, in 8 years, even in 16 years. The Nigerian change will come over time. Nigeria will evolve with good leadership. It will start evolving until such a time that Nigerians will now begin to know that patriotism is a key factor in building a nation where there is no rancor, no religious differences, no ethnic differences. That is where you now believe in one Nigeria. You see, Americans talk about, I'm an American. That's the problem. Nobody talks about ethnicity. Nobody talks about religion. But today, you can see that somebody is even saying that is proud to say Muslim ticket. If anybody doesn't like it, the person should leave Nigeria. You see, that is not a kind of thing that should be preached in a nation where we have had Muslim ticket. And that election was adjudged the freest and the fairest. And Nigerians voted for Abiola and his running mate, King Ibe. And nobody, gave. But the way things are going, it is not that same way. That is why people are beginning to be conscious of whatever leaning they have. These leanings are something that must have to be defined. That's why we need, of course, a constitution that will define everything about ethnicity in such a way that everybody will come together. This is how we exist, and we have agreed on that. And the moment people agree on it, then it will be binding. But if people were, pushed into believing and doing things, they do not, from the bottom of the house, agree on such things. And such things will be, precipitating problems here and there. There will be unexpected challenges in here and there as these people cohabit. So that is exactly the situation in Nigeria. So we may not blame the two former presidents who are saying so, but at the same time too, if we still compare their regimes with the present regime, you will still see there's a difference. So which means there's a degeneration from the sublime to the ridiculous level in the present circumstance.
All right. The beauty of democracy is that it continues to allow us to dialogue, both the haves and the have-nots, both those who are ideologists and the realists. Everybody will continue to contribute and dialogue about how to make our society a better place. The fact remains that, yes, one may not be able to isolate the Nigerian situation from the reality on ground in Africa. And a number of times we'll have strong personalities, strong individuals who seem to be stronger than the institutions, and it continues to weaken these very institutions, where one would expect that in a thriving nation like Nigeria, that the situation should have been having an enthroning strong institution and then less of the strong personalities that we have around. And it has, over time, while I listen to your conversation, marrying it into what the conversationists at the dialogue, speaking to former presidents and the former governor of Anambra State, one thing that is obvious is that we are all speaking to the crisis of institutional trust, that the leadership do not in themselves believe in the institutions. They will continue to orchestrate means and methods to circumvent and ensure that outcomes come to their own expected end, whereas the masses or the led do not have faith in the ability of this institution to stand by rule of law and uphold justice, especially when you see that the very issue cited, speaking to election litigation in Nigeria, has become so heightened to the point that the notion today is that the judiciary is now deciding the outcome of elections in Nigeria and not the voters, which should ultimately be the real thing, that voters, that the Nigerian people, the masses, will determine the direction, the leadership that they so desire, the individual they wish to lead them. So the beauty of democracy is that we'll continue to interrogate these situations, we'll continue to dialogue and hope for a better outcome.
Well, we're looking at this too, like Mr. Tuche pointed out right now, that the institution has to be influenced by the government. That's just a turnaround of the statement, that most of the results that the institutions will be delivering would be in rapport with the government. So the government does not believe so much in the institutions. Rather, the institution is the government. So what it means is that the government that has established the institutions does not let the institution operate on their own. They had to, intervene, and the institution had to intervene too, to aid the government in judiciary or security matters. We have seen that happening in Nigeria, especially in judiciary. Now, going down to what former president, former President Olusegun Obasanjo and former President Goodluck Jonathan, seeing their regime, you would see that there was actually democracy, what we could say democracy. Then we saw how we may not have said it was 100% peaceful, but we saw that when someone gets over or loses or goes for a litigation, there's the institution there to take care of it. Let me bring it down to the masses now. You will see sometimes, just a few days ago, a few weeks ago, of course, we saw some jungle justice, which has also registered that even the masses too have lost hope a little on the legal institutions. They have lost a little hope. They have seen that they are not taking no matters into their hands. So that has raised a lot of questions. And calling the shot from the former president would mean that they too have actually worked together, and they have seen the institutions work even against them or even for them. Like, I mean, they have seen it work as it should be. So it's not that at the end of the day there's a place they are focusing on. Maybe they are focusing on the current government, or they are focusing on the other government. They are an institution, independent. They are not going to be controlled by any external factor. They are independent. That's why the institutions are very important in our democracy.
Yes, in that regard, we'll continue to thank the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, for holding this dialogue on democracy dialogue in Bauchi State. That's a 2026 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue that held in Bauchi. With that, we'll take a look at the Nation newspaper. The major headline on the Nation newspaper reads, Tinubu seeks stronger global action against insecurity. Tinubu seeks stronger global action against insecurity. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called for stronger international cooperation and collective action to tackle insecurity, terrorism, and other emerging security threats. He stressed that the scale and changing nature of insecurity require countries to work together through intelligence sharing, stronger security partnership, improved capacity, and coordinated action. Mr. Rees.
Yeah, Mr. President, I earlier said that the security situation in Nigeria may have overwhelmed the country's security architecture. And you can see that in the call for broader, synergy between countries to ensure, because the situation in Nigeria has become, in fact, I do not think there's any country in the world that is having the level of insecurity problem that is happening in Nigeria. I do not think, because we actually, the world is not a global village. So most of the things that are happening in other nations you still see. I do not see any place there is as much security challenge as it is in Nigeria presently. And you find out that the way the president talked is a kind of asking other member nations to come to the aid of Nigeria. He's asking them, let us be our brother's keeper. Let us work together to ensure that this security challenge will not escalate further, because if from Nigeria it goes to many other nations, we might see a situation where it transcends to all parts of Africa. And from there it will begin to permeate. Of course, the Middle East has always been a very volatile place, and most of these insecurity problems that came into Nigeria came from the Middle East. And if it goes back to the Middle East as it were, because it used to be there more than anywhere, but it's now more in Nigeria than even Afghanistan, because it was in Afghanistan, it was in the Middle East, some of the countries, Syria and all that. But I do think that insecurity is more in Nigeria than any of these unsecure nations. I think Nigeria should be about second in the world now. And the way the president spoke is such that I've called on the international community to come to work in synergy with Nigeria in terms of, you said information sharing, that is intel, intelligence sharing, so that at the end of the day, it will help the country and some of their neighbors in knowing how it should be combated. Of course, we have a very porous, porous borders. Our frontiers with Chad, with Niger, with Benin, with Cameroon are all porous. The only place we do not have the kind of frontiers that is towards the south, where you have the Atlantic Ocean, but it's still almost as porous too. If we had terrorists coming with ship, it would still have been one porous area. Therefore, so when you have a porous border, for instance, you really have a serious problem on your hands, because if there are insecurity in other places, they can always come into your own country, which is vulnerable. Vulnerable in the sense that they are sure that somehow there's not so much of intel, there's not so much of care as to the security situation, and that is why they are thriving in Nigeria. You see, even with all the things the government claims to be doing, still, terrorist banditry and everything is thriving in Nigeria. So, and you begin to ask yourself, why is it so? That is exactly why I ended up saying that Nigerian government must have been overwhelmed. And now it has shown that they are, because we are calling the international community to come in and help this situation. It is not an easy thing. Insecurity is a very serious issue, because it is the primary responsibility of any government in any organized nation. So our expectation is that the government, of course, we want to applaud Tinubu, for actually calling on such synergy and cooperation amongst Committee of Nations for the purpose of stamping down or stemming the tide of insecurity in Nigeria, because that is the only way out.
All right, thank you very much for this analysis. However, Royce, while I celebrate the president for calling for, seeking for stronger global action against insecurity, I hail his courage to do that. But the truth remains that there are a lot of questions that one may want to ask. When we talk about collaboration with international countries, foreign countries, of which I know that this president has made efforts, spared no expense. In fact, upon personal peril, Mr. President traveled round the globe. One was the agreement with Turkey to provide us with some equipment, speaking to drones that will help us monitor and police our borders, with a certain agreement on transfer of technology. But today, one continues to wait for the outcome of that agreement. Need one mention about the collaboration with the United States government. While these are very wonderful ideas and collaboration, but one would expect that Mr. President would have engineered a conference or a collaboration or a meeting of the Sahel states. And I say this because I listened to Mr. President while in UK, speaking to the king, and he did mention that the insecurity that we witness in Nigeria is a result of the fallout of the security challenges across the Sahel. In proffering and finding solution, one would think that one of the quickest process would be to seek an understanding, a collaboration with the Sahel states. But to this moment, it has not happened. We understand that somehow our politics do not align. Speaking to the organizations of African unity, speaking to ECOWAS and the likes, that the politics do not align. But Nigeria is suffering serious security threats and challenges, such that, like the Igbos say, that when a situation gets so critical, you have to abandon the place you usually used to sleep and find a different position. And we've gotten to a state where we need to find that position that will be suitable to solving our problem. The other day, it was in the news that Borno State governor was having some meetings with some Sahel neighbors to ensure a lasting solution in Borno State. And I asked myself, shouldn't be the government at the federal that should be necessitating and hosting such dialogue. So for me, while I welcome the collaboration with international partners, international collaborators, and for us to continue to have a cohesive dialogue and conversation on global action against insecurity, I feel, like the Igbo say, being Nigerian, we should orchestrate, instigate, and in fact move for a speedy dialogue amongst the African neighbors, especially West Africa, because the situation is getting more tense, more dicey, and more challenging. And more or less, the election, 2027 election, is already upon us. We need to work, double efforts to see that conversation instilling the tide of insecurity in Nigeria is one that we cannot live, for rhetorics.
Yes, importantly, I must say that it's one of the things we have seen that has, tried to cripple Nigeria as a nation, where we are seeing other, international organizations, why Mr. President has to call on other international organizations and bodies, and why the core organizers of this particular conference, why they are called Muslims. It was a Muslim, Muslim, conference on security. That's the organizers. They are part of the Islamic, state. Now, the thing is, when you look at this, from what the APC national chairman said, he mentioned something that that took my attention to. Now, he said that one thing about security is that we live together, and Nigeria does not know if this person is from this side of the religion or from the other side of religion. Nigeria knows one man who is a Nigerian. That's what Nigeria knows. Now, he was emphasizing on the fact that from his upbringing, his father was a pastor, but his father was closer to a Muslim. In their time, he was growing up in Bauchi, in Adamawa, sorry. Now, looking at these two families who are far apart from religion, they existed, they coexisted together. So I would also say, while Mr. President is calling on the international bodies to help us, to help Nigeria, in tackling insecurity, we should also see this from a local side, where we coexist together. Even no matter the religion, no matter the culture, no matter the ethnic group, no matter what it is. Because I say to you tomorrow, when we cut each other, when let's say there's a blood coming out from our body, blood is not blue, blood is not green, one blood is red. So we have one heart, not the same heart or the same structure. It's the same structure basically, because I'm not doing anatomy, I don't know what that is, but I'm saying that we have the same heart, we have the same blood, is red. So when we talk about Nigeria, it is one Nigeria. That's actually what he was trying to, bring, that we can coexist irrespective of the issues. That means they are trying to also bring, apart from the, coming from the international bodies, calling on international organizations, we're seeing that the grassroots should be more stable. There should be some collaborations in the grassroots for security, and insecurity alert, something like that.
You see, when you talk about diplomacy, relationship with countries, and countries coming in to help in situations like ours in Nigeria, most of these things has serious political undertone. No country comes in to help you if there are no, diplomatic incentive that the country will gain. For instance, some people were applauding the United States for coming into Nigeria to help us. United States has their own reasons for coming, which may be far from the understanding of generality of Nigerians. For instance, the United States came in simply to take care of the IC's second in command that stationed himself in Nigeria. And immediately they finished that job, the soldiers that came in left Nigeria. They did not continue to help us in the security. They had a target. The target was the ISIS man. So some of the wars you see United States go to, if they are targeting ISIS, Al-Qaeda, as the case may be, they go for it. And yeah, so that is based on their diplomatic attachment, their diplomatic incentive. So when you talk about Turkey again, Turkey will come into Nigeria insofar as Nigeria will continue to align itself with the organization of OIC. When Nigeria continues to align itself with our OIC, certainly the Arabian countries will come in to help you. That are the diplomatic situations that will make them to come. So if these things are not explored well, it does not just work. It will be easier said than done. Because when you say things, it becomes rhetorics. Drones are coming, transfer technology and all that. We have not seen it because there are things that has to be accomplished. The agreement has to be done. They dot the I's and T's and ensure that what they desire, they take from there. You see, the Chinese are coming here because they want the solid minerals. They want the solid minerals. We are now borrowing from China. When they have their own interest, diplomatic interest, and you find that most, developed nations are now coming into Africa, various nations of Africa, to play another kind of colonialism. It is not the kind of colonialism that happened way back. It is now a colonialism that has to do with economic colonialism. They colonize you economically, and you find that whatever you are doing it, or you are tied to their whims and caprices. And that's exactly what, when they come with aids, do you think that these countries give you aids for nothing? They don't. They give you aids based on their interest. Therefore, it has happened. We need collaboration. We need very sincere collaboration from the international community to stem the tide of insecurity in Nigeria.
All right. While we'll continue to encourage the idea to seek stronger global action against insecurity, we will continue to urge the federal government to be at the forefront to seeking global action and collaboration with its neighbors.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Do stay with us. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Let's take a look at the story on the Vanguard. Osun decides candidates talk tough on view plans for states. Ahead of the August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election, candidates and their political parties are intensifying their campaigns, making bold promises and presenting their visions for the state. Key issues include economic development, job creation, infrastructure, education, healthcare, security, and improved welfare.
Yeah. 3 days from now,
the
governorship election of Osun State will take place. And of course, within this period, the contenders, of course there are other political parties, but the three contenders, we are talking about the contenders, we are talking about Ademola Adeleke, we are talking about what do you call it? Oyeba Miji, and then we're talking about Salam. We're talking about Salam, the former Speaker of the House of Assembly in Osun State. These three people are the major contenders for that election. Salam is of the ADC, while Adeleke is Accord Party, and of course Oyeba Miji is APC. So they have been going about the 30 local governments of the state trying to sell their manifesto. But for Adeleke, for instance, he's been there. He has performed. I think there are visible things with which you can measure what he can bring to the table for the Osun people. And then these other people are still making promises. So what will actually give Adeleke a little bit of edge is that they say that a bird hand is worth 2 million in the bush. And the devil you know may be far better than the angels you have not seen. And that is, and you know politics, especially politics in Nigeria, it is based on promises. And Nigerian political promises are not most often realized. Most often realized. Therefore, that is what gives Adeleke a little edge over his opponents. But at the same time, the APC candidate, Oyeba Miji, is waxing. Why is he waxing? We have seen many of the former governors, Oyinlola, who is even not a member of APC. Oyinlola is not, and then the one that Adeleke defeated, the one that the former governor Adeleke defeated also, they have all pitched tents with Oyeba Miji. You see, so there is, and then he has the support of the government at the center. The federal government is supporting because it is a ruling party. And consequently, there have been issues about intimidation and all that all along, you know, which means the central government want to cow the Adeleke party, the Accord party, and the support he has, and so that their own candidate of the APC, will win. And then for Salam, he has a number of local governments. Of course, in all these 30 local governments, the three candidates, contenders, have catchment areas. That is where they have access to a lot of people that will vote for them. So, and in some of the places that is mentioned, you know, places like Ilesa, Ilesa, where the senator representing the people, the senator representing the people said that he will kill anybody that is against his party in that election. He will kill anybody, and it was an overstatement anyway. Of course, Adeleke called for his arrest and possible prosecution because he asked the media to write it, and people taped it, people recorded it, and so on. It was both in audio and in visual. So, and it was an overstatement. It was a serious threat in our area, Igbo land. they said that the tortoise said that the moment there's a stampede in the market, that he, tortoise, will eventually find a pregnant woman and stampede her to death. That is what they say in Igbo land. And you see, when stampede came, nobody even saw the tortoise, but the pregnant woman was stampeded to death. They said tortoise said it. Therefore, go and get the tortoise to account for what he has said. And so also it is going to be like the way the senator, made this threat. That threat, if anything happens, that has to be a security incursion on that area, or maybe any other part of the state during the elections, certainly he will have to be held accountable, because it is not done. We do know that there are pre-election skirmishes, and we've been expecting that during the election proper, that more security issues might come up. And that is why the Police Service Commission sent even their own people to come to Osun, to monitor the personnel that have pushed into Osun State, and so on and so forth. And they have warned that the security personnel should not be partisan. So that is the purpose of the commission coming into monitor. There should not be any of the security men that allows himself to be used as a tool to intimidate. They should ensure that there's free and fair, polling. That is, people coming to the polls to vote without any form of harassment or intimidation, so that the election will come back free and fair. But you see, our expectation is that maybe the police, the security agencies, the FCC, and the FCC and the civil defense will be able to do according to the instructions and the command given to them. But if they do not, and anything happens, well, apart from the police being responsible, we'll hold the senator who already broadcasted to the world that he's going to kill people. So, because he said, we are going to kill them. So it means it's not just one person. It's about anybody that does an incursion into his senatorial zone. So the three candidates are all working very assiduously, having visited the 30 local governments of Osun State, and having sold their manifestos to them, having told them what they intend to expect from them as governors if elected into office. And we will see how it goes. One primary thing is that we need security in that election. If we have enough security and there are no security problems, then it means that the voting will be peaceful. And if it is peaceful, then we are now turning to what may happen as a result of what INEC can do. Will INEC upload, in real time as promised? Are they going to do collation and begin to mutilate at the collation center, that secondary collation centers, whether they are going to mutilate at this or not? But the moment INEC plays according to rules and what they promised, then we'll be sure that the best will win the election, the best of the candidates.
Very well said. The issue in Osun State, while we are speaking to election rhetorics and the promises by candidates, it equally highlights the first issue we talked about, speaking to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation dialogue in Bauchi, where the former presidents were speaking to the degenerative nature of our democracy. And when you look at this issue, it highlights the point. When individuals who should know better, who are in themselves should be seen as elder statesmen coming to speak in this manner, then who will now speak to thugs, the youths, the individuals that will be used as thugs in our elections in Nigeria? You know, it exposes the lack of institutional trust in Nigeria. Now, one would expect that Fadosi, as at this morning, should be arrested, because his comments are now far from instigating violence. It's a threat, and we shouldn't wait for him to be able to have the capacity and the ability to carry out such threats. The election is few days away. Yes, we understand that political parties, that politicians want to win election, but it is not worth the blood of any individual. That should be the emphasis. Those are the words upon which the former president will be immortalized tomorrow. Either we like it or not, for his achievements as a president of this nation or not, we will remember that he did tell us, even at the verge of losing an election as an incumbent, that he continued to echo the fact that his ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. And the question is, why are those in politics and in leadership positions, why don't they take from that statement from former president? And again, it's quite worrisome that as we go into every poll, both the main election cycle, the off-cycle elections, and the rerun elections, you will see us signing a peace accord. And I continue to question the potency of such peace accord that they just signed, which is yet, the ink is yet to dry. And here, people are making, very unwelcome, threatening statements. And it's so unfortunate that election in Nigeria has so degenerated to the very nature that we witnessed coming out from the military era, where election was a do or die affair. It's quite worrisome. However, one will continue to, be excited in the ways of the incumbent, who continues to speak to the fact that the people are behind them, that the people will vote for them. These are the kind of rhetorics we expect in an election. Yes, I do not take sides for any political party, but we understand the importance with which the ruling party, the APC, the importance they attach to Osun, this Osun election. Needless to say that Osun election has always been contentious, but we understand, as it's been alleged, that Osun is the home state of Mr. President, as it's been alleged. No one has, really come out to tell us categorically, but with the importance that is being attached to winning Osun election, and it's, touted that there is a cousin who is equally contesting in this election. But against all odds, Mr. President sits as the father of the nation and should be able to call everyone to order. And it is upon him, his duty bound on him and the very institution, INEC, to ensure that we have a free, fair, and credible election. But you cannot have that if the process that leads to the election in itself is not said to be free, fair, and credible. And I will continue to call on security agencies to look at the rhetorics coming out from politicians going into 2027 election, taking a cue from Osun State.
Yeah, it's very interesting to, make that assertion, because we have seen the threats where allegedly a video of Father Hunsi, where he came out to say that every Accord party member should be lynched, wherever you see the person. And he has been, arrested, and he was invited by the police to interrogate him on that statement, which he said no, that was not what he was saying. That he was actually talking about, he was only promoting a good governance and other things he said. Also, we are seeing just in the same Osun State and how oppositions are talking tough. We are seeing the Afrobeat superstar Davido coming out to call the American government, pulling on President Trump to intervene to take an oversight of the election, perhaps if anything busts through. So that has really resulted to the issues that has been going on in this election. It's just 3 days away from now, and we are seeing this election, which is going to be a blueprint to the presidential election in January, and also the other elections in 2027. So this is where we are having to understand what INEC will do. And of course, we have also seen that the Police Service Commission has also deployed, chief of police, commissioner of police, those who are in higher hierarchy to Osun State to oversee the work of the 28,000 police officers who have been, stationed in the state, so that there will be, free and fair and, observing the fundamental human rights during election of citizens and voters. It's very important to have these things, and I must say the election is really heating up. We're going to see what happens just at the nick of time.
Yeah.
This is also where we're calling it a day on this edition of Sunrise here on Aneke TV. We are wrapping up our newspaper review here. Remember, you can go out there and get the newspapers as we have it, and also don't forget to catch the full details online.
Yes.
Yes, also, it's Mr. Rex and Mr. Uche would want to,
Yeah, this year we'll be calling a day on this edition of the Sunrise. It's always a pleasure having you join us every morning on Sunrise. Continue to enjoy the deeper insight that is offered on the Sunrise.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
And for you, viewer, continue to watch Aneke TV. We'll always give you the best.
Thank you, Mr. Resarum. Mr. Resarum is Aneke TV's in-house analyst. And I am Uche Osai, saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, good morning, my beautiful people of Enugu State. Good morning, worldwide. How are you guys doing? It's a lovely Wednesday morning here on Aneke TV, and yeah, we are here once again to give you the program Aneke Sports. Sorry, we are coming a little bit late. No, this is not our usual time of starting, but of course, we are here to give you the updates on sport. And I remember my humble self worldwide saying good morning.
Yeah, it's a beautiful morning, always and always, your humble self. As you already told worldwide that it's a beautiful morning, I could tell you that it's a good morning now. I will get into the world of sports. I want to just, tell you that Cristiano Ronaldo is married. Now, someone just sitting by my side is still guessing when he will do that. And it has been making headlines as it has taken over a decade for that to happen, and I'm sure Wisdom was expecting. I'm sure yours will not take over a decade.
Well, it's only in the hands of God. Some things.
Nothing is in the hands of God.
I left better. Imagine Ronaldo. He is at 40 getting married, so it's not something that we hurry into. You have to be prepared. You don't just.
What do you prepare?
You have to be prepared financially, mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, religiously, anyhow you want to do. But you have to be prepared. It's not a one-day story. It's a lifetime story. So that you don't hurry in and you hurry out. So I have to get prepared in every angle, in every ramification. So I'm not in a hurry at all.
We're not in a hurry, and that's why we are not in a hurry.
I've said I am
not in a hurry. If it's not in a hurry, then
I'm talking about myself.
I too am not in a hurry.
Why are you not in a hurry?
Yeah, we are not in a hurry.
Anyway, it was a wonderful low key. It was very low key. I can tell you that we only got glued to the pictures. I did not even see any video. I have not seen it.
The wedding happened in the presence of the children.
Just
not
few
even
people.
not just the children.
Just the family.
Just the family.
Children. No. And for someone like Cristiano Ronaldo, most people will have been expecting a more elaborate wedding, even though not so many people, but invite at least some footballers to come in and see some friends and family. I know he will definitely not do something big, but this time around, his children and the parents just there, and that was it. Well, we hope to see, or if probably there is still something else that is in stock, I believe, or this is all that we are going to see from the marriage. And so, footballers don't like showing off most of the time when it comes to marriage. Even the young Hendrik, when he did his own, it was just picture that you saw. Messi, I can't remember if Messi did or had a more elaborate wedding, but you will see that it's just so their own lifestyle. They just want to do some things low-key and return back to the pitch. Well, going back to sports and leaving Cristiano Ronaldo alone to enjoy his marital life. He's a married man now, so you have to put Sir Cristiano Ronaldo in his name. Let's move over to the world of tennis, where we are having the semi-final coming up. The National Bank Open is currently on the way, and we are having a semi-final match between Elina Svitolina versus Swiatek, and the other, of course, is also Coco Gauff versus Elena Brakani. And these ladies are really doing so great. This is the head-to-head between Iga Swiatek and Elena. You have the age difference there. Iga Swiatek is just 25 years, while Elena is 31 years. While the current WTA standings, that's the Women Tennis Association's ranking, we have Iga on position 7, while Elena is currently on position 9. Then the Grand Slams they have currently achieved, we have Iga with 6 Grand Slams, while Elena is yet to claim any Grand Slam. Then, of course, the Masters 100 titles, Elena has 5, while Iga has 11. Then, of course, they are head-to-head. That's what you call H2H. They are head-to-head. They've met 7 times, with Iga taking 4 of the victory, while Elena claimed 3 of those victories. So we are going to see these two ladies battle it out. Then, of course, giving you the WTA rankings top 10. That's talking about the Women Tennis Association ranking. We are going to give you the top 10. You are having Arina Spalenka on the first position, having 8,550 points. She is currently ranked number 1 in the WTA rankings. Then, of course, number 2 is Elena, the lady that is going to play a semi-final today.
They're really lining up very well.
8,056 points. Wow, then, of course,
that's a lot of points.
That's quite a lot of points. Then Jessica Pegula is on 6,625 points. Then Coco Gauff, who also is going to be playing semi-final today, is ranked 4th there, and she has 5,7 649 points. Then you have Mira by the side, who is on 5th with 5,293 points. Then of course Carolina is down there on number 6 with 5,168 points. Then Linda Noskova is on 7th with 5,016 points. Iga Swiatek, another of the semi-finalists, is on 4,539 points, occupying the 8th position, while Elina Svitolina is on 4,459 points. The last but not the least, on 10th position there, it's Amanda, and she currently has 4,353 points. A round of applause for this lady's young man. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy to accumulate all these points these are over a period of time where you get to accumulate points from your victories.
It's very important to see the ladies really shaking up their world. I am excited that we are having to see the likes of Serena Williams there. And the likes
young
of
Coco
that young lady. You know, we're seeing how they are shaping up this world, and we're going to see more of that. Of course, you know that a lot of teams are on break. This is their summer, and they are kind of on their summer just to, you know, take some supper,
enjoy their holiday.
But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day while would they resume their games, while they resume the competition that is coming up.
All right, and of course it's fight week. We've talked about this fight yesterday, we've talked about it on Monday, and of course today is the D-Day. The day we call the D-Day is fight day, August 12th. The fight between Teremwana, you know, you said the name sounds like the movie Mwani, but of course this is Teremwana versus Savage. Don't forget, this is going to be broadcasted live on DAZN, so you're going to have to, you know, get your subscription on and watch this live on DAZN. Teremwana versus Savage. We are going to see that, talking about the world of boxing. Now quickly let's move on to the Punch Sport Extra, where we are having so many headlines, so many, and I read and I start with Falcons ready to take second chance, says Madugu. Of course, the Super Falcons are having their match tomorrow against South Africa to try and get a spot in the World Cup qualifying stages. This is kind of the long route. If that we have gotten to the semi-final, we'll have just automatically qualified, but here we are going through the long route. Then by this side here, you're having Morocco versus Cameroon. This is talking about the WAFCON. The match is coming up later this evening. Lioness battle for final spot. This is going to be a tough match. And of course, also the second match, that's the second semi-final, is Algeria versus Malawi. Fennes Scorchers seek historic final tickets. The Malawi, this side are doing very well. Of course, don't forget they are the debutants of this competition, still going strong in the semi-final. Then MPFL player also in ICU after reported death. Of course, this is a sad story.
Oh my days!
We have to witness the loss of one
also
of the,
in ICU
players.
After. Oh my days! Oh my days!
This one is a sad one for the Nigerian Premier League Football Association. It's a sad one. There's a loss, and we pay our condolences to the family. Then, of course, Arojo hails Virgil van Dijk, the defender coming to Liverpool from Barcelona. Talking about Ronald Arojo, he has come out to hail Van Dijk as one of the great defenders that have featured in the world of football. Then, of course, Barca increases Rodri offer to 70 million euros. Now, this is quite an improvement from 45 that they earlier bid to 70 million. And of course, Manchester City are asking for 80 million euros, but this could be a ground to negotiate. We want to see what's going to happen at the end of the week. Then, of course, Rashford decision may affect Zexi.
It's okay. It's very okay. They are happy.
This why they say may affect Zexi, because now Zexi has not been playing. He does not have that.
No. Now there's a lot of competition to play. I was telling someone that that when you look at the Premier League, when we look at the Premier League, there's a lot of games for the top flight clubs in the Premier League. Now you have Manchester City, Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool, and Aston Villa. Yes, you could add Bournemouth there because of what much they have done. Now, when you look at these teams, something is very obvious. Each of these teams is going to play more than 100 games.
A lot of matches, yeah.
They're going to play up to Up to 100. Normally, Premier League is 38 matches.
No, it will not get to 100. Premier League
38 matches. Okay, how many?
Champions League, depends on where you exit.
Okay.
It's probably, let's say, 8 to 10 matches. If you are getting to the final.
Okay.
Europe, who is featuring in Europe will have to play, same kind of number, just like the Champions League.
So how many is it?
So before you, probably at the end of the day, you talk about FA Cup, Community Shield.
Yes.
And the rest. Let's just say 50 to 60.
50 to 60 matches. So averagely, how many times can a player play one match?
Just within that 50 to 60, you shouldn't play all of them. Yeah, human.
So Zexi being part of Manchester United squad and not for sale actually, he would really feature because there's FA Cup to play, there's a Carabao Cup to play, there's also Premier League to play,
there's Champions League,
to play. So there's a lot of games.
He will feature. No, the headline says decision may affect Zexi, which is true. It may affect him because Rashford probably will be start. In fact, Rashford right now, we don't know if he's going to be starting. It depends on what the coach talking about Michael Carrick is going to do. But now Marcus Rashford coming back plays exactly where Zexi plays is now going to affect him because he will not even have the little playing time he has, because the top priority for the footballers is to feature in the major leagues. You will not be, so happy if you are just featured in the Carabao Cup or just the FA Cup. You will not be so happy when you are not playing in the Premier League. That's your your priority, to play in the Premier League, to play in the Champions League. These are the two places you want to be featured. So when they now start featuring you in the FA Cup or Carabao Cup, you will play, but you know that's not where you really want to be featured. Now you are not even a regular starter. Now there is somebody that is coming back to be integrated into the team in a position where you play also. So this is just saying that you are not likely a third choice because Kunha also is present. Mason Mount is also present. Now you are likely going to be a third choice, except they are not looking forward to push you as a number 9, which Zexi is not. Zexi is not a natural number 9. You can't start putting Zexi to be the striker where you have Sesko striking, you now look at Zexi as the alternative. So he's not like a proper striker. So his position now is like where he's going to have to battle a lot for. So I understand what these people are trying to say. They're still talking about the newspaper review. We have Trump warns against replacing Infantino. Trump is back to football where he should not even be meddling with. I'm sure he's part of the people that put Infantino where he is currently. I want to believe that he's part of the people giving Infantino that advice to sell 20% stake. Now you are coming to make a warning against replacing. Don't forget, this is not your area of concentration. This is not your business. FIFA is not your business. Govern or preside over the United States of America. Not coming to meddle with FIFA's. You are coming to tell them or warn them not to replace. If they're not replacing him, will you now will you dissolve it?
Well, the thing is that when you look at these updates, it's still in the shadows.
There's still, of course, there's still
in the shadows, and we're going to see if there will be actually a replacement for Infantino. Because if other football governing bodies has lost faith in him, then it's obvious that there will be
replacement.
And it's not Mr. President.
So sorry, there's nothing that you.
It's not him that will decide. It's actually the body that will decide. But football is now beyond what you see. Is no longer what you see. Is actually the business behind it and the mentality behind it. So we're going to see what happens at the end of the day.
All right, still moving forward. Just to read the remaining updates or headlines on the Punch Sport Extra, we're having Turkish Tozu Osimhen Onuachu gets new rivals for Super League Golden Boot. That's talking about the Egyptian king Mohamed Salah. This is going to be a really 3-horseman race where you're having Galatasaray with the likes of Osimhen, Trabzonspor with the Egyptian king, and of course Paul Onuachu, who are going to be struggling to get the Golden Boot. Then down there you are having PSG versus Villa. Yes, this match is today. Talking about the UEFA Super Cup, we are going to get into this action later. PSG versus Villa, they shall seek back-to-back Super Cup title. Then Mikel throws Arsenal over failed Vini move. Of course, the football was expecting this to be a fair move. It was just Vini taunting to move just to get a better deal out of Real Madrid. But Peterobi, I don't know why you are still trolling Arsenal. Then Durosimi gets sight on Belgian Golden Boot. Durosimi is trying to get his foothold on the Golden Boot trophy. Then, of course, the last but not the least, we're having Mike Kaba laments Falcons Eagles tactical mistakes. We should not go back to this. We have made the mistake. The Super Falcons are out now. We should be talking about struggling to qualify for the World Cup. So let's not begin to dance the tune of trying to repeat or trying to recap what has happened. Let the past be the past. They have already admitted their mistake, that they were not tactically prepared, and they lost out on the opportunity. If that they got to the semi-finals, it will have been a straight qualification for the World Cup. But we shouldn't back on the past. We have to move forward. We wish them well in their match against South Africa. That is going to be coming up tomorrow. We are going to see what's going to happen in that match. Then, moving straight forward into the action, we are having the UEFA Super Cup coming up later this evening. That's the match between Paris Saint-Germain and Aston Villa. Look at that beautiful trophy that is up tomorrow for grab today.
Oh,
this evening,
Wednesday
this evening.
I'm not thinking, and same day Manchester United has their preseason game against Leeds. So this capacity, this stadium is going to take just 30,000. This Salzburg stadium is going to take about just 30,000 fans. Yeah. While the stadium Manchester United is going to use to play against Leeds is going to take about 80,000. So I mean, this is going to divide. There's going to be a lot of divide in this game today. So we're going to see what happens.
Unai Emery versus Enrique.
Yeah, Unai Emery versus Enrique. What do you think about that game? Because
for me, I earlier said my instincts were telling me something. Now, before I say my prediction, what is up for this game? Talked about the lineup, possibly because a lot of people are not going to feature in this match, because you don't forget that we are just coming out from the World Cup. Some of them are still on their holidays, enjoying their holidays, and the coaches would not like to just rush them into being featured or starting this final. But definitely we are going to see a lot of names that are going to be absent. I'm waiting for the lineup to come aside to verify the confirmed lineup, but likely I'm seeing where maybe Dembele might not even start this match. He might be placed on the bench. Someone like Desiree might not start. So PSG might not start with that regular lineup that we know, the Vitinha, Kvaratskhelia. If they should start that lineup, it's going to be disaster for Aston Villa, who have let go of, will I say, two of their key players. Talking about Morgan Rogers, one of their best players last season. He has gone to Chelsea. Tielemans, he has gone to Manchester United. These two people that they let go, I can tell you that it's going to shake the team a little bit, because these are two of your major players. You are not going to be with these players. Of course, they have made some signings, but having to play without these two is really something we are going to see. Then, of course, Emiliano Martinez might probably be rested a bit. So I just want to, I wish we have the confirmed lineup. I will have use that as a yardstick to forecast one or two of what's going to happen. But of course, the lineup will not come out until later in the evening. That's the confirmed lineup. All we are going to be having now is the possible lineup where everybody can say this might possibly start, this person might not possibly start. But in terms of the match proper, despite anyone that is going to be benched, Paris Saint-Germain is of course on a greater level. These are the current holders of the Champions League, back to back. Even the current holders of this UEFA Super Cup also, don't forget they won Tottenham in the last encounter. That was on penalty. So they are the current holders of this cup, and they will be looking to make history also, or to reach the record that Real Madrid also has done. Real Madrid won the Champions League 3 times in a row. They are looking forward to do that this season. Of course, Real Madrid has won the UEFA Super Cups, back to back also. They are also looking forward to do same this evening. So for me, if I'm going to follow my instincts, I'm going to give you guys 2 predictions. If I'm following my instincts, I'm going to say Aston Villa to pull up a surprise today. Later this evening, we might see them proceeding to extra time and possibly penalties. But football will tell you that Paris Saint-Germain will always get a win from this, despite if they are going to rest players. They have the quality, they have the lineup, they have the guys, Vitinha, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Doué, Bakola, I'm not sure he's going to feature in this match because of the transfer and all the saga that is still with it. He might probably...
I will bring him in, don't worry, he will feature.
He will bring him to play.
Yeah, he will feature, but...
probably, I'm not sure he will feature in this match.
It's just a saga, so he may not feature, but it's what we are going to see in the evening, if he's going to really feature, because if he plays, that could be his last game for Paris Saint-Germain, and Liverpool too have not really done anything concrete. Only the contract, renewal. I mean, the contract are, the bidding. That's what they have been doing. But right now, they have not done anything so classic that PSG has demanded. They have actually, bid up to 140 million euros. PSG said 150. If it's not 150, we are not.
Well, Liverpool should just close that day. I just believe within this week they will close that day.
Well, we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
Then, of course, don't forget we have the Hakimi, who is also present. The great Moroccan defender who is present, who is going to feature today. Fabian Ruiz. In fact, there are a lot. So we're talking about the Aston Villa side, who has, in fact, a lot. I didn't even mention Digne. Digne has gone to Paris Saint-Germain also, and I'm wondering if he's going to feature in today's match against his former opponent. But anyway, till later in the evening we are going to see that lineup. But before we go on into other updates we are going to take, don't forget the referee for this match is the Somalian referee who was denied entry for the World Cup, and he is going to be compensated with this match to kick off the season. He's going to be the one, you look at the handsome young man you're seeing on the screen. He's going to be the one to officiate this match today, and I promise you this match is going to be very, very, very entertaining. Yeah, it's going to be entertaining, and I'm seeing a lot of goals coming out from this match. Paris Saint-Germain, they are a side that love to score. They don't stop. When they score one, they will not stop. They just want to get 2, 3. And Aston Villa also, they are not the defensive side also. They also love to score. So probably this match, if I'm going to take football instinct, not my own personal instinct, I'm going to give Paris Saint-Germain to win that match by 4-2. I'm just seeing a lot of goals, but if I'm using my instinct, Aston Villa might get a draw at full time and proceed to extra time to win that match. So we are going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we will give you all the other updates that we still have for you on this X segment of Aneke Sports. We are going to give you the winners of the UEFA Super Cup since 2000, and we are going to give you the list that we have. Don't go anywhere, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Alright, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports on Aneke TV. We have been bringing you the updates that we have on sports. We have talked about the tennis match where we are seeing the semi-finals in the female category, talking about the Women's Tennis Association. So we are going to be seeing the semi-finals later. And of course, the boxing match that is coming up today. We have talked about that, and I hope you guys get to watch that. It's going to be viewed on DAZN. So if you have a subscription on DAZN, if you don't have, quickly go there, subscribe to watch that boxing fight. Then of course we are talking about the UEFA Super Cup between Paris Saint-Germain and Aston Villa. That is also coming your way later in the evening. You guys should go there and be entertained. I promise you it's going to be a high scoring match. For those of you that love to see the goals, you are going to get that today. I'm not seeing anything like 1-0. I'm not seeing anything like 1-1 or 0-0. These two sides are full of attackers. They have a lot of attacking options. And PSG, as we all know, don't go down without a fight. So they are going to give you the entertainment that you want. But I want to give you a list of people that have won the UEFA Super Cup since 2000. I'm starting from 2000, not below 2000. So we are starting with, in the year 2000, we have Galatasaray,
Liverpool.
That was the first people to win it in 2000. Of course, that was not the time the competition started, and we are just using that as a benchmark. Then, of course, 2001, we have Liverpool Football Club winning that trophy. Moving forward, 2002, we have Real Madrid winning the trophy. Then, of course, AC Milan won it in 2003. Then, of course, Valencia came up in 2004 to win it. Then Liverpool had to come back again in 2005 to win that competition. Then 2006, we saw Sevilla winning it. Then 2007, AC Milan also came back to win it. Then 2008, Zenit St. Petersburg had to win 2008 edition. 2009, of course, was Barcelona. 2010, Atletico Madrid. 2011, Barcelona again. 2012, Atletico Madrid. So I think they were rotating it within the Spanish side in 2009 to 2012. Then, of course, the German side said, no, that's enough rotation. If we should pass the baton to us, talking about Bayern Munich won it in 2013. And the Spanish side said, okay, that's enough. Let's do some rotation again. In 2014, Real Madrid came, won it. 2015, Barcelona passed the button and won it. 2016, Real Madrid took it back. 2017 being the first team from 2000 to win it back to back. That's talking about Real Madrid. They won it 2016. They won it 2017. That is the feat Paris Saint-Germain are looking to duplicate this evening. If they are going to get a win on it, it's going to be the other second team to win it back to back since Madrid in 2017. And of course, 2018. Atletico Madrid had to collect the baton again to win UEFA Super Cup. Then 2019, we are having Liverpool who came back again to win it after winning it in 2005. Then 2020, Bayern Munich came back and said, okay, it's my turn again. 2021, we have Chelsea Football Club coming back to win it. And 2022, Real Madrid also came back again. In fact, Real Madrid has won this trophy so many times. I can tell you, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six times from 20, that's talking about from 2000. Then 2023, Manchester City won that trophy. Then 2024, we have Real Madrid. 2025, of course, it was Paris Saint-Germain against Tottenham, and of course they came out victorious after penalties in 2025. Then the big question now is who is going to get the trophy 2026. Is it Paris Saint-Germain or is it Aston Villa? Well, who are you tipping to get this one?
I think it's going to be the same.
Paris Saint-Germain getting it back to back. So you're not seeing any hope.
No,
Aston Villa. You don't have any glimmer of hope for Aston Villa.
Well, Aston Villa, they are wonderful. They have played their good game. Yeah. If it was PSG Crystal Palace, I would say Crystal Palace would.
Now you want to? Are you saying? Am I thinking, or you are saying that Crystal Palace are better than Aston Villa?
Yeah.
To get a trophy.
Yeah. Well, but then because Aston Villa has sold some of their key players, Morgan Rogers to Chelsea, Yuri Tillemans to Manchester United.
Even
Digne, Lucas Digne to PSG until 2030. You are seeing, these names and profiles leaving Aston Villa. Well, they welcome other players. They had to welcome Chelsea's Alejandro Garnacho from for a loan spell. Yeah. They also had to welcome few players just within the league and across Europe. Yeah. But it doesn't take away the fact that they are not as ready as they would have been. Because you see, after Crystal Palace sold their players, they have been able to still, win. The Conference League. Yeah. It has been something that we have seen that they had to stand in the test of the junior rate in the European competition. So Aston Villa is good, but I'm not sure because of how they have not been able to take in their players. It's going to be an assessment for European test. So they should also use this period opportunity to weigh their options and know what they're going for, especially if they need to fill different positions, like the filling positions for a winger, of a right back, and also of a defensive midfielder, just like Yuri Tillemans has been offering when he was in Aston Villa. So we're going to see these names. We need to see names again come back to Aston Villa. Aston Villa, in fact, I remember they have a player called Jadon Sancho.
Sancho, I don't think he's no more in Aston Villa. I think they let him go. Sancho should not be in Aston Villa.
Is he at home?
Currently, I think he's still trying to prepare some, the agents are going around, getting a better offer for him.
Yeah, but then I would also want to state this categorically. Many times we've discussed here in our sports show here on Aneke TV that what makes a footballer is not just the performance on the pitch, it's also what he does when he's out of the pitch. You will see that Sancho, his name, he has a very nice name, like a Brazilian who plays great football, but you would see that there's that discipline. He had discipline, but he lost it. When money was mentioned, when he saw how much he could make, it was a problem to keep himself together. While falling out with the likes of Erik ten Hag and some other coaches, you've seen that he's still struggling to retain his place, and he's still struggling to be at the limelight. No one even remembers him that he's a footballer, and we have seen him just living his life and being happy. So, of course, we're seeing his counterpart, Marcus Rashford, being reintegrating back to Manchester United squad and training with them. We're seeing how he wants to move on from the past experiences, from the failures. Of course, he's going to meet his former principal master, Ruben Amorim, on Saturday. But we have seen Rashford has developed, and we're expecting him, just unlike Jadon Sancho, who has not been on the limelight of professional football for a while now, and it's really raising a lot of questions for the Aston Villa side facing Paris Saint-Germain.
Jadon Sancho was a talent that we thought, we moved the world of football, when he was at Borussia Dortmund, came to Manchester United. And, the Manchester United fans were very excited when he came. And at the end of the day, he didn't live up to expectation. Then, of course, he moved forward and, joined Chelsea and, of course, went to Aston Villa. Right now, he's still, searching for a better club. And I don't think at this age or at this time, he's supposed to be wandering around. He is supposed to be stable, having a good club where he plays, and people will be recognizing this was a talent that we thought by maybe, let's say, 5 to 6 years, we'll even be struggling or be one of the contenders for the Ballon d'Or, if not getting to at least maybe a minimum third. But at the end of the day, we have seen here, he has even rarely featured. You will forget that this guy is supposed to be playing for England.
Yeah,
he has rarely featured for the English side. He has not even seen
and it's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing for a talent like that to not
do and he's so talented.
Very
Jadon Sancho is a talented football minstrel. I really love his style of play. He plays as though he's having some peace talk with you, but he's about to destroy you.
With this split of second, he has moved fast.
And he
was a good dribbler.
And he's fast.
Very fast.
There's this goal I won't forget that he scored against Chelsea. It was a goal when Manchester United was in shambles just last 2 seasons, I think. Then Manchester United had to face Chelsea at Chelsea's home. Chelsea scored first. That was a draw game, but Chelsea scored first. Now, when he came to Manchester United's turn, they scored when Kovacic lost the game. There was a pull out from the defense. There was a pull out from the defense. Then the ball came to Kovacic. He had to mistrap it. He mistrapped it. Then Jadon Sancho was there. Bruno Fernandes was there. It was Rashford. Marcus Rashford was there. So to pass the ball to Jadon Sancho, then both of them, they are fast.
Very fast.
They ran towards Chelsea's post, and they had to dribble the goalkeeper. Like both of them had to dribble. He did as if he was scoring the goal. He was passing it to Marcus Rashford. Then keeper had to dive. Then he had to score the goal. You see, that's the kind of creativity. It's so technical.
He
he not being on the timeline right now not in the media, on his team. Now, you have your phone there. Can we just take a look at it? What it is on the internet? Let's just browse it. Yeah, Jadon Sancho, where he is currently, because it's important. Because we're seeing a name that should not go away out of the football structure that we have already seen, moving from Borussia Dortmund for a record fee of about 75 million euros, minus the add-ons and the rest of them. Coming down to Manchester United was so much amazing under the leadership of Ole Gunnar. He played a very great game, but after Ole Gunnar's reign and the next coaches has not found him.
All right,
exciting.
from what I have here, from what I just checked, it says as of today, August 12th, 2026, Jadon Sancho is currently without a club. He's a free agent. So Manchester United released him at the end of June 2026. So he is currently without a club. The Borussia Dortmund that we thought was going to come back for him, where he excelled a bit, I'm not even showing that particular interest in him. Sunderland was at the time linked to him, but these clubs are not coming. So at the end of the day, I think he might just end up somewhere in Saudi Arabia, somewhere in MLS. That's where they usually end up when you're not getting the top guys coming for you, or probably, if possible, if he's even lucky, he's going to get an offer maybe from the Italian side, talking about AC Milan, talking about Napoli. You get some
if he gets AC Milan, then
or you even get an offer from the Turkish league. Why do you say if you get AC Milan, he's going to meet Ruben Amorim?
Because his boss.
His former boss. Ruben Amorim will not even call. He will not approve that.
He will not approve that.
Amorim will rightly not approve.
So it's all about facilitating the games to see how it's going to work. Because for me, I know that Jadon Sancho is an amazing player. Yeah.
Well, all right. Good luck to Jadon Sancho in finding a new club, and I'm not seeing that offer coming yet. We don't even have the rumors. I've checked if there's any other rumor of any offer, but as of what I have here, he has not even gotten any offer from any club. So we are going to see what's going to happen with Jadon Sancho, which of course he will not feature today for Aston Villa because he's currently not even on the squad list. Then moving forward, just still talking about the UEFA Super Cup, Paris Saint-Germain, as of 2025, these people had no star in their badge. When you look at their jersey, those stars they place when you have achieved the trophy, they place 1 star for you. If it's 2, they place 2. If you see Real Madrid's jersey, you see there are 15 stars there for their UEFA Champions League. As of 2025, early January 2025, I can tell you there was no star on that jersey, but today, 2026, they have 2 stars winning the Champions League. In 2025, that was in the later part of 2025, and also winning it again in 2026. So if you look at their jersey, you are going to see 2-star general there, letting you know that these people have won the Champions League twice. And of course, they are about to do it again for the UEFA Super Cup. If they are going to get it, it's going to be also, back to back, talking about 2025.
It's going to be awesome, and how things change very fast for Paris Saint-Germain. When they had the lineup, there was actually a lineup I had to prepare. He has you see Lionel Messi, Neymar and Mbappe. They were there. That was a massive forward.
Yeah.
Then you come to the midfield. You have Vitinha, you have Marco Verratti.
Verratti was the
and then you have Fabian Ruiz. Then you come to the back. You have Kipembe. You have Marquinhos, who's still playing till now. Then you have
I think Hakimi was there.
Yes, Hakimi was there too.
Paris Saint-Germain has
they have
that squad. We thought that squad was going to lift the UEFA Champions League then, because looking at what Messi, Mbappe, Neymar.
But looking at how they are playing, I can tell you that they really have some guts too, because it's not about now. It's no longer the big name, because Desire Doué. How many people knows Desire Doué? How many people knows Bakola? How many people knows just Marco Verratti is not there again. It's Fabian Ruiz. Vitinha and Yao Gomez. You see these guys. How many people know who they are? We come to the defense where we're having
the Hakimi,
Marquinhos, and then we're having few other names who could be joining, and who has also joined. So, and then they're currently signed Zion Suzuki, Zion Suzuki from the Japanese team, the black Japanese, and that guy is very good. I've seen his saves during World Cup. Now, I want to point out an issue that has been giving me some troubles. You see what's going on in the World Cup. After the World Cup, someone like Balogun Folarin is being linked to clubs. Yeah. But Victor Osimhen has remained in Galatasaray. No. In fact, if Alex Iwobi played in the World Cup, Alex Iwobi would have been linked to Barcelona.
So much better offer.
He would be linked to Barcelona. Now, even Chukwueze and all those guys, they would have been linked to a better offer, and their contract would have increased. Yeah. Now you see names, you see everyone that was standing in the World Cup, because I know this guy and I trust them. Look at Michael Olise. Michael Olise is untouchable because of how big he is. You would have seen someone like, because teams like Bayern Munich need someone like Alex Iwobi.
Yeah, in the midfield.
Who is creative, who is attacking.
Even Barcelona, right?
Yeah, Barcelona need that kind of players who has a good ball carriage.
We'll have needed Osimhen right now, because right now Ferran Torres is almost just some little paperwork and he will become a Paris Saint-Germain player. Who is now the striker in Barcelona? Because Yamal is not going to play centre forward.
And then Lewandowski,
of course, has gone
to the MLS side.
I think Osimhen will have just fitted perfectly for Barcelona, just in that front. Then you have the Yamal and Rafinha assisting him. Then the Pedri, Olmo, Gavi. I would have loved Osimhen. That's why I said I'm not too happy that he's still in the Turkish league. But of course, he's doing his thing there.
Yeah, he's doing his thing. Same thing, not just with Osimhen, same thing with Frank Onyeka. Frank Onyedika. There's Frank Onyeka. There's Frank Onyeka of Coventry. Yeah. Then there's Frank Onyedika of Frankfurt. Yeah. Eintracht Frankfurt, who signed a new contract in Frankfurt. Then there's Frank Onyeka, who qualified for English Premier League with Coventry. Yeah. That's Frank Lampard's side. Then we're seeing other names, other wonderful guys who would have just made it to the top of the league.
Yeah, just like you have mentioned, Folari Balogun, you know, he's still on our updates today. You know, there is a lot of club coming for this young man. Even Galatasaray right now are going for him, and of course the Saudi Arabia side, even AS Monaco also are going for him. Talking about Folari Balogun, just because of that World Cup, I can tell you, prior to that World Cup, you might have not been seeing all these, you know, offers coming up, but you saw how amazing he was in the World Cup, you know, helping the United States team to get, you know, far as possible to where they got to. And of course, Trump also had to make the call for his red card to be terminated, and, you know, had to put him back in the match. Of course, Belgium won that match, but at the end of the day, he featured in that match and did his best, did his bit. But of course, the Belgian side, we are better. Now, still talking about the transfers that we have here, we have Ousmane Diomande, not Diomande of Real Madrid. I know people will be thinking this is the same Diomande, but of course, there is Diomande who has gone to Real Madrid, and this one is Ousmane Diomande for Ivory Coast. He has been signed to Nottingham Forest. Diomande is in Real Madrid. That's a Senegalese. This one is an Ivory Coast player who is a defender. The other one is a winger. So just get the bit of the difference. This Ousmane Diomande has been signed to Nottingham Forest. You know, we are going to see him feature for the Nottingham Forest side. And you know, this guy is a wonderful, you know, centre back. I can tell you, very physical, very physical.
Yeah, when you look at him, these are the kind of players Jose Mourinho loves. You know, if he has delayed in this contract, Jose Mourinho would have picked him.
If maybe, I'm sure Mourinho eyes did not get to this young man. If he got the opportunity to see that these people want to say this kind of physical player, you know, who he will be needing. You know, of course, Madrid has a lot of defenders already. Rudiger is there, Militao is there, Hodgson is there, Dumfries and the rest of them. But Mourinho, he does not mind to add more to just see that this guy gets to you. Of course, the injury crisis will always come in. You know, Rudiger, back and forth, he's struggling with injury. Militao also struggling with injury. So you see those two centre back are still struggling with injury. So when you get someone like this to come and strengthen the squad, is going to be a positive one. So of course, congratulations to Nottingham Forest for securing this young lad, Ousmane Diomande. And of course, another name that I want to mention to you, this one I can tell you is also a traveler in the world of football. He has played, in fact, he has featured in a lot of teams. Talking about, if you still remember, Alexis Sanchez. You know, the legendary Sanchez. I don't know the number of teams that Sanchez has played for. I can tell you that it's more than 6. When he started football, you know, he was in the Chilean side. He has played for Colo-Colo, he has played for Arsenal, he has played for Manchester United, he has played for Inter Milan, he has played for Barcelona. This young man has gone around Europe, and of course today we are having Alexis Sanchez moving to Monterrey. That's talking about the MLS side. You are going to see him. Future is on a 2-year contract. So you still remember the days of Alexis Sanchez?
Alexis Sanchez of Arsenal, Alexis Sanchez of Manchester United, Alexis Sanchez who came to Manchester United, and people were like, wow, he's going to be the next Ronaldo.
Number 7.
He's going to be the next Ronaldo. Unfortunately, he tried his best, but he just like the same way Memphis Depay came. People were saying he's going to be the next Ronaldo. But he has really traveled far and wide. And we're seeing him, having a new club. And, it tells you that age happens, and, opportunities can also happen. So I really think, Sanchez must have retired by now. So I'm surprised to really see him on the list of those who have been signed to a club, and I'm excited.
Just to give us a little preview on the clubs. I said he has played. I had to check again the numbers of clubs that he has played for. He started with Cobreloa in 2005. He has played for Colo Colo. That's from 2006 to 2007. That was actually for a loan spell. Then he has played for River Plate in 2007, 2008. He has played for Udinese in 2008 to 2011. Then from there he went to Barcelona 2011 to 2014, from where he moved to Arsenal. That was for a 4-year deal, 2014 to 2018. So it was from Arsenal that Manchester United also signed him from 2018 to 2020. That's a 2-year deal. Then, of course, Inter Milan got him for a loan spell, which they later made a permanent payment. And so he had to spend 2019 to 2022 in Inter Milan. Then moving forward to Marseille, 2022 to 2023. Came back to Inter Milan again, moved to Udinese, went to Sevilla. Now he's in Montreal. So from this, I can say he has played, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 clubs, including Sevilla 9. Then Montreal now 10. If a player that has played for 10 clubs, I think this is quite a number. I don't know. I can't count.
Since
up
2005.
Since 2005 to 2026 for
teams.
up to 10 teams.
So 2005 to 2010 should be 10 years.
2005 to 2010, 5 years. So 2005 to 2025 should be up to 20 years.
20 years. So he has been.
Then if you now add the season, so 26 years.
26
he
years.
Has featured in up to now Montreal. No, this guy, I can tell him one of my the travelers. He has traveled around football.
He has really traveled around football. But if that favors him, and Montreal is the next destination for him to play and show the quality he brings, that's fine. Sanchez, he always knows how to prove his enemies wrong,
and he's very energetic.
In fact, did you notice he has reduced?
Yeah, of course, age is telling us.
He has really reduced.
And Sanchez used to be very physical, very fast. In fact, when he played for Arsenal, then I was really watching Arsenal football very well. He was very influential for Arsenal. That if he's not playing, maybe because of injury, you will feel that impact. That are you sure Arsenal is going to win this match? Then he came to Manchester United. He was still delivering, and of course, today he's a Montreal player. And congratulations to him. Then still on the transfer news, we have Vicky van der Vet, who has signed a contract for Tottenham. Of course, he's a Tottenham player. He has just extended his contract. Then we have talked about Hendrick, but of course he's still in the news, who is a confirmed number 9 player for Real Madrid. So he's going to be back to Real Madrid, where he's going to feature this 2026-2027. There was a lot of rumors of him going for Aston Villa, going for Manchester
United.
Anytime
someone rumors that is going, and somebody is going to Aston Villa, it works. But anytime someone rumors that someone is going to Arsenal, it does not work.
Viewers,
that's what he responsible.
I don't know what you're trying to say for Arsenal now, but of course Hendrick is confirmed to be staying in Real Madrid, and of course Vinicius Junior also till 2032. That is, we are in 2026. That's a 6-year deal. That's a very long one. And sometimes when players sign, you see now he has signed to the 2022. He should not come out tomorrow and start asking for maybe another club is coming for him, and Real Madrid will say the release clause is so, just like what Atletico Madrid is doing to Alvarez, that his release clause is 500 million euros. Alvarez wants to leave by all means. Now he's even, I saw an update where he's animated that he went to the training room looking for Diego Simeone, who was not present, and he wanted to vent his anger to him that he wants to leave the club. They should let him leave and look for a deal with Barcelona. And you see, but you are the one that signed the contract. You put pen to paper, and now you are coming out to say you want to leave. This is Vinicius Junior. assigned to 2032, not when they are coming for you now you start looking for a way to live. So, but before we go, Mr. Gudo, Sunday is Community Shield. Sunday here, Community Shield, Manchester City, Arsenal.
Well, we're going to talk about that tomorrow. We're going to give a full breakdown of it. So it's going to be an interesting one. But till then, till Sunday, till Saturday, till Friday, till Thursday, no verdict now. Till Sunday, till Saturday, till Sunday, till Saturday.
Well, that is all we have for you today. Don't forget, today, the WAFCON is still on, despite Nigeria out of the competition. But of course, WAFCON is still on. You are seeing the semi-finals. Then the final UEFA Super Cup is going to be later in the evening. In fact, there are a lot of matches today to enjoy. The friendlies are there. Manchester United, of course, are playing Leeds United. So you have a lot of matches to enjoy your day. I'm still your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely Wednesday morning, and of course have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. The Sports Oracle loves you, and I live and I dream football. See you next time.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir, the sword.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? Today is a beautiful Wednesday. You know what I do on every Wednesday? I give a big shout out to my ladies out there. A very big shout out to my ladies. Today is Women's Crush Wednesday for me, and you know what I mean? Women's Crush Wednesday for me on the best of best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Give to Bodo, probably called Social Lawyer, aka Red Pepper, Blue Pepper, and all kinds of pepper. Today, I know I'm gonna start off my gist with telling you guys that in the Tanzanian people no grief for anybody. This time around, they are saying they need to save their own brother, who who happens to be Priscilla Oju's husband, Jumanju. She has Tanzanian people has come out to rout very heavily. What I mean by rout very heavily, they have come to say a lot of controversial things. So I'm going to show you some clip of some blasting statement they made. I've just been laughing since morning, and I've just been saying, yeah, these people are just blasting and are trying to point fingers at them. Yaboju, but anyway, God beat past them. So it's now becoming a rival war between Nigerians and the Tanzanian people. And Priscilla Oju goes head to head with Tanzanians, telling her to free Jumanju's over his slim appearance. There has been so many controversial statements, and one of it is, as I say, his neck is as long as a giraffe. Leave our brother alone. Free Juma Juice. Free him. It is not too late. Please let him go. And there has been a very interesting clip which I was just watching, and they were actually trying to tell Juma Juice, and there's a screenshot attached to it why they are trying to say, free our brother, he has suffered enough from your hand. And this statement just got me thinking, is he actually sick? Because last appearance he has been seen was during the time in Bella's wedding, where he has, looked so malnourished, looking so pale. And a lot of people have said Juma Juice is not being treated well by Nigeria. But please, let's just not make it a war between two different countries. I think it's a personal thing, because he has appeared to say it's his personal choice to slim down, and he did it for just a sole purpose. And let's just be hopeful that it's not a health issue related cause. It's just a personal preference, because sometimes people can just prefer to go on a slim body. Yeah, I can just decide tomorrow that I just want to slim down. Please don't come for me, because if you come for me, I will come for you. And so there is another gist. So Davido tackles those criticizing him for writing to Donald Trump over the Osun State governorship election. So the tweet I'm seeing here is somebody said, Fedayo said, is everything okay, David? So I can't, and he responded, so I can't tweet my president to my president again. If Trump is your president, who is this? Let me talk about, he's my president too. I get dual citizenship. Any problem? This one pain me. Wahala for who no get dual citizenship. Wahala for who no get citizenship. So he actually said, a call for attention to the President Donald Trump. I'm calling your attention to the situation in Osun State, Nigeria. As we approach the election, there are growing concerns about tensions and possibility of violence, intimidation, and all this. And so he actually writes to them, and we know that Davido is somehow is related to the current Osun State governor, which this election matter. Let me not go deep, but people are just teasing him, trying to. But the most interesting part of this gist is that he is trying to paint it on people's face, especially me, that he has dual citizenship. So he is an American and also a Nigerian citizen. So while who no get dual citizenship, if you don't have it, just please clear, because Davido is not here to play with anybody. So there's this story, a narrative that came on X. It's about someone say, you where they drive Corolla 2029, they fear post of vibing to music in your car, so that the not go think say you broke in reality, while you are richer than 95% of Nigerians. We set up too much TP standards for a poor country like ours. But actually, this happens to. I had a very interesting conversation with my friend one certain time. She said that if a man is actually driving Corolla, she will not respond, even if you come or this, she will not respond to you. That she feels that you not being affording career means that you are below her standard. And then I've been just curious to answer, is there any status quo associated with people who drive this particular model of car? Because I've seen so many girls sending off insult to men who drive this particular car. And my concern, this has just been raising a lot of concern towards me, like if you don't drive Corolla is better than some cars, some low fuel cars. There's this one we call Benjo, when we Motorola, motorcar. They are better off than some cars we see in the society today. So to afford that particular car, I think the rate should be around that kind 7 to 9 million naira. And you afford that kind of car, you're saying that the guy is a poor man. Nah, some girls should just fear God. But anyway, that's not my topic for today. I'm talking about this young woman who we know as Real Worry Pikin. There has been a controversial spark. You know, they are trying to say that, and she actually wanted to host a show back in her state, Warri, and the show was cancelled due to some tribal sentiment. And so she said, when a woman stands her ground, she's called mean and aggressive, but when a man is called strong, she's following her daughter show's saga. Real Worry Pikin just made a statement, and this has just been so, you know, so emotional for her. You know, she was labeled as attitude. You know, resilience isn't about gender. Boundaries are not mean. Standing firm just means you will respect yourself. You're not mean for standing your ground. You are clear. Currency makes some people uncomfortable. So she is actually, you know, she has just been emotionally down, where people are trying to bring tribal sentiment into her show, you know, trying to say a woman trying to pull up something like this. There has just been a very optimistic opinion about this particular show, which actually led to her cancelling this particular show, and she has just been, you know, giving it out that there's something like gender inequality here, trying to be instigated in the society, and it doesn't suit well with her. I mean, it's not something that we just sit down every day and talk about, but it's something that we just say, yeah, she's just being herself, trying to express herself. Nobody is above expressing themselves or below that, but she's trying to say that she doesn't quite agree with the sponsors and the people in the Delta region for trying to hinder her from, you know, airing her show live in the state. And then let me give you a brief story. When I mean brief story, I want to give you a brief story of a young lady who actually told her people that she was going to NYSC Cup, and actually she was later discovered to have seen herself in Zimbabwe. She actually went to Zimbabwe to enjoy herself, and then a week later her family members saw on a tweet where she actually is there you know, enjoying herself while she's supposed to be in camp. At this point, I just actually want to put myself in her shoe. Why would a lady tell her parents that I'm going to NYSC camp actually and find herself in Zanzibar, where she went for some show, and then she went to enjoy herself? There are two modality of things you are trying to instigate in your parents' mind, that you cannot be trusted, or because if they know about your they won't feel surprised, they won't feel disrespected because you told them that you are going to this particular thing, while you have a centered image. They actually saw it in someone's phone where you actually went for a vacation as yeah, so it's just like, you know, putting confusion in between your parents. And moving over to my next gist, this has just generated a lot of controversy, but at this point we're not letting it down, and it's still about the Peter Okoye's family. A lot of things have been said, a lot of things have been done, but we see the likes of Don Jazzy's father coming out to say he's sending a lot of love and care and well-wishing to the family to unite again as one, and not to, you know, scatter the whole thing. You know, he's sending love to the family, you know, not to this. And let's not talk about our almighty Cristiano Ronaldo, who actually tied the knot with his fiancée. Finally, Ororo has finally tied the knot. Elora has finally tied the knot with his fiancée Georgina. You know, it's very interesting at this point that this wedding has been long anticipated. You know, some people are trying to tell him he has actually made his girlfriend the rod of the rings, and Now he actually, for how many years after giving birth to how many children? I think for about 4 children, 4 kids for him, and he has made his move steps to tie the knot with her. So let's talk about a woman who shares how her husband stopped her from taking birthday photos with her twin brother after marriage. Is it necessary? Is it actually necessary to stop your brother's wife? Maybe so, because I think this twin issue, because actually I actually selected this gist because of this twin issue that has been going on. I think twins are meant to be born free, born like bonding together. So she narrated, every birthday I take photos, pics with my twin, and in 2020 we took this one for our 26th birthday, not knowing I was going to get married that year. When our 27th birthday was approaching, I was already pregnant, but my twin was not aware. He called me to ask me we were going to take our birthday pictures. I told him that I would let him know, that I would discuss with my husband. I told my husband about it, and he asked if pregnancy hormones were at work. Am I being serious? But actually, I finally feel like it's nothing. I don't know why people are actually feeling, but this bonding thing, I think it's jealousy at this point. Jealousy, and there's nothing of any personal beef or free will, but I think it's just something of jealousy that has been instituted on this man's mind, and that is just it. But anyway, it's not, it's just like doing something with someone for a very long period of time, and at some point you just start giving up, and just because of pregnancy. But it's not a very big excuse for not having a shoot with his family. But anyway, she has to take permission because another person has taken hold of her as being her husband, and they are legally married. And let's talk about Davido and his logistic manager, which happens to be Israel DMW. He said, when I tell you that you do something, you don't argue with me. Davido rebukes Israel DMW over sitting arrangement during a live stream. These two are content creators. I don't know who passed, Nawaga or the logistic manager who passed, but both of them just give us the atmosphere that we actually enjoy very much. Actually, yeah, DMW is one kind of person that he actually brings about he actually brings out the baby in Davido sometimes. But for the first time I'm seeing Davido giving him a loud shout like, I'm not pleased with your action. Sometimes we all say oga. But anyway, it's just them. They know how to do themselves, because allegedly after the clash out between DMW Israel DMW's after allegedly leaving his ex-wife for his boss. That controversy that year was very superb, where he said, I can't leave my source of income solely because I am married to you. Yeah, he's actually correct when he said so, because how can someone leave his main source of income just to the point that he feels that I am actually married to you, that's on a period. But for DMW, he was not taking Israel. He was not taking that vibe. He actually stood his ground and actually let the woman go. And the woman was like very bitter, the family, the clash and everything. But still, he chose his organ, who happens to be Davido, over his wife, allegedly. And let's talk about our content creator, who happens to be Brain Jota. He said in reality in Lagos, he shared his moments where he was harassed by thugs while in his car. One thing is this outgrowing issue of thugs in Lagos. I don't know what is happening, but everybody has just been complaining. Talks here, talks in there, staying in Lagos. This one is happening in Lagos, and this one is not happening in Lagos. I think yesterday was Ayasta sister complaining, Pella complaining, talks in Lagos. This is becoming so massive. Like, how would talks destroy or try to harass people in Lagos? Is it that these celebrities cannot move around? Is it what they're trying to say? So why is it always Lagos? But I'm not trying to, excuse me, sorry, but I'm not, because I know that people will already attack me, but I'm not trying to say that Lagos is not a safe place to be or anything, but there has been increased issue of talk being, harassing people. I think government should look into this and try to put the people on a safety mode, because people can no longer, I think most of these celebrities are now, if they want to go out, they have to put themselves on disguise, or their glasses are tinted for them to be able to be, for them to feel safe with themselves. If not, the fear of I will be harassed by talks will be too much for them to bear. And let's talk about what is happening between Judy Austin, Rita Edochie, and Judy Austin's ex-husband, Mr. Obasi. There has been this lawsuit that was, blamed on Mr. Obasi and Rita Edochie over defamation, which was, instituted by Judy Austin. Do you think, he replied, he said, do you think your lawsuit can scare me away from asking for my children? The Austin's ex-husband, Mr. Obasi, queries her over her 1 billion naira defamation suit. 1 billion naira. Where this guy thinks he go collect 1 billion naira, settle this issue. But anyway, Mr. Obasi, Mrs. Judy Austin, Rita Edochie, this is the Edochie's family and the outsiders. Rita Edochie has come online to, give a clashback by saying that in as much as you claim to be my nephew's wife, I can't still regard you as one unless you bring a proof of your marriage certificate to my brother, because the person who we only know as the real and legal wife is May Edochie. And this thing has generated a lot of controversial statements. People have come to give a clashback. Let me mean by clashback. And this thing has just not been going down in the internet space. They're bringing out their matter. But for me, in my opinion, 1 billion naira lawsuit is too much for people to think about. And let's talk about our content creator, the main, what we call her, I call her the philanthropic King Michi. She has come out to splash over millions of naira on her new G-Wagon. He has come out to splash a lot of money, and these Lagos babes, I don't understand the way they carry out car back to back. After I had squashed with Very Dark Man, Tinubu, and the last time, people are saying that this thing actually generated a lot of money. Some people are saying that there's a low time somebody's father sponsor. Let me talk more. Allegedly, that's the talk on the internet. But anyway, congratulations to King Michi on her new ride. That ride smells luxury. And I mean, it smells luxury. And let's talk about the couple, Femi Dabson. He says he shows off his meal, which his wife, Simi, actually made. And some people say that she doesn't know how to cook. Somebody he responded, it no go better for owner wey say my wife no fit cook. No be me talk more. So let's go over to these Nigeria celebrities who got famous after getting themselves involved in a big reality show. And let's start with the famous Toby Bakere, who actually got famous after his involvement with Big Brother Naija. And then let's talk about Kunle Remi, who actually got famous after his reality show with Good Ultimate Search. Yeah, these people are celebrities who actually got fame after the reality show. Let's talk about MTN Project fame, about Chidinma Ekele, who actually got famous after MTN Project fame. And let's talk about Chike, who actually got famous after The Voice Nigeria. We talk about Bisola Ayelora, who got famous after her show on MTN Project fame and Big Brother Naija. And let's talk about Inyanya, who actually got famous after MTN Project fame. And let's talk about Oebuka Obi Ochendo, who actually got famous after the Big Brother Naija. And let's talk about KC Limpopo, who actually got famous after the show, the reality show Star Quest. And let's talk about Pastor Tonto Dike, who actually got famous after the reality show Next Movie Star. Let's talk about Uchiwachiku, who actually got famous after the Big Brother Niger Africa. These are famous celebrities who actually, and then we see the major shows we're talking about is BB Niger, Project Fame, Star Quest, Good Ultimate Search. These are reality shows that brought these people to limelight. And let's talk about Daddy Freeze, who actually acquired a new ride for his wife, electric ride. But I mean, splashing cars in the celebrity world. She actually acquired a tear rubber car for his wife. Oh my God, this car is smelling luxury. When I mean, Daddy Freeze praises his wife for all she has done, and the wife also praising her husband for gifting her an electric car for her birthday. But before we go on the next days, I will go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay right back here. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the most entertaining show live on Aneke TV, where we give you hot gist and groove. We tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. Going back to my last gist, about Daddy Freeze and him acquiring a new machine for his wife. When I mean a new machine, electric car, I think most of the celebrities are now acquiring electric cars. They no longer deal with this house fuel rising and all this. They just want to acquire cars that will make it life very easy and flexible, economical. Well, I mean, you use the word economical. And moving over to my next gist, and I'm going to ask the question: what's the most what is that most broke thing you have ever done? When I looked, for me actually is when I looked at my pocket and I know that I just have 2,000 naira left. I actually went to a shawarma spot, sat down, like I was actually craving for shawarma. I actually went there, sat down for how long, thinking that one day one mystery man will come and tell me, do you want shawarma? I just stood up and left back. Disappointed, and I did not eat shawarma that day. My life. When I remember that scene, I just feel like, hi, gift, is it you? But that was what we did as a white growing up. But now, we can actually control ourselves if we couldn't get those things that we want to get. So let's talk about the billionaire daughter DJ Copy, who actually officially bid farewell to her pink wigs. And when I saw this gist, I was like, bidding farewell to her pink wig. Ojukwanya. We know her as the pink lady, a lady that loves pink. Bidding an era. She said the end of an era. Bye wigs. Is she saying it because she don't want to? Some people are saying that she's facing a lot of depression. She has lost a lot of weight. A lot of things are happening. Maybe because of the fact that her younger sister actually got married, pregnant, about to deliver. A lot of things. She is feeling depressed. That there was this comment allegedly I saw on Twitter. Someone say a stray husband should just come for DJ Kupi before she kill herself. Guys, if you want to face tweets on Twitter, just drink a very chilled water, because they will break your heart with a backlash comment. This people sabi insult for X. Don't go there. So let's talk about a woman who actually came to the school for her daughter's sign out. She actually came with a goat. So, but for people that just say, this one no sweet. Now the goat boy owned the first woman who came for her son's sign out with a goat. Now he owned sweet pass. This one no cast, and this one is now being copycat. Well, in my opinion, everybody has his or her own way of appreciating this, but for me, I feel like it was a little bit, copycat. I will use that word because people did not tune in, people did not repost this much, but it actually trend. But for me, jumping into the trending thing can actually lift you, even if it's not your own grace to feel. But you can actually just jump in, say, because people's comments will generate a lot of controversy and the rest. You're still tapping in from another person's grace. Just tapping. Just keep tapping. And let's talk about what Davido said. Davido said. What Davido said. He said, the Afrobeat star Davido Adeleke said, popularly known as Davido, he cited High Life singer Flavour as an example of how Nigerian artists can build profitable careers without constantly traveling abroad. Davido made these remarks during a BBC podcast where he discussed the growing trends of Nigerian entertainers traveling to the United States for performance and other career opportunity. According to the singer, Flavour has taken a different path by maintaining a strong presence in Nigeria while continuing to grow his music career and business interests. Davido said the approach has proved financially rewarding and claiming that Flavour earns more than Nigerians than many Nigerian artists currently touring the United States of America. Yeah, I actually agree with his statement on this because we see Flavour's home-based show. For Flavour to come and perform in your wedding, all this thing, you go pay, and he charges more. And then when the video said, he actually makes more money than so many artists that try to host international show. I don't why, because going over there you pay some tax, you pay this, you pay that. In Nigeria is its own. You just have to settle the people that you need to settle and host what you are hosting, promote it, and that's all. The other day you have to settle this, you have to collect permission, you have to pay this. If you're not up to this, a lot of things to weigh you back. But anyway, all kudos to and a big shout out to our mighty Flavour for taking Nigeria to a global stage and trying to do some home local based performance for the people. It's for the people. Culture matters. Trying to make Afrobeat cultural and trying to bring out the flavor, the spice in Afrobeat. And all thanks to Flavour, and all thanks for the recognition from Davido, who actually recognizes fellow artists and his achievement towards the industry. Is a massive step. And then going over to achievements and recognition, we're going to recognize Mohabudu, who we were talking about. She actually takes Ebony Life Place to London, unveils UK's first cinema dedicated to African and Black films. Nigerian media Mungo Mohabudu has announced that Ebony Life Place London will open in October 2026, with a new cinema set to become the first in the United Kingdom dedicated exclusively to African and Black films. Mohabudu has announced the October 2026 opening of Ebony Life, and this is dedicated to African and Black films. This is a very big one for the Africans and the Blacks. A place setting up international standards for us to shoot movies and make cinema films. This is a place where to say the Africans are not to be looked under. We are trying to strategize, trying to move further above, and trying to make it big, real big. When I mean real big, we're trying to make it real big. Real big in the industry, trying to make up some shoots, trying to be this, because let's talk about the likes of Funke Akindele. Funke is another woman that I feel in the nearest future she will try to make a whole lot big standard when it comes to promotion of the film industry. She has made a very high leverage on utilizing her platform to promote and to endorse some artists with the likes of Mary Njoko. We have the likes of Bimbo. All these people are, I'm talking about great women who has made a bold step in the industry. I'm talking about Funke, I'm talking about Bimbo, I'm talking about Mary Njoko, I'm talking about all these women that has come to improve with Uche Montana. These people are ladies that are trying to trying to push African segment of entertainment to a higher level and trying to make it such a standard where people can come and see that the African woman cannot just, be overlooked or underlooked by just a series of things, but they can just do much better. Much better for themselves and make life easier for those people. And then, before let me just give you a glimpse of what I'm going to say next, and it's about the top streamers in Nigeria. Top streamers, I have the likes of Kafefe, I have the likes of Shank Comics, I have the likes of Pella, I have the likes of Ojo, I have the likes of Enzo. But before I delve into telling you why I'm talking about them, I'm going to go on a short break. I'll be right back. Stay tuned.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Back to the best entertainment show. I'm back to my topic about how women are moving the industry, especially the film industry, to a higher level. I was talking about the Mongo Mohamed Amudu, who actually made her impact by establishing something, a cinema set in United States of America. And today I'm talking about the top 5 Nigerian streamers, dominating the digital space in 2026, while the platforms such as YouTube, TikTok, Kicks, Twitch, all these people, they are making live impact. And then my number one is, we talk about Katefe. Yeah. My Katefe. But before I, in this thing, I'm going to dissect something. I'm going to tell you guys that the reason why I talked about this streaming thing and why I'm not going to do it alone. I have my girl right here, Ma, welcome, and you're looking beautiful. What's happening? You are glowing today.
Thank you. Hello, Ofoto. Hello, Kosiri. Hello, Nigeria.
Why is she looking
How
beautiful?
Doing today? How y'all doing amazing today?
Why are you blushing?
Did I blush?
Yeah, you are blushing actually.
Really?
Yeah.
God did.
God did?
Yes.
Are you sure the God did? No man did.
Now God, though.
Okay. God.
Yeah.
Okay, God did.
Yeah, of course.
Let me just believe with my left leg and left hand.
No, like you don't trust God?
No. You can't put quarrel between me and God.
And you know that God can actually use a man, to
do miracles.
Brighten your day.
Not when I'm okay, let's move over to my best and number one streamer in Nigeria right now. I'm talking about Katefe. He has become the biggest Nigerian live streamer in 2026, initially known for his comedy skits and viral hit songs. Machala, he successfully transitioned into streaming. Now it's not becoming like it is the best, energetic, people are trying to tune in, and he is number one in the streaming industry. Now he's featuring celebrities, musicians, comedians, footballers, and influencers. What do you think about Katefe and his big moves?
Well, what we pray for success in everywhere around. In this life, you can't focus on one thing, okay? Whatever you're doing, make sure you're doing so many things. Because if this one is not working out,
the other one work out.
You can go other ways. You can try other things. It's exploring, touring the work, touring your talent.
How many times have you explored and explored?
I've not really explored my talent.
Please, we don't even know the talent though.
Those who
we don't know the talent.
But I'm happy for those who yes, they are experimenting their own talent, doing so many things, being creative, taking their craft to the next level. And that's what it's all about. That's what Kata Efe, Pella, and the rest of them are doing. They are really doing amazing. And I'm happy for them, okay? I'm really happy for them, So they did come out from a rich home. So they've actually vowed that the fact that they come out from a rich home will come out of them. Yeah. So that's what it's all about, working hard and putting more effort. They're making a lot of money, dollars. They're making money.
When I actually believe that it was after Pella's wedding.
Like, honestly, I was like, Jesus, people really have money. And they have influence.
Yeah.
Just see the amount of
celebrities. calibers of people that attended. But after 10 years, the
wedding. Jesus, you know this small fella? It's not the small fella.
Small fella.
How come he's pulling all that mighty people?
Yeah.
White people everywhere. You people with celebrities. They were all there. They were all present in the wedding. I was.
Oh my God.
Did you see their costumes? Did you see their outfit? The dresses? Everything was top notch. But also, another thing I don't know, I'm trying to talk about is that Ronaldo got married yesterday.
Yeah.
How come it's not really that trendy?
Yeah, because it was a low-key kind of wedding. It was just a private one.
Yeah.
But actually, he has actually redeemed the girlfriend of being the lady of the rings, because she has won that ring for a long time. Being engaged for a long time. And after giving birth to how many children? 4 kids for him.
Wait, that lady gave birth to those children?
Except the first
one.
one.
And she's still looking so beautiful.
Yeah, money.
Oh my goodness.
When we talk about money, we're talking about body.
I love the fact that they took their time to know each other.
To know each other.
No matter how.
But let me ask you, will you allow yourself to be engaged for like
a long time?
Like period of 10 years?
Nope, I can't do that.
So let's just leave that. Let's talk about Shanks. You know, being the second top screamer in Nigeria currently. Shanks, yeah, Shanks comedy. But Shanks.
After I say Shanks, because I don't know him as a streamer. I only know him as
he's now he's a big streamer now.
I never knew his streams, honestly. In as much as I just see their video once.
He's actually regarded as one of the pioneers of live streaming in Nigeria. He actually is one of the people that started the live streaming in Nigeria currently today.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think
before many creators embraced on Twitch, Shank had already built a loyal audience through comedy, interactive live stream. He was the first Nigerian streamer to surpass 100,000 followers on Twitch, and he gained international recognition through collaboration with global creators, including Kaisens and streamers universities.
Wow. Wow, that's a lot.
That's impressive. You know
what are we waiting for? Can we start our own streaming? Like, I would like to start my own streaming platform. Like, I will start my own streaming.
What are you streaming?
Money let this, you know, and I tell you at the door, girls, ladies, just join. Let's start doing something. Because I see a lot of ladies, a lot of TikTokers, not TikTokers, YouTubers, like ladies that are making it. They're making it big time. Big time. They're earning from that. Just what a smart move.
I don't give an gist to. And then we move over to the third. Pella is supposed to be number 1. What happened? Why did he reduce to number 3?
Maybe
because he made that the live streaming like look more delicious, really very interesting, very delicious. Like, you know, when something looks very delicious, you like to eat. So people, you know, where Pella was making it, people were gifting him on, you know, TikTok live, you know, made people start streaming, seeing the importance of streaming live. Yeah. So he's one of the Nigerian fastest growing live streamer personality. He actually drove TikTok live and Kick to a very energetic stage, and actually made it very helpful and impactful. And, you know, had the likes of Davido, P Squares, you know, Grace's streaming platform, the likes of Tiwa Savage. So many people actually graced him. And he actually live streamed his wedding. You know, shutting the doors of bloggers to live streaming his wedding. He had, you know how much he made from live streaming.
Strategic. I mean, that guy.
He looks like an load of uprising, but he's actually smart.
He did that because you know he's going to spend a lot. A lot of expenses going on in the wedding. I also want to get those money back by streaming. So it's
so win-win.
You have to be smart.
Yeah, to make money.
It's not about working hard. Work hard and be smart.
And work smart.
Yeah, work smart. Yeah. You have to be smart. He's smart. He's a smart guy.
Like, when I heard and I actually tuned into his page, he was actually streaming his wedding live. Wow. I said, God.
Do you know the amount of money? You know how much they make a day?
Yeah.
Like every day they are making money. Every day money is entering billions, millions.
Why are you shouting?
Jeez. I was just imagining.
Okay, let's talk about the fourth person.
Wait, hold on. There's this lady I'm following on TikTok. I just came across her. I think she's into Bitcoin trading and all that.
Yeah.
She came out. It's a white girl. Yeah. I forgot her name. She was like yesterday. She was like she had made a lot of money. She accidentally made or mistakenly made a lot of money.
Mistakenly.
That's what. One lady said she mistakenly made a lot of money at a young age Oh God, mistakenly.
Like, the word mistakenly.
Like, she has a lot of money. She doesn't know what to do with the money anymore.
Oh my God, so she come, let me help her.
People were like in the comment section, do this thing, do that one, suggesting her to, empower other people with the money and all that. God, where was I?
When they were making money.
It is well.
I'm
going to sit up right now. Girls, we are going to sit. I love to see my fellow lady making it. I like seeing my fellow lady able to, like fend for themselves.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to put it. I always like spend on themselves, like take care of their bills by themselves without letting men do it for them. Okay, not just about men doing it for them, because some men, I don't know how they used to think. When a lady had made it, they start, telling your wealth or whatever. Like you slept over, you do one, two things to get it. Why can't they believe that women can make it? That's how it shows.
That is the narrative that we just.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about. Do you know Emzo, who happens to be a streamer? Emzo.
I think I've come across him before.
Well, he's just the second time I'm just coming across Emzo. He's not that popular, but he happens to be the fourth top streamer in Nigeria, Enzo. And actually, he popularly called Enzo. He has become one of Nigeria's leading gaming and entertainer streamer, and he's consistent in gaming expertise and collaboration with fellow Nigerian creators. He has earned him a dedicated fan base. Emzo also gained a wider exposure through international collaboration and introduced Nigerian streaming culture to global audience. This is Emzo for you.
Wow.
Emzo.
Wow. Guy.
Like Emzo is like making it big.
Honestly,
like making it big.
These people are really making money out of the social media. I need to advise myself.
Like Emzo is one person that I admire. He's someone that was starting from the scratch and actually made it so big. And he actually, not only did he make it so big, he actually made it like look like streaming is just one. You just have to just tap in, and consistency is just one thing that Enzo did. Like the other people, they already are popular. They were skit makers, singers. They were doing other global things
from somewhere.
Yeah, but Enzo is someone like I say, I must hit it hard. I must make it. It's just like Ronaldo we are talking that you just talked about. Somebody that's constant hard work, and he made it to the global stage. And now today he's one of the big fish, big goats we know around the world. So Enzo has just risen to the top by consistency, and he was not even popular for doing other kinds of talent like music, comedy, and all these things. Unlike Shan,
he just went through straight to do streaming.
To the top, yeah.
All right.
And that means we can still make it.
Yes, now
we can still make it.
You don't get location. We can start from scratch. Wait, you need to have followers before you stream, right?
You don't have to. You can actually, like they said, he actually grew his fan base. He actually grew me to the point it is. You can actually make things people to pick interest in you, start being your favorite follower. Every day you post, people are trying to tune in, people are trying to watch, know what's your next move, what are you going to do next, what are you going to say next. That's his Emzo for you. His growth was massive. And let's talk about the fifth one. We're talking about Ojo. He has he quietly built one of Nigeria's most engaging streaming communities. His live stream focus on conversation, entertainment, collaboration, audience participation. Although he has fewer followers than some of the bigger names, his loyal fan base keeps him streaming live and interactive. He's the one seen holding phone there. That's Ojo for you. Ojo has made it big. Okay. He has seen, we saw him acquiring his Mercedes-Benz through the streaming. The guy is big. And then he actually also asked Fireboy DM to if he could, join him on his live stream. Fireboy. This boy's guts is something that we need to talk about.
And that's small children.
I swear. What are you doing here?
And that's small children.
I'm going to send you back into your father's house if you don't want to do anything.
I won't stream.
God.
It's well. I'm gonna get there. I'll start from scratch. Okay.
Scratch. Okay. Let's go into the movie world. Lastly, I'm going to go into the movie world. I don't know. Are you a movie person?
Oh, not really a movie person.
Yeah.
But it depends on the movie, which comes to my screen. If it's something interesting and mind-blowing, you know, that will glue me to my seat, that will not allow me sleep.
Okay,
I'm going to watch it.
Okay, we have have movies, Nigerian movies that are being talked about right now in this August 2026, hot Nigerian movies that have made grossly 817 million naira and it's still grossing high. And then let's talk about Call of My Life. There's this movie that's grossing now, is on cinemas on 15th of 2026. It has officially become the most highest grossing Nigerian film in 2026 after ranking in 817.6 million. And then the next one after The Call of My Life is The King of Thieves, which is currently among the top most watched movie on Netflix Nigeria, making it the strong entertainment gist topic today. And then the next one is Colors of Fire, currently #1 on Netflix Nigerian movies. Rankings show that this is definitely one to discuss right now. Colors of Fire. I'm talking about Colors of Fire. And then my #4 on the list is Last House. You know, but it's not a Nigerian movie. Actually, Last House is not a Nigerian movie. It's giving you giving us an international movie.
Horror? It's a horror movie.
Yeah, Last House. But I'm going to tell you the interesting horror movie I have today, and this is the last one I have on my list. After The Last House, we have 72 Hours, currently sitting at #3 on the Netflix Nigerian. This is a very romantic and funny comedy movie. And I have the next one, The Debt Collector, another movie currently appearing in Netflix. It's a very, very if you like action movie, this is a good one to watch. Like,
I don't like simple, so I can't watch it.
Okay, then the last one will not be for you. I'm talking about Abigail. Abigail.
Abigail? Abigail is scary. Abigail, you gonna bite me?
No, she'll not bite you. She'll kiss you. No, this is a very big movie. Currently, it's sitting at #10 on movie ranking in Nigerian Netflix today, and this is my top, 8 movies for today. Which of this movie ranks #1 for you? Is it The Call of My Life, Kings of Thieves, Colors of Fire, or is it The Last House, 72 Hours, The Debtors Collector, or Abigail?
The one I would like to try, the one I could pick for my #1 should be Colors of Fire.
Maybe,
it is done by my favorite person. What's that lady's name again?
I've forgotten her name.
Osaz. My favorite person. And our very own Odogu. Odogu. So I'm going to see that movie. Okay.
I'm going to see. It's coming on cinema soon. It's coming back. It was actually acted in 2025, but it's coming back again.
Colors of Fire?
Yeah, Colors of Fire. It's an old. It's not like a really old, but it's not really new. Do you understand? But it's trending right now. Something that was acted, long to air, and it's still trending. That movie needs to be watched. It's a must watch for me. And what do you have for the people of Enugu once back? Wow, it's an exciting moment to welcome our queen, our own very
I know they take care of me. And why I know they go. I know they take care of me.
With all these people I gave you, you are still not satisfied.
I'm not satisfied.
So what do you have for the people of Enugu at this point?
Okay, I really have missed you guys so well. So I just want to say, you guys take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Enugu is not really safe. Stay safe wherever you are and do what's good for you. Always make yourself happy and always choose yourself over and over. Like I said, my ladies, let's try as much as possible to be productive every day. Let's make that money, okay? So be able to.
I love you guys. See you tomorrow, same time, same station. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
From the ancient seat of the caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Viewer, you're welcome to our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This is a program where we give you insights on national issues and even international issues, where we invite men with great understanding to give us an incisive picture about such topics as we may have chosen in the studio. Today we are going to discuss about a topic very, very prominent in the national field, more so when the 2027 election is coming very soon. The topic of discourse today is mandatory payment of 10 to 750 million naira by parties for campaigns in Nigeria. And to lend voice to this topic is a man who is, of course, a face that is known on this platform, Abuchi Enokori, a public affairs commentator and analyst. Abuchi, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
In Enugu State, in Abia State, in Anambra State, in Kogi State, in the Federal Capital Territory, and many other states in Nigeria, political parties have been mandated to pay between 10 to 750 million as payment fee to the state government before deploying any visual campaign materials, outdoors structures, t-shirts, or holding rallies. This has been seen as an aberration to the aberration and stifling of constitutional rights of politicians and political parties to freely participate in Nigeria's electoral process. Some political parties have instituted actions challenging the obnoxious policy by state governments. As the campaigns will soon start, one wonders what will be the fate of political parties. Somehow, it tends to portray that people who are not financially buoyant, who are not money bags, should not participate in politics. Ordinarily, the Constitution guarantees that people who are knowledgeable, people who are eminently qualified for leadership, should come in and participate in the process of selecting leadership in this country at any level of it. But you find out that with this kind of policy, it means that those who are not money bags, those who do not have money, but are qualified, are knowledgeable, are competent, have completely been ruled out of it because they may not have the money to actually pay for such things to allow them sell their manifesto to the people of Nigeria. Somehow Nigerians are beginning to, tongue lash state governments that have started this. In Anambra it is there. Of course in many other states. And the key elements of this policy, anyway, we shall come to that. My guests, I don't know. Yeah, you are a chief, right? I believe. My guest, Chief Madabuchi Enokori.
Yes.
You are welcome to the studio once more.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to start by asking, who regulates the activities, who regulates political activities in Nigeria?
Well, INEC basically should be in charge of the regulation so long as elections are concerned. But you know that in Nigeria currently, the federal government, the state government, they control that same organ, right? So they can actually use INEC to do whatsoever they want to do. And then, okay, coming down to the part of, you know, campaign adverts and all the rest. Well, for instance, in Enugu signage, the signage, what's it called? Those signage guys are in charge of outdoor advertisement and a lot of other ones. And then it's quite saddening. It's very, very shocking, because I see that new policy, right, the intending policy, as an assassination of democracy in Nigeria, or whatsoever state that operates such a policy, right? What they're doing is that they are actually killing opposition. That is the intended consequence of such a policy, to make sure that opposition is completely dead and gone. Because you know that a vast majority of those who actually goes into the opposition are men that do not, they have passion, right, to actually serve their people. And since the aristocratic nature of politics in Nigeria, it's those who have, the haves, it's a war between the haves and the haves not, right? The have actually are always there in that ruling party, controlling the affairs of the state. Then the minimally rich or the have-nots, you always see them in playing the opposition party, trying to see what they can actually create out of it. All right. If you take a good sweep at what happened in the last election, if a policy like this was implemented, someone like Chiemato will not emerge, someone like Kelvin Chukwu would not emerge. They wouldn't have smelled that seat if they were in the ruling party, right? Now, the simple thing would have been that they should wait for their turn, right? But the opposition parties have actually given them that fora, that uplift that they needed. And now this policy has also been designed in such a way that people like him who are on the street will not have a chance to be on the ballot.
So, from the angle that INEC regulates elections in Nigeria, and they also make regulations about what happens, and then from the angle of the Constitution, and from the angle of prevailing laws in these states, we should look at signages under normal condition. Do people who put on signages pay as much as 200 billion? Do they pay as much as 50 million? These signages, to wear a t-shirt, just like I'm wearing that of Aneke TV,
yes.
Do we pay naturally? That is exactly what I'm saying. And then do people have to pay to hold meetings, or pay to hold rallies, or to pay, freedom of association as guaranteed by the Constitution? So why must there be a financial tag? Does the Constitution provide any such thing? Is it not a kind of flouting the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and at the same time removing NEC's regulating the electoral process by putting in on condition of elections, where people has freedom as enshrined in the Constitution to come together, to party, to make partisan relationships and all that, and no hitches, no laws, no, except you are not law abiding. So I am saying, from your perspective, do you not see a situation? You have already told me it's an attack on democracy. Now, from the constitutional perspective, don't you think it's a breach of the constitutional right of parties and politicians as well?
Yeah, it is.
Especially those in the political party. Because we still come to, I'm going to still ask you something.
Yeah, INEC, I can actually tell you that INEC has no hand in this from the way I'm saying it. This one is an independent state policy And now attacking politicians or intending candidates, right? One thing I know that one thing they're doing is that they are disenfranchising people from free participation in the democratic process, right? Now they are also creating a room for a one-party state, right? Now every political party, because there is a problem with those policies, I think it's not being implemented across all states currently. Enugu state has run, and then they are implementing such, or they are already making plans to actually implement such.
Kogi, Anambra implemented during the last election.
Yes, a vast number of them. Now, I think the only thing a candidate, now you see, signage regulate those who owns all the billboards, right? Now, I do not have any reason, or in a proper democracy, or where things work, of course, obviously, we know things are not working here, but in a country where things work, the only debt I owe to the government is to pay, do my tax clearance, right? And then go to the owners of those billboards and then make advertisements, all right? And now it's an aberration or an abnormality when you have to make me pay to hold a rally, when it is constitutionally guaranteed that we all have a right of what? Peaceful assembly, right? And then you're now making me believe, or you are trying to make me pay for having a peaceful association or assembly. And I don't think it's maybe those campaigns will be an assemblage of criminals. These are an assemblage of people who still wants the country to move forward. But like I've said, Nigeria is geared towards a one-party state, and this policy on its own has shown us that we are being ruled by some aristocratic, elitist thinking mind or group of people. They don't care the impact of their policies. They don't care whether you like those policies or not. And then when somebody comes and someone is telling you he wants to raise so amount of billions, it is through all these kind of kangaroo policies.
Yeah, because we know that democracy is government of the people,
for the people, and by the people.
And by the people.
Yes.
And in all definition, it means the people still has the power, the franchise, which they cede to those that govern them. And that power still remains theirs, because there are ways they could steal. After ceding it and you don't favor them, they will recall it. The power still is theirs. But because we do not have the kind of institutions that will make these powers to work, people tend to jettison or forget what powers they have. But you have denied the people from exercising the power they have. We have seen strong persons superseding the rule of law.
Now, let me ask you, do you think that are we in a democracy? Let me just ask you.
That is exactly where I'm driving at.
No, what we are operating is a quasi-unitary federalism.
So it is not democracy.
We are neither operating even a proper federal system, neither are we operating a proper democracy. All right? What we have across board, in fact, across all levels, from federal to state to local government, are an assemblage of tyrants. Right? In every state that is being ruled or governed by tyranny or tyrannical leaders, what the resultant effect is that you always have all the institutions that are at its weakest. Take, for instance, the judiciary in Nigeria. The judiciary was supposed to be the last hope of the common man. right?
And what will the press be?
Now, even the press too is more like the only way. In fact, the voice of the people itself is the press, but the only hope of the common man that we know is the judiciary, right? Now, but in a situation where the judiciary and even the press sometimes are compromised, you know, because basically most times what you see is where barefaced idealism or ideologies, right? But if you put a lot of things into realistic analysis, you see that we are nowhere. Very bad and weak institutions. Tell me which one singular institution in Nigeria that is fully functional to its capacity. What we have are group of bandwagons piloting and dictating the tone of, in fact, however they please or however they deem fit. Until we were able to solve it, we continue to be in this mirage over and over again. There is nothing you can do. Now, if opposition figures goes to court, they are the owners of the court.
The ruling party.
Yes. Now, listen. They will tell you now that you have to pay 150 million, for instance. In Anambra said 50 million, but there was a way they divided it across maybe presidential candidates.
Yes, that's
they broke
the way
it down.
It is the same way.
They broke it down. No, there is a lacuna in that of Enugu State. He said political parties and candidates will pay 150 million approval for you to campaign and hold. What it simply means, it has a hydro-headed interpretation, because this is simple grammar. Political parties and candidates. What it can simply be interpreted. You know, listen, in court they can interpret it in multi-variation of ways. It can mean that the political party will pay 150 and then it covers the candidate. But I already know, I already understand that the intention is to kick a lot of candidates out of the ballot or stop them from campaigning at all, right? Making that little wave. Now they will ask the political party to pay 150 million, and then possibly the candidate will also pay another 150 million. So you can interpret it this way or the other way. So now the crafting of that word was deliberate. And then the fear, that I know, the fear of those in the ruling party is to avoid the Obi tide, as it happened during the 2023 general elections. They are afraid. So they are actually preparing themselves, they are bracing themselves up for the worst case scenarios, right? And then the best thing is to actually put a stopgap. If a candidate pays you 150 million per se, how much would he now spend to campaign?
To do the campaign?
No, to do the campaign properly. What that simply means is that you're trying to sap life out of his his campaign, right? That's what you're doing.
And somehow you are scared that if he comes to campaign, he could woo the masses into voting for
of course.
the opposition.
Because when you say, now if you look at the framing of those laws, you understand that they are also trying to control. Okay, if you say that you wouldn't want to use billboard, okay, that you need now to, because majority of from those of the millennia down to the Gen Zs are, or in fact everyone is already on social media, virtually or literally. Majority of our people are on social, apart from those in the north. Anyways, those in the south, you hardly see someone who doesn't use the internet, right? And now when they are regulating the signages, they also trying to also regulate you advertising maybe on Facebook, Twitter, and all the rest. So what they are doing is, you must pay this money. Now, if you do not pay it, and then you campaign or organize a rally, you can be arrested. And then that is the end of your political dreams.
Are you saying there's a law and a reprimand conditions on the payment of that money?
If you do not pay and then you advertise, what you've done is that you've gone contrary to certain governmental policies. And then there are consequences. Aren't there consequences? If there are no consequences, then the policy itself is as useless as it is. I understand that the intention of such a payment is to stifle or sap out life out of opposition figures, especially in Enugu, in Anambra, and some other areas.
Okay. Presently, a coalition of political parties have gone to court challenging that policy in Enugu here, and possibly in some other states. That of Federal Capital Territory presidential campaign is 750 million. Now, the ruling party, you're saying they should pay. Who now takes cognizance of when those of them in the ruling party pays the money?
At the end, that's exactly what I'm saying. I can assure you, I can guarantee you that members or those in the ruling party will not pay a farthing. Now, the signage, the organization you will call signage, right? They belong to the state government. The state government can just decide to, you know, this is not Nigeria now. They can just write receipt and issue their candidates.
Their cronies.
Yes, of course. They just issue so that when they ask you how far, you say, I don't pay. I have paid. Meanwhile, in reality and in practice, they won't pay a dime. It's like paying themselves now. So the target is the opposition, and not the ruling, those in the ruling party.
Okay, these whoopee sums made for payment before any political gathering or signages or political advertisements is meant to stifle the opposition. So submitted. My guest on this program, Madam Aneke, public affairs commentator. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we will start from where we stopped to discuss our topic, which is mandatory payment of 10 to 750 million naira by parties for campaigns in Nigeria. Please stay tuned. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Via, you're welcome back. We're still on Arena, Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our guest for this program, Madam Aneke, public affairs commentator, is still here, lending voice on our topic. The topic is still mandatory payment of 10 to 750 million naira by parties, political parties for campaigns in Nigeria. Many of the states in Nigeria. It is not all over, but we're still expecting that some of these states that are not there are going to join. We have discussed on the statutory right of INEC to regulate elections, and from where the states, where we interrogated where the state derive its power to begin to regulate elections again, about payment before rallies are made, because these rallies are the statutory reserve of INEC, who tends to regulate the pros and cons and the goings on in the political sphere. And now, let me ask you, what is the implication of this? Of course, you had earlier said stifling, but there may be more than just stifling. Is it about states trying to make funds available for its developmental purpose or purposes?
No.
Or, you know, developmental purposes, you know, catering for the welfare of the people and so on and so forth. And why has it not, or why was it not being done all along we've been having elections in Nigeria? Why is it now that they have brought out this new idea, new policy? And if we say that government belongs to the people, why do the present administration, oh, of course you had earlier alluded to tyranny and dictatorship, but I still believe that we are practicing a democracy. I still believe, because they always say that what we have is democracy. That's why we're going to have election where people will vote.
No, the democracy
the
democracy we have is a cooked-up democracy. It's like a makeup. All right. Now, the elections we organize in these countries are not real elections. Elections are elections when they are free and fair, and not when you organize a social activity where all Nigerians comes and gathers and go home, and then the outcome of the meeting is changed or altered. Is that an election? Is that democracy? Does that look like democracy to anyone?
So you mean because the situation in Nigeria, but you have you know, not drawn my attention to those factors that are inherent in the system that tends to make much of these things not to work. For instance, you have not told me why elections do not work and why people, where there's apathy, where there's vote buying, and where there's use of thugs and ballot box snatching and all manner of things that go on during elections that results in election not working. Is it about leadership? Is it about independence of INEC? Is it about, tell me.
Well, why, listen, so long as you do not have a system that works, the worst of the society will rule the worst. The worst of the society will rule the best of us. That's why the democracy in Nigeria can never work. If democracy works in Nigeria today, a lot of these politicians will go to the village, or they will leave this country. Have you ever asked yourself why some countries like some countries in the West, let me not call any particular name, are so organized? When we go there, we begin to enjoy it because they have a structure, and now that structure did not just come into place. It took a long period of time, and then decisive leadership too. You get the point. Decisive leadership. There is a set of people who are determined. That is, these are people that have a spirit of nationalism. That if we do not achieve this thing, nobody else will achieve it, and we must achieve it at all costs, so long as it works for everybody. Even though there is no country where there are no group of flaws, yes, no system is completely whole, right? But when you give a country like 70 and then another country is getting like 7, it shows you that there is no hope. That's why one American leader once said it here. Listen, that we needed in fact, a vast majority of Africa, what we need are not strong men, but strong institutions. I can remember some days or some years ago why when you watch Malema in the South African Parliament arguing and shouting at the president, you know, and then at the end of the day he goes scot-free. Nobody arrests him on his way. Try it in Nigeria.
And nobody should normally arrest anybody because of what he said in the parliament. In a
country where members of the press or those that are on social media are actually criticizing some things that are wrong, and then the government or whosoever people that works with the government are now going after you, arresting and detaining you. Is that democracy?
No, but at the same time, we still have laws that are guiding most of these things.
No, so long as
the detentions are not based on just intimidation or haranguing of journalists, I believe that sometimes, like you talked about the social media. You know, the social media is not censored. It is garbage in, garbage out, and a lot of people come out whatever thing that
what the politicians are afraid of is not people saying things as they are. What they are afraid is the impact it will gain on the people. Somebody once told me that what I said, there was something I said on my page. They said that is not what I said that actually is getting them angry, but the reaction of or the comment from those that are following that page, that is what is getting them worried. Right? But they should get worried, because now in a democracy you should be allowed to share. Because listen, you might like your television to be placed in a particular way in a room, and then when I come into that room I might not like it to be placed that way. And someone might even prefer it hanging upside down. All right? But you want it done the proper way. Now, if you come online and then you say, no, this is why, this is this and this is that, rather than them trying to make amends on where they are getting it all wrong. Okay, for instance, Kewiz that was arrested, he's been released ahead now. What did he do? He went to show the flooded areas of Nsukka. You know?
And that was why he was arrested.
Yes, of course. What I heard was that they invited him to somewhere that they wanted to give, him to give a birthday shout out, and then he foolishly went there, and then that was how he was detained. You see, and then you tell me this sort of thing is a democracy? Oh God, hell no! This is a tyrannical system.
But he was released
after. You know, he has to be bailed. Now, why are you arresting him even in the first place?
Yeah, if there are suspicions of infraction on anybody, the basic remember that somehow nobody is above the law.
Yes, of course.
If anybody had told someone like El Rufai that today he should be where he is, he would difficultly believe that when he was in power.
Of course.
If somebody had told the former Attorney General, who is now being tried, and so on and so forth, there are many others. Remember that even after Awolowo was this, that, and that, he still went to jail.
No, when there is a corruption charge, or you are, that is why I said if you must come out in public and criticize, you must open your own wardrobe or your cupboard and to check if there is something there. If there is something there, you better keep quiet. Right? You better keep, because what these politicians will do is that they must try to fish out that part of the cupboard where you have your cockroach, and they will bring it out, and that is what they will use to silence your voice permanently. All right. Now you can't be a very corrupt man and then you are coming out to criticize another corrupt man. What he will do, he will first of all primarily warn you. I hope you know that we are aware of ABC. You say yes. I will say okay, continue doing what you are.
So in effect, you are saying that those who live in glass house don't throw stones.
Yes, of course.
Okay, and that is exactly what I'm saying. But you didn't allow me to tell you that social media, there's no censorship
Yes, of course.
Somehow, media practice has some ethics and fundamental ethics and laws that guides it.
Yes.
And from the social media, people do not conform to those rules because they are not trained to conform to those rules.
Yes.
Unlike you and I, who are knowledgeable enough to know when your freedom infringes on another person's
right.
Thank you. So, and that is exactly when you say, why, what has he done? No, you don't just say anything because it has to be said.
No, when you come out to point out where there are lapses, it's just like, for instance, if I take my camera and I go to the Amudu road that has been under construction for the past 3 years, and then at the end of the day somebody comes to arrest me, where did I infringe on the right of the government or maybe the governor? I did not. What I'm doing will be that I am showing to the people that despite the fact that this road has been commissioned for over 3 years, that it's not been completed, and then probably it's causing is forcing people to avoid that road, or maybe it's causing road accident, or maybe it's any form of environmental issue that might arise. When you educate people on things like that, it's different. The boy, for instance, the Kewis that was arrested, he didn't say the government ate the money. For instance, if I come out and say, okay, that since the road in Amodu, from Amodu to Apugo, has not been completed, that the governor has eaten the money. Yes, I will be called to come and do what? Prove it. You have to come and prove it. That is an infringement on the law. But if I say that, okay, the governor is not doing anything, simply because he has not completed that road in Amud, on what basis are you arresting me? What that person needs is that you call the person close. Okay, you said this one, that I'm not doing nothing. Okay, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. Now, if you arrest the person and take the person to court, what are you what are you trying to prove? You are trying to show the person it's show of force. You're trying to prove to the person that I am here and you are there, so you are a nobody. Meanwhile, the government is supposed to be for those that are down there, because that is the purpose of that government, to make life better for them. And now people are complaining over policies or activities of government, and then you are arresting them. Is that democracy for you? That is not democracy. That is tyranny.
Okay, now that these parties are in court,
okay,
and you earlier said that the judiciary would have been said to be the last hope of the common man. It is an expression of skepticism from you.
Yeah.
And I feel that while this matter is in court, that is urgent for the expeditious dispensation of justice by the court before the campaigns.
Yes,
so that we will know, those of them who are in the opposition will know whether they are going to pay or they are not going to pay the so-called multiple millions.
I am sure that there will be there might be a quick justice dispensation, but that justice can never be just. Right? Yeah, because the court can simply, when was the last time you heard that an individual or some group of people won some cases against the state?
Many times.
In recent time, I'm asking.
Can
you tell me?
I don't know what you mean by recent.
In the past 5 years,
we have seen
how many of them?
We have seen some.
And then this case is a case of particular concern for the state government, the states that are implementing this. So they will go all out to ensure that they get the favorable decision on this, right? And now, for instance, let me use Abuja for instance. They already have quarters for judges, right? Now, if you are a judge, will you declare a conflict of interest over that case because the other same government you will rule against just gave you a house? Yes, now. Or maybe, probably, most times we know what they do here. Financial inducement. You know? And then you think this kind of case you will win against the state. That would be an appeal.
Are you now saying that the law is circumvented when it affects the government and the people, the strong men in Nigerian society?
The strong men, those are the Machiavellians of the society. Right? The Leviathan of the society. This is the government interest. The judiciary most times protects it at all costs. Especially a judiciary like ours. Do we really have a judiciary, by the way?
Now, when you talk about presidential democracy and you have the executive, judiciary, and legislature, you know, these government parts, which are supposed to be independent for the purpose of checks and balances.
Now, see,
are you saying there are no checks and balances any longer?
Checks and balances. The legislature is supposed to check on the executive, right?
Yes.
Now, we all know that the legislature in Nigeria, from federal to local government, is merely a rubber stamp. So also is the judiciary. I'm sorry to say. Everybody is hungry in Nigeria. Even the big man that you see roaming the street, driving big G-Wagon and all the rest. All of them, they need the money. So a lot of things. Now, that is why most times I begin to think about or re-evaluate the value system. We really do not have a very sound value system in this country as a people. Everything works.
It may have been the erosion of value system that brought about an unprecedented level of corruption.
No, it started from the founding fathers, Nnamdi Azikiwe down. They were the people who could put us in this state of quagmire. They never set this country in a trajectory of success. Yes, it was bound to fail from from day one. All right, when Nnamdi Azikiwe was actually taken away from the Western House of Parliament, was it not sectional politics? When Madu Bello was espousing the Igbo divide, was it not sectional politics? Now it turned into, today now is Christians versus Muslims and Christians versus traditionalists when it comes to local politics. How do you succeed without a superordinate goal as a country? Okay, what is our political culture now, if I ask? Everything works. Just don't be caught. That is the thing we do here, and that is why everybody behaves anyhow. That is why the government can wake up one day, impose taxes on candidates. That if you do not pay this tax or this amount of money, you should not campaign. Meanwhile, disenfranchising you. Two, monetizing our democracy. It is monetization of democracy, no? If we even have democracy at all. The small demo that is there is being monetized.
You seem to be speaking with a whole lot of passion about the goings on in Nigeria.
No, but
I see. I tend to disagree with you on the fact that government wakes up and does whatever it likes and so on. Are you saying that there's nothing good that comes from government?
No, nothing is entirely bad.
Okay.
You see, you can't throw away the baby and the muggy water, right? You bring out the baby and then throw away the water, right? There are some policies are good, I can tell you. Some of them are good, but some others It's not.
Can you give us a picture of anyone or
anyone? Well,
that are good,
for instance,
that you believe so much, because the way you've spoken about the whole thing.
No, for me, like if I come to Enugu, for instance, now let me not talk about the federal government, right? In Enugu now, I can tell you that there are some policies that are very good, or some activities of the government. Yes, that when I look at it, yes, I'm proud that I'm from Enugu. By the way, the ICC is one. The International Conference Center, and then Hotel Presidential, and some of the ways the government has been trying to, you know, repackage some of those moribund companies that existed in Enugu. We was very encouraged. But where I have issue.
But you did mention the state of the art itself, which is the control center.
The control center. I know I'm yet to see the impact.
You've not been there.
I've not been able to. No, listen, it's not. I'm not talking about
because of that control center. Do you know? Some people were kidnapped a few days back.
I sometimes see those as media PR, right? I've not been able until a moment where I begin to see this level of calmness we used to have under Sullivan. Then I can never believe that the control center is anything. It's just a house filled with equipment. All right, until we stop hearing of the Fulani incursion into Enugu and then the series of kidnapping into Enugu, what we have is a building with gadgets.
No, what you have is a building that gives you surveillance. Then what is not done, or what may not have been done 100%, is about a rapid response when such situation arises.
Now, whether it's rapid or not, so long as I still wake up and I hear about kidnappings here and there, I hear about armed robbery here and there, you know, then it's not yet working. The other time I posted a video of a rifle that fell off a minibus, right, somewhere around IMT. I just shook my head, right? A rifle, AK-47, fell off. So in the video I made, I said, until this, because within that area there are a lot of cameras. So I wanted to see how functional those cameras are. We've not seen anybody being brought on that media and saying, yes, this is either, let's say maybe the gun fell off from a drunken police officer. But should a police officer also carry a rifle into a minibus? To do what? You don't have police vehicles, you don't have police vans anymore. You see? These are what we are talking about here.
Okay, finally, you said politicians and parties have been straightforward as a result of the payment of who-sums before campaigns, you know, campaign insignias and all that. So what's the way out of this quagmire?
Well, there is no other way. The government or the ruling party should be aware that we in the opposition knows that it's because of us or our candidate that those laws were made. And then they should also understand that whatsoever that is left of the democracy, they're trying to do what stifle, kill it, and give it a final burial, because what they are already taking us into is into a state of aristocracy, right? One party state. All right, and then in every society where there is only one, except you are turning us to China, you know. Or
so
the Soviet Union maybe.
So for our democracy to continue to be virile and work, the government shouldn't, you know, put policies that will turn us into a one-party state, because a one-party state cannot be effectively democratic, and so says our guest on today's edition of Arena on Aneke TV. I want to thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much,
Chief Madabuchi Enokori, for being here for us. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
That is the much we can take from this edition of Arena on Aneke TV today. Please join us next time for another edition. Bye-bye.
that how the feelings go away? We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots,
in every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You are highly welcome to Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that is designed to place a check on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, even as they navigate through their lives and living their lives in order to achieve everything they need to achieve and enjoy as it lasts as young people. To achieve this, to make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our TikTok, our Instagram, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Our focus for today is courtship before marriage. Permit me to introduce to you a high-profile personality we have on the show today. We have a lecturer at Caribbean Federal Polytechnics, Wana, who also measures as a personal development consultant, Dr. Nancy Obina. Nancy, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you so much. It's
How are you
good to
today?
be here. I'm very, very fine.
Okay.
Good to see you.
All right. How much do you believe in courtship before marriage?
Wow. Courtship is a very, very critical period before marriage. I so much believe in courtship before marriage because it's an intentional period whereby two persons that have the intention of getting married, they come together and they discuss the way forward into a lifelong commitment, which is marriage. So it's a very critical stage, an intentional one that should be very, very, that is very, very important to be taken cognizance to. So that's why it's important to.
When you say it's an intentional one, what do you mean by that?
It's not something that you can just, it's not a casual thing, because talking about courtship, when I say intentional, I mean it's intentional as it is, because it's not just something that you want to be into. You have to plan it. It's not something that is done casually, because what you're about to enter is a commitment. It's not something that is not a child's play. So when I mean intentional as it is, very, very, is key.
Invariably,
So
you are condemning marriage without courtship.
I'm not condemning marriage without courtship per se, but I see it as a preparatory ground. So if there is no preparation before that marriage, I think there's going to be a crash somewhere. So that's why I say it's intentional. So I'm not, if I say I'm condemning it, I think I should be right to say I condemn it.
Okay.
It may not be the right word. I don't encourage it. Let me just say I don't encourage it.
Okay. What's the exact period or time frame for courtship?
Okay, it's not really time bound. Courtship is not really time bound.
You mean it can last as long as possible?
It can. The bottom line is not how long, but how well.
Okay.
Because you can be in courtship for a very long period, not doing anything.
Okay. If you see partners in courtship for like 4 or 5 years, you'll be comfortable with that?
No. What are you talking about? 4 or 5 years. What are you doing?
It's a duration.
Okay. Depends on what you're doing.
Because you said it doesn't really matter about timing.
Yes, it's not really time bound. Depending on what is being discussed. What are you talking about? For 4, 3, 2, depending on the number of years you just mentioned.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Okay, if you can decide to keep it to that extent, there's no problem. That is best known to you. There's nobody that said this must be the exact duration.
But do you have an idea? Do you have an idea of like from the first month, maybe 3 months, 6 months, 1 year? The case may be that. Yes.
As the case may be, depending on the individuals involved, they can decide to make it, we want to be in courtship because we have the intention of getting married. So look at what we are going to do. We have 3 months to talk about anything we want to talk about. Yes, depending on the individuals involved. Some persons, they don't even remember time. They are just there. They just want to be there talking about something. Is it
all about talking?
Discussing.
What?
Trying to discuss about, okay, now what do you have in common? You talk about values, as in what is the content, what do you talk about, what do you do in that period? Remember I said it's a preparatory ground or preparatory section, intentional one. So what do you talk about? Since marriage is involved, of course, before you get into that stage, there must be things that you need to talk about. You can talk about, okay, we want to get married. Are we going to give birth immediately after the marriage? Are we going to wait for so time? What do we have in common? Do we have the same value system in common? How do we treat family members? Do we have their intention? Do we have their welfare at heart? Do you believe in in-laws? You talk about finances. These are some of the things you talk about during courtship. Then how do we spend? How do you get money? How do you spend your money? What's your financial intelligence? Kind of. Am I comfortable with extravagant spending? Or am I comfortable with, being prudent in spending and all that? These are some of the things, when you talk about that with the person involved, you listen to the person and know what the perspective of that person towards anything you bring on the table. You talk about if there are differences, okay, we have differences. I'm a kind of person that spends extravagantly. I'm a type of person that is prudent. Okay, so how do we now balance it? Because we have something that we are looking at. If we want to maintain that aspect of, okay, you are extravagant in spending, because it's not that you like being extravagant. Okay, see how we are going to curtail it. so that we don't just waste money anyhow, because there are so many
You've really
things.
mentioned a whole lot of things, but let me remind you that you gave me your own definition when you came in, saying
Okay.
that courtship is a preparatory ground for two persons with their intention to get married, is it not?
Okay.
Do you know that some other person can get a different definition to that of yours?
Of course. No.
With that person, there could be an array of different programs they are having into the courtship, different from what you have said. Does it change the definition of your own courtship?
Anybody can bring any definition to what courtship is all about, depending on the knowledge they have about courtship. Yes.
Okay.
Anybody can bring any definition they like or they want, how they see it. But it does not remove the fact that there is what is courtship before marriage. So my point is, what do you do during that period? That is the thing. What do you do during that period?
Okay, what's the difference between courtship and friendship, if I may ask?
Friendship.
Or relationship, even.
Okay, yeah. If you talk about relationship, you're looking at it is a broad term when you look at relationship. So courtship is a type of relationship. You have friendship, which is a relationship. You have maybe family relationship, which is a type of relationship and all that. It can be business relationship. So we have courtship per se, which is also a type of relationship. So when you look at a relationship, it's a broad term, but courtship on its own is a type of relationship that, that is intentional in discussing, where two people that are intended to get married come together, talk, discuss on how to enter.
Are you telling me that two
marriage.
persons in a relationship, they don't have that intention to get married, or they can't have?
Yes, there are some relationships that are not.
But there are some. Do you believe in that?
There are
that have
some,
the intention to get married.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nancy, and thank you so much, Avia. I want to observe just a short break now. When we are back, then we'll continue from where we stopped. Thank you so much. Please don't go away.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Back from the short break, we're still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is courtship before marriage. Thank you so much. I'm still here with Dr. Nancy, who is a lecturer with Aneke Federal Polytechnic, Uwana, and a personal development consultant. Nancy, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, good enough. We have another strong voice that just joined us. Permit me to welcome a civil engineer, Samuel Uchendo. Samuel, welcome.
Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm good.
How much do you believe in courtship before marriage?
We had conversation before now, and I told you that I don't believe in anything courtship before marriage. That idea is totally wrong.
You don't believe in that?
Yes, I don't believe. You can't be married before you get married.
Let me give you a shocker. Dr. Nancy here believes strongly in courtship before marriage. And according to her, that is a preparatory ground
for the marriage.
That is when you look at yourself, you define some terms, and know if really you are compatible to go into that bigger business, which is called marriage. What do you have to say?
Am I permitted to ask her a question?
You can ask her any question.
Sister Nancy, are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
How long are you married now?
I'm married for 11 years.
Do you used to have little problems with your spouse once in a while, no matter how little?
Yeah.
Did you do courtship before you get married?
Yeah.
So what did it solve? What problem did it solve?
What it solved? Now, when during courtship, that does not mean, just like during courtship, we are all human beings. And because we are all human beings with different personalities and different personalities per se,
yes,
we have differences, and that's what makes us human.
I understand.
So when there are differences, then there is also need for compromise. There is also need for what is it called? Resolving the conflict or differences. Okay, so when there is that you embark on a courtship, I cannot totally know the person involved, because when you are there, you're getting to know one or two things about each other. Okay? So in the process, that doesn't mean that everything about the person that you know.
So what? Excuse me, permit me to come in here. You had a wonderful question, and she has given you another wonderful answer to that. Let's continue. I want you to tell us why you don't believe in courtship before marriage.
I want to get information from her first. I will tell you everything.
I want you to continue from here.
I want to wait. Don't be offended. What is your definition of courtship?
Sam, don't be offended. Yes, I want you to tell us why
I will
you
not
don't believe.
Why I will not be able to tell you now is that
before marriage.
Why I'm not able to tell you now is that my definition of courtship may not be her definition.
Let's have your definition.
Yes, there are different definitions depending on the type of person you are. So you can have different definitions.
When we talk about courtship, we assume that is a place where two persons, male and female, have liberty to each other, to study each other, to be friends, to explore each other.
How?
And when we come to that exploring, that's where the clause is.
Yeah.
And you now see people who tell their parents, we're after all, me and him or me and her, we're in courtship. I'm going to his house or our house. And may spend 2 days or 3 days before coming home. I don't know if you understand. And may even live together in the name of courtship.
Are you talking from experience?
No, I'm talking of from observation.
That is why you don't.
That's why I asked her, what is your definition of courtship? You know, whatever we are doing here, we are pushing into the society.
Of course.
And people may have a wrong conception of it. So the question is, how do you define your own courtship?
And that is why, before now, I told him, he asked me a question, that there are people that will have different views of what I have concerning courtship. So I think I'm saying that view now.
Exactly.
Okay, so that you don't believe that there is courtship before marriage does not make it so.
Well, that's why I asked you, what is your definition of courtship?
I've given you a highlight of what her definition is all about. Yeah. And I told you before now that she believes that courtship is a preparatory ground for a male and a female who have the intention to do what? To go into marriage. That's the summary of her definition.
You know, when we say preparatory ground, we begin to have a period of time, and we begin to have that liberty I mentioned before.
Do you mean that courtship doesn't have duration?
What I mean is that naturally, when people want to get married, there is still duration to get married.
Duration of courtship?
Yes. No. You see, all these things, courtship implies another thing. When I see you and I like you and I want to marry you, for instance, if I'm coming from a Christian background, I want to marry, what do I do first? I follow the church system, or even telling the church leader, and we go and meet you, especially where we have a system that has sanity. We do all those discussions, we agree.
So that
period, from my point of view, is not courtship. It's just we want to get married. You don't used to go out with the girl. On your own, you've seen the girl. So the first step you took was to tell people that are involved. And they inquire from the girl, do you like this guy? That's the first step. Wait, I'm coming. Once that is agreed, that we have agreed we will marry, we begin to plan to marry. It's different from courtship where people meet in school and begin to court. Don't forget that this courtship we are talking about, that's why I say define it properly, define it at length. This courtship we are talking about is people become friends without consent of those of the family they are coming from.
And I'm telling you that is
I'm coming. In that period of relationship, it is when they now feel the relationship has been established, they now make it a formal thing, and they court. And they are at liberty to meet. The one I'm trying to tell you about is that when you say you like somebody, you're not at liberty to meet.
What do you call that?
Wait, I'm coming. That is why I want to get your definition of courtship.
Just in a simple term, what is
the dictionary meaning of courtship? Because according to dictionary meaning of courtship, is a time where there is preparatory before marriage.
The same thing I said.
Which I say is not proper, because after the whole preparatory, you still go into marriage and the marriage get messed up.
You are entitled to you have the right.
No, apart from my opinion, we can come up with, you can see it happening every now and then. Don't forget, I asked you a question.
I want to ask you a question.
You had courtship, and I asked you, do you have an absolute a good relationship with your spouse.
So I'm not saying that if there was no absence of courtship, that there wouldn't have been.
Some of us never had courtship. Our marriage is still intact.
So what are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that the human nature can never be fully understood.
That is the
people should just go into marriage once the people who are around them has agreed. So remember, but the issue of courtship, two persons begin to do one kind of thing, begin to pretend that they are married when they are not married. That is the error. That is the error that we need to correct.
Ask questions. Your own belief is two persons can come together if you see somebody and you like the person.
And you must consult everybody involved before you marry. And there's no such thing like having a relation. During period of consultation, you are not cutting.
Can you allow me to ask you that question?
The problem is that if you say
so that did not cut.
No, are you trying to tell me that our forebears practice courtship? What they used to do is that if you find a girl you want to marry, first of all consult your own parents.
That period of consultation, what is it called?
Not the girl, your parents. No, wait. Courtship is when two people start friending without consent.
Our forefathers
I don't believe you.
Didn't use smartphone
and they don't even use the word courtship. Is it not during those olden days that you see if somebody wanted to get married, they even marry, they'll come and say, okay, I'll marry this person, this girl, let this girl be. Maybe you see the man will just be doing his own business, and the girl will be maybe in her father's house during that period.
But they don't meet.
They don't meet. Okay, now that is why before now he asked. Good. Now before now he asked. He told me that you know that some people have different views from what I have about courtship, and I said yes, and I'm seeing it right before me.
So what's your view? Okay, your view is
just my general view about it. And I said it's an intentional period during which two persons that intend to get married, they come together, they discuss a lot, some things. If you now want to do things that are negative, depending on from the angle you're coming from, it depends on you. It depends. That is why I say depends on what you do during that period.
Yeah, I want to collect.
So when those things that you do is personal to you.
Okay.
So at the end of the day,
listen. I want to. I've collected lifetimes from your definition and her own definition. Intentional moment. You're intentional about yourself because you have something ahead, which is marriage.
Yes.
At that period of time, there's nothing like marriage.
Yes.
What necessitates you are coming together is your intention to get married. If it works,
my problem is,
it works. But I had a question for you, which you never allowed me to ask you.
Ask me.
Okay, that question is this. According to you, you meet with someone. If you like the person, you do consultations. During the period of consultation, it is not courtship, but consultations.
Consultations.
Very good.
And it must not be you. It must not be you that will like the person.
Take my question. How could you see somebody, all of a sudden you like the person, and you make advances to consulting for marriage?
That is why you should have allowed me to say more. Because you limited my statement to make you to have a wrong...
I am the moderator, if you don't know.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Let me remind you.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. So am I at liberty to continue?
You can speak now.
Good. When we mean consultation, it simply means that you, who is getting married, may not be the person who is taking all the decisions. Because marriage, one person don't marry. It's an Igbo adage. I don't know if you understand it. One person don't marry. So when you feel you're a man, you want to get married, the first thing you do is that you discuss with your parents. And they will ask you, do you have anybody you have in mind?
Then or now?
Wait. Even now, I'm saying that this thing should be applicable now. Because this whole modern courtship is creating a lot of problems. I'm calling it modern courtship based on what she had just mentioned.
What did I mention?
No, the way you said people have different perspective of it.
So
I now have to relate it to modern courtship. Because before now, one can say there is a relationship before the marriage relationship. But those days used to be very subtle than what we have now. What we have now is people living together for 2 years and say they are cutting. 3 years they are cutting.
Then what's your own view of courtship? Okay, you're married. Are you married? Sorry to ask you this personal question. Are you married?
Everything we're using here is human language.
Yes.
And human language, we attach it meaning. And this meaning over time becomes substantial.
All right.
So the meaning of courtship of what today is what I'm talking about.
Then,
I don't know if you understand.
what do we need to achieve at the end of the day?
What we need to achieve is that what I mean is that there should be sanity in the society. You know why? The girl you are going after, the girl you are housing in your house in the name of courtship, came from a family. And the family has honor.
I want to correct an impression, Uche. Okay. I want to correct an impression. That impression is this. To you, you believe in consultations, not courtship.
Yes.
Dr. Nancy believes in courtship.
Due process.
Due process.
Due process. Also,
and you cannot tell me that anybody that goes into courtship, that the modern courtship you are talking about, is there for other agenda. That maybe you do not like.
They are.
You can't tell me that.
99.9.
How do you know?
99.9%.
Have you carried out a research on that?
Yes, I have now.
How?
Well, it's all over. Even everywhere I've lived in this enugu. I watch people.
Sorry, are you married?
I'm married for many years.
So when you did your own consultation, you were not discussing with
there was nothing
with
called
the woman, your wife.
courtship. When I saw the woman I wanted to marry, it was a circle of friends. Try to understand the difference. Circle of friends. And I saw that this one would be better for me. I quickly went and told my parents.
Okay.
And after telling my parents, the people that gave birth to me, I quickly made an arrangement to meet with her father. And the first thing I told her father, if the father is here, he will equally say it. I told him that my father trained me in such a way that I will never go and discredit, and rubbish another family. That since I've seen your wait, I'm coming. That since I've seen your daughter, that what I'm coming for is not for a long relationship that will create imbalances for the girl. Because this courtship has ruined more girls than boys. During that time of courtship, it becomes an open relationship. I think that's the language I've been looking for. Courtship means open relationship. Relationship that is now open, and everybody is seeing that.
What do you
now talk about? What do you now say about
Excuse me, Nancy. You will tell us more about it.
They are all related these days. It's being confused with each other.
It's not
that's
confused.
The problem.
They are related, but there's a difference.
Nancy, there's something you need from you. Can you
from.
listen to me? You need to now enumerate towards the importance of courtship.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
very, very important because, like I said before, that courtship period, we keep using the word courtship because I believe there's something that is called courtship. So I keep using it because it's key here, and that's as our topic is courtship before marriage, right? So, and it's very, very important before marriage because it's a period when the intending persons that want to get married get to know each other. Yes, they get to know each other. They know their strengths and their weaknesses. They know if they have the same value system. They know things that they have in common. Just like I said, their weaknesses and their strengths and others. That is where they also build trust, and they get to, in that period, they also build trust and they have healthy communication system. That period too.
But to you, when does engagement come in?
Engagement.
Yes.
As in, what do you mean by? I know what you mean.
Is there anything like engagement before or after courtship, before the marriage?
It's when you tell somebody I want to get married to you. I think for me, I've engaged you.
Before the courtship.
Before the courtship now, because you're.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That is that period. You engage. Okay, now I want to. That is now said. Okay, engagement is not like I want to marry you. That's the simple. Yes. I accept. I will. Okay. Then we are now certain that we are going to move into this lifelong commitment. Then in the process of this courtship, okay, what do we now during? We now discover there are things we have in common. There are differences. You are the type of, just like I mentioned before. Are you the social type? Maybe I'm not. You get to know this about yourselves. Then the one he was trying to talk about, which I understand where he's going to or where he's coming from, maybe things that are not supposed to be done during the courtship that make it look bad.
Okay.
I think if that is what I understand.
It is possible it is, and it is possible it is not. Uche, let me ask you this question. You don't believe in courtship. What you believe in is consultation. But is it right to think that consultation helps the partners to understand each other's character?
Okay. The truth is that when it comes to character, human characters, even psychology, come from the point of social, what do we call it again? Social sciences. We believe that human character cannot be fathomed in a short duration of time. Even in a long duration of time.
Okay.
Human beings are not predictable. Somebody that is good today can be evil tomorrow. So since you can't predict a human being, why waste time over trying to understand each other? At the end of the day, when you still go into the marriage, you will still be having issues. So what
it has helped a lot of people.
It has not. It has created more problems. Let me tell you the problems. There are people during courtship will not get married again. And everybody in the environment have known that the girl has courted the boy. Some boys who may even want to marry that girl will withdraw. Most time it harms girls more than boys. And we're in a society where we should protect the weaker vessels.
You have an idea of
me, I would not like any boy to come near my house and say he's courting my daughter. That's very terrible. If you want to marry my daughter, marry her. You don't want to marry her, walk away.
Okay, now, okay.
Me, I didn't go about dating the image of my wife, and everybody is seeing that we are
how long? Okay,
what are you cutting?
Sorry,
okay, that is yours.
This is nonsense. What are you cutting? You're polluting the environment. It is from cutting that this other one you say is not part of what you are thinking comes in. How do you stop it? After all, men are very cunning, you know. They will tell the girl one or two things that will make the girl give in.
Even when there's no courtship,
even when there's no
consultation or engagement.
You see, the problem of talking about courtship, why I don't like talking about it even in the church, is that when you are saying it, you are promoting friendship between female and male folk who are not married. These are sensitive issues. You may think you are trying to give them a soft landing, you are trying to romance, but it's a lie. But by the time you market the need for courtship anywhere, you are making more youths get involved in relationships that are very unhealthy.
What are the ones that are healthy? Are there relationships that are healthy?
Yes. Relationship that is healthy is marriage, official. When something is official, you like a girl, fine. You ask the girl, do you have even the smallest atom of likeness? Yes, well, let's get married. Then during the marriage, we explore the marriage. Since the courtship does not solve all the problem of the marriage,
yes. It does not really solve the problem.
Why have it? Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. That is your opinion.
It's beyond my opinion, because it's a well-researched word.
What I'm saying is your opinion. Yes, and you're entitled to it. Thank you so much. Nancy, let me come back to you. Do you have an idea of anything called compatibility test in courtship?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, you know, it is still that during that courtship of a thing. You're just trying to make it look trivial, but it's not.
It is.
Is that period you also check your level of compatibility, because we have differences. We are human beings, whether you like it or not. The compatibility now shows in areas where I've mentioned, like before, that in areas like values, religion, your financial intelligence, emotional intelligence, and all that. Now, you discuss, you have differences there. So, it is a degree, compatibility is a degree to which those intending people see if they can live or work and grow together despite their differences.
At whose detriment?
I don't know. I don't know anybody. Nobody's detriment.
Before you proceed, I want you to come in from this dimension. If partners or intending partners in marriage don't come together in what we call courtship,
okay,
how would they build communication skills?
Okay.
You see, these things are very simple. Since after doing courtship, they still don't build communication skills. Since even during the courtship, you still discover that they are not truthful to themselves.
Leave courtship alone. Leave courtship alone.
The straight point is that when you marry, you explore whatever you see, you take.
That is your own.
Since, wait, now I'm coming. You see, we are doing analysis. Since even after courtship, things still go wrong, even more than when there is no courtship. What is the essence? You see, I believe that people who believe they like each other should just get married.
Okay, you don't believe
and when they get married, when they get married, they agree they will stay in the marriage. They begin to adjust. And that is why I said it should involve all people involved. So that when there are issues, there are people that will now come and say, during our time, this was our experience. Why not do it this way? Then after you have done friendship for 10 years, 15 years, you wasted the other person's time, all of a sudden you wake up and say, and now I realize that we are not compatible. At whose detriment? Or after you have even married, you now said, you didn't tell me this part of you when we are friends. So what are we even talking about? Our forebears believe that women, okay, if you allow me to say more, I'll be grateful.
No, thank you. You'll say more when the time comes.
Okay, sir.
But I believe strongly that you know the truth about all of these things.
I know the truth that that courtship is not necessary.
Nancy, then in what ways can courtship help partners solve impending fights or fights that are predictable during the marriage?
Fights. I don't understand what you mean.
Controversies that are predictable.
Do you know, sometimes, that's why I cannot totally rule out the importance of courtship before marriage. For instance, just like you mentioned, if you see somebody within the circle of friends, you just like the person, and it's okay, I like you, I want to marry you. And you don't know, for instance, let's look at it negatively.
That is his opinion.
His opinion, I want to point out, as I want to use his opinion, for example, and maybe the girl, for instance, maybe she has a health issue. Okay? She has a health issue yes. And you don't know about it. And you just, okay, because I want to do consultation, let me just tell my parents this and that, after everything, I like you, okay, we get married. And in the marriage, you discover that health issue. And this posing a problem in the marriage.
What there is consultation? Consultation is
consultation
is even stronger than courtship.
Who do you now consult?
Wait, during the time of our forebears, consultation means you find out about the family, about the person, through every other means.
It's not true. So
I'm coming. You must get details. And during that time of details is when we pause the marriage.
That is the possibility of finding
health issue of a particular lady who wants to get married.
Even if you are cutting a girl who wants to conceal her health issue, she and her family people, they will still conceal it until you marry. And by the time you know, it's even more problem because you dated, you cut it. And they are now realizing certain negative things. So it's even better. You are married and the whole thing will be within her. I didn't have time to tell you. It's even has safer landing. So people who wants to conceal will conceal. But when there is consultation means you ask questions about the girl. Your parents go find out from neighbors, from their village, find out their lineage, everything about them. And those who are spiritual in the African tradition goes even far to do a bafa, to find out more factors. And those who are Christians go into prayers for God to reveal whichever one works.
Reveal to them or reveal to you.
Reveal to even you and them.
That's it.
If you are a Christian, if it's a Christian family, they go into prayer. Serious prayer. They can even fast.
That period is called
no, at that period you don't meet. You are not cutting. You are not friends. You're just saying you want to marry.
Are you removing prayer as part of what is being done in courtship?
Look at the problem I have with the definition of the courtship of today. You know, you are defining it from your point of view. I'm talking of the general view. What makes it valid is that courtship is a time when a man and a woman have friendship and take decision and become close. You know, mutual relationship that can even be affectionate and the rest of them. Okay. But I'm ruling it out because I've seen it create a lot of problems. The rugged way is best. Where if you are a Christian, for instance, and you say you want to marry a girl, you go into period of prayer. You will not have anything to do with the girl. While you are praying, the parents of the girl is praying, the church leader is praying. That is one aspect. If you're a traditionalist, you go and talk it in a traditional way. They do their findings. They go and ask about the family. Those who believe in Ebafa will Ebafa about it and find out. That is what, I stand.
That's your belief. That's your own belief about prayers.
And that marriage over time has proven to be more substantial than the marriage where two people just begin to deceive themselves. And say they are getting married. All of a sudden, one person will now say, I have discovered we are not compatible. And I keep asking one question. At whose detriment? After 10 years of relationship, we are not compatible. After 5 years of relationship, open relationship, everybody knows about it. You now wake up and say, I've discovered we are not compatible. Probably the girl has seen a man that is richer, that will give her more money. He now discovered we are not compatible. Probably the man have seen a girl that is more prettier, and the man will say we are not compatible. Then what is the essence of that? You have just destroyed the
life. Excuse me. Nobody is saying that courtship is a guarantee for compatibility.
Yeah. And it's not a guarantee for successful.
If it's not guaranteed, what is the essence?
Let me tell you the essence. Before I tell him the essence, I want to observe just another short break. Thank you so much. We shall be right back.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Much back from the short break. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. Moving forward. I have Dr. Nancy Ngozi Obina here, who is a lecturer at Kanebiam Federal Polytechnic, Owana, and then a personal development consultant. And I have a civil engineer who is the almighty Uncle Samuel Uchendo.
I'm not almighty. I'm very good. You know the word almighty.
I have to say it. I know I have
almighty.
To say it. I'm not waiting you to go, Sam.
Just call me.
I know you are not
just
God.
call me
You're
Mr. Sam.
You may be a
My discipline is engineering.
No problem. Sorry about that, Mr. Sam.
That's the thing.
Thank you so much. Nancy, let me come in this way. How sure are you that your own parents that gave birth to that marriage that you happen to be the product now, they engaged in courtship before they got married?
Maybe they didn't call it courtship during their time.
What did they call it?
But I know.
Consultations.
I think it's consultation because they are not having another balance to that.
Okay, and what Future is fighting for is that consultation that their own parents engaged in and their marriage lasted as long as possible should be retrieved to this era. Why are you disputing it?
Retrieved? How?
Yes.
My own is that consultation should be part of courtship. It should be what happens during what? Courtship. Yeah.
When is the best time for the partners to get their families involved in what they are doing?
Once you realize that you like a girl, you know, the society has made it in such a way that they reduce the right of women because of their nature and increase the right.
Who does?
The society. So it's the man who
intentionally or unintentionally.
Yeah, it's intentionally, but because if you're a student of history, you discover that there was once a time women were dominated. Women dominated the earth, and men had their meeting and refused and said, no, these people will finish us if we continue to allow them to have dominion.
It's not even up to
and now it's coming back. The women are fighting to take dominion again. And my brother, if women take dominion, we are finished. So let's leave that aside. That aside.
Until we look into it.
But if you look at the Western world, where women's rights is increased, you see what is happening there. So in Africa, you know, we believe that it is man that proposed to a woman. You know, we believe that women shouldn't propose to men. You know, we're trying to have a society that has order. Based on that, once a man, whichever religion, whether Christianity or traditional worshippers, once you discover you like a woman, it's not proper to go to that woman and propose to start dating and start having carnal knowledge of yourselves. I don't know if because that is another factor that makes that thing valid. I don't know if you get me. You should first of all tell people that are involved. As if you're a traditionalist, tell your parents. Tell your father and your mother.
At the first instance?
Yes, at the first instance. They should discuss with the girl's parents.
What if it doesn't work at the end of the day? What happens?
So that you start early to guide your heart.
Must it work?
It mustn't work. The problem of you going to cut a girl that your parents are not aware of is that at the long run, your parents may discover something you don't know.
Okay,
it is during that
We'll come back to that. Nancy, let me see your own view. When is the best time to get parents involved in the courtship?
I think I need to even narrow it down to what are the things you need to do during courtship, because these are some of the things that you need to do that period.
Okay.
That is the period where you start having honest conversations like, okay, I've seen this person, I want to get married to this person. Okay, fine. Your hearts have resonated to each other. Fine, okay. For people, do you know it's not everybody that has a what is it called? Cordial relationship with their parents. That I see a man that I want to get married to. If I'm not close to my parents, I mean my parents may not be the first people to go and talk to. Okay. So it depends on the relationship you have with your parents.
We can't promote that.
But we cannot that does not mean that your parents will not know that you have someone that you're interested in, you want to get married to. Okay, so
what will make you not to have cordial relationship with your parents? Your own parents.
That's why I say we don't promote abnormality.
I'm not promoting abnormality.
Just answer my question.
Okay, what did you say?
I say, why would you not have cordial relationship with your own parents?
I think that one is a very big thing altogether. Like, it's a story of its own. It may be that as growing up, it may be some family factors now, maybe a situation whereby there is...
Okay, I want you to go straight and answer that question. When is the best time to get parents involved in a courtship?
The best time to get them involved is when you have agreed, you have seen somebody that you want to have this lifetime commitment with. Okay?
After the courtship or in the midway in the courtship?
When you are looking at when, that is time, duration, when you must have agreed with the person, okay, we are moving, okay, now I'll now take the person and go and meet my parents. Okay, I will even inform my parents. When you must have agreed with the person, maybe the person, yes, I want to get married to this person.
Okay.
You now inform them.
Okay, you believe in agreeing with the person first?
Yes, I believe.
Then you get your parents involved.
Yes.
And Uche also believes in agreement with that person first.
No, I don't.
Okay, sorry.
See, you don't put yam and goat together.
Okay, you just see the person.
Man, if we want to have a good,
you like the person on your own, then you go about.
If we want to have a good society, you understand? You shouldn't just go and meet a girl and say, I like you, I want us to date, I want us to court. You are creating a high level of disharmony. Number one is that the way the society is now, you don't even know if this girl is your sister. And certain culture abhors you marrying a relative or having carnal knowledge of your relative. And you know these things happens every now and then, where people wake up one day and see a girl in Lagos, they begin to date, they begin to enjoy their carnal sex. After everything, you bring the girl to your village and your father will say, oh, one uncle, or is my son another place. Do you know what you have created? A very big taboo.
That is
so when we say eliminate all the, are you a saint?
Forget that.
When we catch many pastors who are doing
what's the intention? What do you have in mind when you go into
you see, these things, let me tell you something. These things are natural. Let us know. Do you know the problem we have in this society when we try to light ourselves? Even married people, wait, I'm coming. Even a married person, even a saint, if you don't checkmate yourself, can go into that the same thing. No matter your level of prayer or level of spirituality. So it's always better you keep boundaries. The Bible said, let me quote the Christian scripture. If it's your hand that will make you commit sin, cut it off. What is cutting it off? Avoid all such appearances of evil. Don't go and mix up with a girl and say we are friends. We're not special friends. What are you special in? Wait. If you like a girl, if you like a girl, you are preparing for marriage. Wait, can you just allow me to
You asked the question, what are you special in? Yes, you need an answer to that question.
You are at liberty to.
But before then, Nancy, two persons or two partners in courtship, do they have the right to attend social activities or religious activities together?
Do they
or
have
even
the
stay
right?
together and discuss?
Yes. Do they have the right to attend social
activities or religious activities together?
Of course.
Okay. Why do they have to do that?
Okay, if it's a Christian activities, okay, I believe there's something they want to learn from there. So it's possible that they need to attend. It is not compulsory that they must attend together. It is not compulsory that they must attend. But if there's need, but yes, if there's need for them to attend together, why not? If there is no need for them to attend together, why not? Nobody say that they must attend together. But if they need to attend together because they want to receive from the same source maybe what they want to learn, what do they want to learn at the end of the day?
What do they
But Uche, let me remind you that Uche is fighting about social activities. Maybe bathing together, cuddling, kissing.
No, that one is
testing the microphone.
Yes, is not. That is what should not happen during courtship.
And how do you stop it not to happen?
You have to I have to define it.
Define it how?
By stating, because you don't want, because by experience, let me tell you, when you allow all those emotions to becloud your senses, you cannot think right.
Tell me one courtship that didn't have.
Please, I did not do any statistics and everything, so you cannot tell me that.
You cannot tell me anyone
can't tell me.
That was not basically on.
I've never seen any courtship. I've never seen any courtship that beard.
Maybe you've not seen courtship.
You see, I asked a very simple question. In your marriage, you used to have small argument, disagreement with your spouse. The answer is yes.
Yes.
So I now ask you, what is the essence of the courtship?
Okay, I think it's because of you can't say that.
My sister, I did cut my wife.
Okay.
And I thank God I never cut my wife. Do you know why? Not cutting her made her to be very loyal to me.
That is you.
She just saw me, she married me and saw me as a big masquerade.
And now let me tell you
something. And she's very ever loyal.
Let me also
but you, in the course course of courtship, a man begins to reduce to a flower.
But I know.
After the marriage,
what happens during the courtship?
A man should be a man. It should be defined. A woman should be a woman. It should be defined.
Uche, if you speak, you
please, I'm sorry, but it's just that this thing is provoking me.
You shouldn't
be talking about this thing.
Okay, let me tell you. I know a man that is very happy and giving testimonies. You know why? He's saying, thank God for courtship. If I had not gone into courtship with my wife, I would have gone into a marriage I will never survive in life.
Who is the man?
That is a man. You wouldn't know.
Who is the man? You know, people always make speculation.
Before we continue, I want to find out some things. Be it in the courtship Dr. Nancy believes in, or in the consultation Engineer Uche believes in. Fine.
Uchendo.
Are there sometimes when the partners will have to be together to ask certain questions like, do we both need children? If we do, how many and how do we raise them?
That is wrong.
Why is it wrong?
It is wrong.
That is what happens during the courtship.
It's part of why relationships, family, my marriages don't work. You are in a system that you don't have the full power to decide. You get married and you say we are going to have 3 boys and 2 girls.
Okay, that's not
and when you start having only girls, you now start getting angry.
Which,
do you know the implication?
Are you saying that's nothing like planning a marriage?
Of how many to give birth to? And
be it giving birth and
giving male and female
marriage.
Let me ask you a question. What can you plan and achieve in this world?
What do you think about that?
Do you know I plan to come to this your program by 12 and stay here until the time? What happened?
Okay.
Each time we say you plan. I will just start laughing. You see, in marriage, when people plan they want to have 3 children, and they give this crazy, what do we call it? Crazy, these people that used to be comedian in marriage. They now ask you, how many children do you have? You say 3. How many boys? 2 boys, 1 girl. What if you marry and have 3 girls?
That is why.
Okay. Nancy, please, on a conclusive note, I want you to speak to the young people and everyone listening to us or viewing us now on the core essence of courtship and why they should believe in courtship, because it was.
One thing I know is that it's courtship that leads to marriage, whether you like it or not. Whatever that happens there, whether consultation, date, anything, finally it leads to a lifetime commitment. So marriage is all about, it's not merely built on emotions or love per se, but it's built on values, mutual respect, commitment, and all that. And this is what courtship is all about, because it gives us the ground, or gives the intending couple the ground or the foundation. It lays the foundation for them to actually plan towards that successful marriage.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Nancy Ngozi Obina, thank you so much. Personal development consultant, thank you so much for coming. And thank you also, Engineer Samuel Uchendo.
It's just that you didn't ask me my own belief.
You do that some other time, because we're having a signal.
I don't believe.
You do that some other time. Thank you so much. We have heard all your positions and submissions. Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you also for being there. This is where we draw the curtain for this particular topic, courtship before marriage. Hope you enjoyed yourself. God bless you. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. You see you one other time.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, Electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system where competence determines
Good afternoon, welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. Police High Command deploys Deputy Inspector General and 15,000 operatives for Osun State governorship election. Federal government distributes enterprise starter packs to 18,510 artisans under renewed Hope scheme. Domestic flight resume across airports following temporary suspension of aviation strike action. Now the news in details. Nigerian Law Society has rejected an administrative directive issued by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, instructing legal practitioners to stop using barrister as a formal title and adopt Esquire in official engagement. The executive director of the society, Dr. Tonye Jaja, stated in Abuja that the Apex Court's directive lacks statutory footing within existing legal frameworks governing the legal profession. The controversy follows a Supreme Court memorandum signed by Chief Registrar Kaba Akambi, which mandated the immediate discontinuation of barrister as a prefix for lawyers appearing before the Apex bench. The court stated that the policy was designed to enforce professional decorum and standardize formal appearances during judicial proceedings. Faulting the memorandum, the society maintained that the Legal Practitioners Act of 1962 explicitly recognizes barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria as statutory titles conferred on individuals called to the Nigerian bar. The society argued that the administrative circular cannot override statutory provisions enacted by the National Assembly. The society urged the leadership of the judiciary to engage the key stakeholders in broader consultations before enforcing new practice guidelines. The Abia State government has launched a mobile digital tracking application, Site Tracker, designed to monitor high-risk pregnancies and lower maternal mortality across the state. The Information Commissioner, Prince Okekano, announced this in Umuahia that the technological tool tracks expectant mothers, particularly teenage mothers and rural women without access to supervised antenatal care. Health Commissioner Professor Enoch Uche explained that the application collects key biometric and clinical data to calculate expected delivery date and dispatch automated antenatal reminders. He noted that digital monitoring platform is linked to regional primary health facilities to ensure timely medical interventions during obstetric emergencies. The Digital Health Initiative follows an independent evaluation by Philips Consulting SPI, which ranked Abia State first in healthcare affordability and among the top 3 states for general healthcare quality in Nigeria. Retirees of the Anambra Broadcasting Service, ABS, have issued an appeal to Governor Chukwuma Soludo over unpaid gratuities and pension arrears accumulated over 9 years. Operating under the Nigerian Union of Pensioners, ABS chapter, the retirees stated in Oka that no station staff member has received a gratuity payment since 2017, pushing total outstanding liabilities to 150 million naira. The union revealed that its members have been excluded from the state's 10,000 naira monthly palliative allowance for 22 consecutive months, despite other state retirees receiving the stipend. The pension leaders noted that prolonged financial neglect has left numerous senior citizens unable to afford basic food and essential medical treatment for chronic illnesses. The retirees highlighted the plight of veteran broadcaster George Edwards, who has remained bedridden for 7 years without receiving his accrued benefits or palliative support. The union expressed frustration that over 12 petitions addressed the government officials have failed to yield an official response or audience. The Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris has assured the families of 10 police officers killed in a recent ambush that the state administration will provide full welfare support to their dependents. Receiving a police delegation led by Deputy Inspector General of Police Umar Shehu Nadada in bringing Kebbi, Governor Idris commended the officers for making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of the public. The officers lost their lives along the Rafin Makuku corridor in Sakaba local government area during a heavy gun battle with heavily armed bandits operating along the Zamfara border. Delivering a message from Inspector General of Police Olatajidisu, Deputy Inspector General Shehu Nadada stated that tactical operations will continue along the border corridor until all criminal networks are eliminated. The police chief assured that special tactical units have been deployed to reinforce security along vulnerable transit routes. The Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak has received a newly deployed military battalion stationed in Omuaran, Irokbodun local government area to intensify counter-banditry operations. Speaking alongside military commanders in Ilorin, Governor Abdurrazak confirmed that the deployment includes heavy military equipment to target armed criminal networks across regional transit corridors. The newly deployed unit represents the first phase of an expanded military footprint approved by President Bola Tinubu to secure vulnerable rural communities. Governor Abdurrazak expressed gratitude to President Tinubu and the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidu Shaibu, for approving swift operational deployments to Kwara State. He noted that recent federal initiatives to enhance troop welfare have significantly boosted field morale among frontline personnel. The governor assured that the state government will provide operational logistics to support joint military and police patrols. Security forces have been directed to dismantle kidnapping syndicates and restore public safety across border local government areas. The Inspector General of Police, Latinjidisu, has deployed Deputy Inspector General Ishaku Mohammed to Osun State to supervise security operations for Saturday's governorship election. Deputy Inspector General Mohammed will direct a security detail of 15,000 personnel alongside an Assistant Inspector General and a designated State Commissioner of Police. The deployment framework was established in coordination with the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security to secure polling centers, electoral personnel, and voter across all 3 senatorial districts. To prevent electoral interference, the Inspector General prohibited armed escorts and unauthorized security aids from accompanying political actors to voting centers or collation facilities. The Nigerian police force has barred the Western Nigerian Security Network, known as Amotekun, alongside local vigilante groups and private security outfits from participating in the Osun State governorship election. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunjidisu, warned political parties and candidates in Oshobo against deploying unauthorized security personnel during the poll. The Police High Command clarified that quasi-security bodies have no statutory mandate to escort electoral materials, guard polling stations, or conduct traffic control on Election Day. The Osun State Police Command has arrested 10 suspects in connection with attempted murder, violent gang assault, and an armed campus invasion in Modakeke and Ire. The police public relations officer, Mr. Biodun Ojelabi, confirmed in Oshobo that 4 suspects were apprehended during early morning raids in Modakeke following petitions alleging illegal arms possession. Such operations conducted across commercial premises and residential quarters in Modakeke yielded a locally fabricated cut-to-size firearm and a pump-action shotgun. The police confirmed that the recovered weapons were linked to suspected local gang operatives operating within the municipality. In a separate operation, detectives from the Violent Crime Response Unit arrested 6 suspected cultists following an armed invasion of the Osun State Polytechnic campus in Ire, which left 2 students injured. Interrogations revealed that 2 of the suspects confessed to membership in the Aye Secret Court fraternity. The police command confirmed that all 10 suspects remain in custody pending the conclusion of forensic investigations. News across the country come to you live on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a recap of major developments making the headlines. Police High Command deploys Deputy Inspector General and 15,000 operatives for Osun State governorship election. Coming up shortly, federal government distributes enterprise starter packs to 18,510 artisans under renewed Hope scheme. Domestic flight operations resume across airports following temporary suspension of aviation strike action. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Cross River State government has refuted viral reports alleging that Deputy Governor Peter Obi was involved in a serious automobile crash. Official government spokesperson confirmed in Calabar that while a vehicle in the official convoy met with a minor road mishap, the deputy governor was uninjured and safely completed his itinerary. The incident occurred in Yakor local government area while the official delegation was returning to Calabar from an executive assignment at the Obudu Mountain Resort. The driver of the government house press corps vehicle lost control of the automobile and impacted a stationary road checkpoint barrier. State officials dismissed online claims regarding the vehicle's structural conditions, clarifying that the press bus involved was a recently acquired 2024 model. Government communications confirmed that no other vehicle in the executive motorcade were involved in the impact. No fatalities were recorded, and occupants of the press vehicle sustained only minor injuries. Affected media personnel received immediate outpatient medical care and have since resumed their official duties. The Ebonyi State House of Assembly has passed legislation regulating the scrap metal trade, standardizing residential rent pricing, and capping real estate agency commissions. Presided over by Speaker Moses Odunwa in Abakaliki, the legislature passed the Ebonyi State Sale of Scraps, House Rent and Agent Fees Regulation Law 2026, which now awaits Governor Francis Nwifur's assent. The statute makes trading, purchasing, or transporting metal or electric scraps without a state operating license illegal, prescribing a 2-year prison sentence or a 500,000 naira fine for violators. To protect tenants, The law caps real estate agency fees at 2% of annual transactions, and it mandates adherence to state-approved rent ceilings. During the plenary sessions, lawmakers confirmed 9 executive nominees for the Amasri Development Center and formally adopted the State Auditorium General's Finance Audit Report for the 2025 fiscal year. The Senate's Public Accounts Committee has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to 4 major oil and gas operators to appear before its investigative panel or face legislative sanctions. The committee chairman, Senator Ahmed Aliyu Wadada, announced the summons in Abuja after representatives from Seplat Energy, Network E&P Nigeria, All Grace Energy, and Aradel Energy failed to attend a scheduled hearing. The legislative inquiry focuses on financial audit queries highlighted in official compliance reports released by the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative covering the 2021-2023 financial years. Lawmakers expressed dissatisfaction over the non-appearance of corporate executives during public oversight sessions. The committee warned that failure to comply with the 2-day extension will compel the Senate to invoke its constitutional powers under Section 89 of the 1999 Constitution to compel attendance. Senate leaders emphasized that international and domestic oil companies operating in Nigeria must account for statutory revenue remittances and regulatory compliance. The hearing has been rescheduled to allow the affected companies to present formal documentation. The federal government has commenced the distribution of business startup equipment and cash grants to 18,510 trained artisans across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Executed under the Renewed Hope Vocational and Skills Training Program, the initiative aims to transition vulnerable citizens into self-employed technical entrepreneurs. 5 beneficiaries completed a 2-week practical training program covering automotive technology, electrical installations, industrial welding, and commercial fashion design, while receiving a 60,000 naira mobility allowance. Ministry officials confirmed that the distributed equipment includes refurbished machinery retrieved from federal storage facilities. To ensure transparency and prevent equipment diversion, the government integrated real-time GPS tracking devices and established a decentralized monitoring portal to track hardware deployments. Federal officials emphasized that the skills program shifts social intervention strategies from direct cash handouts towards sustainable economic capacity building. Program managers noted that trained artisans will receive ongoing technical support to assist in establishing micro-enterprises. Domestic airline operators have resumed flight operations across Nigeria airports following the temporary suspension of nationwide industrial action by aviation union leaders. The strike had grounded domestic flights, leaving thousands of passengers stranded and causing operational disruptions across major aviation hubs. Airlines are clearing backlogs of stranded passengers across domestic terminals in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. Airpeace spokesperson Osifo Whiskey Efe confirmed that while operations have restarted, the carrier was forced to cancel at least 29 of its scheduled 70 daily flights during the strike action. Aviation authorities advised passengers to confirm flight schedules with their respective carriers as ground crews work to clear terminal congestion. Airline operators cautioned that flight schedules will require time to achieve complete operational normalization. Union leaders confirmed that the industrial action was suspended to allow for structured negotiations with federal authorities over labor welfare demands. Major African aviation organizations have rejected government proposals requiring commercial airlines to fund state digital border control tracking systems. In a joint declaration issued in Nairobi, the African Airlines Association, the Airlines Association of Southern Africa, and IATA warned that passing these costs to passengers will increase airfares and undermine regional connectivity. While supporting advanced passenger information and passenger name record systems to enhance security, The aviation bodies maintain that national security funding remains the statutory duty of sovereign states. Citing International Civil Aviation Organization standards, industry leaders argued that state security programs should not be funded through commercial aviation surcharges. The associations urged African governments to align digital border frameworks with established international standards to avoid regulatory fragmentation. Domestic air travel has resumed nationwide following the conditional suspension of strike action by joint aviation industry unions. The brief industrial action caused widespread operational disruptions across national airports, forcing airlines to cancel dozens of scheduled domestic flights. Airline ground teams are managing rebooking procedures and processing backlogs of stranded travelers across key departure lounges. Air Peace Corporate Commission's representative Oshifo Whiskey FM confirmed that the carrier lost nearly 40% of its daily flight schedule during the operational shutdown. Federal airport authorities confirmed that air traffic control and ground handling services have resumed normal operations across state-managed facilities. Passengers have been advised to monitor flight status notifications issued by commercial carriers. Union representative reiterated that the suspension remains temporary pending the outcome of ongoing dispute resolution meetings with federal officials. Aviation analysts note that flight stabilization will continue over the next 24 hours. The government of Japan has approved a $3.5 million development grant to support high-grade rice seed production and bolster national food security in Nigeria. Channeled through the National Cereals Research Institute in Bedeji, Niger State, the funding will support the cultivation of certified breeder and foundation seeds to increase local crop yields. The bilateral agricultural intervention combines directive financial support with advanced farming machinery and technical expertise. Modern equipment delivered to the Research Institute includes motorized transplanters, commercial harvesters, agricultural tractors, seed germination analyzers, and automated meteorological stations. Diplomatic representatives noted that the initiative aims to modernize agricultural research operations and eliminate production bottlenecks within the domestic rice value chain. The project focuses on providing local seed producers with high-yield, climate-resilient crop varieties. Agricultural officials emphasize that scaling up foundation seed production is critical to reducing national reliance on imported rice. The NCRI confirmed that technical training for research scientists and field extension officers has commenced in Badiji. Now in sports, Nigerian chess players secured multiple medals at the FIDE World Amateur Rapid and Blitz Chess Championships held at the Bolton White Hotel in Abuja. 14-year-old chess player Ekunke Goodness won the gold medal in his category after scoring 9 points across an 11-round sweet system tournament. Nigerian competitors Eugene Wana and Bomo Kigiha secured the silver and bronze medals respectively, completing a podium sweep for the national host. Local players Omorui Osarugwe, Efumai Benedict Asanga Nsisong, and Efumai Odafe also won top honors in their respective rating classifications. President of the Nigeria Chess Federation Ibrahim Hassan Dakwambo commended the performance of the national team, describing the tournament results as a landmark achievement for African chess development. He noted that hosting the global championship demonstrates Nigeria's capacity to organize elite international sporting events. The 8-day international tournament marked the first time the FIDE World Amateur Championship was hosted on the African continent. The event brought together amateur players, grandmasters, and international chess officials from over 30 participating nations. Now in entertainment, Nigerian recording artist Ruga engaged in a public social media dispute with a female TikTok user who posted videos containing hostile remarks regarding his musical output. The online disagreement began after the critic published commentary accusing his song lyrics of promoting misogyny and homophobia. Responding through his official X social media account, the musician dismissed the critic's statements and posted sharp personal retorts regarding her online commentary. The public exchange generated widespread debate across online platforms, drawing varied reactions from social media users and entertainment commentators. The incident highlights ongoing public debate surrounding artist-fan interaction and online conduct within the digital media landscape. And that ends the news, but before we go, major recap of developments in the news. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunde Disu, has deployed Deputy Inspector General Ishaku Mohammed alongside 15,000 officers to secure the Osun State governorship election, while strictly banning non-state security outfits from election duties. The federal government has commenced the distribution of enterprise data packs and mobility allowances to 18,510 trained artisans across Nigeria, deploying GPS tracking technology to monitor equipment usage. Domestic flight operations have resumed across Nigeria airports following the temporary suspension of industrial action by aviation unions, with airlines working to clear flight backlogs. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703043710. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Masawa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Welcome to another edition of Street Conversation. Now, with the rising case of kidnapping, banditry, and cultism and terrorism in the country, the federal government, the National Assembly, and the Senate has proposed or are proposing a state policing bill, one that would help decentralize the policing system from the federal to the state levels. And this will help curb insecurity, banditry, such that these members of this force are familiar with the terrains of the environment. So today on the streets of Enugu, we are asking a very vital and important question. The state police, is it a welcome development? Is it a welcome strategy or a risky experiment?
Well, I would like us to remain in federal police because of a lot of corruption that is happening in Nigeria, in Enugu here. There are supposed to be a controller. Like as we have Abuja, Umuahia, all those zones. Yes, if they wake up, or order come from above, like Inspector General come up and advise them or tell them what to do to make sure all those corruption stop. Police know their work. Their work according to individual. If you come to federal police, they are working. They know their work. When they want to work, they will work. For example, when they say they kill a police, I see how they work and got the person. That is how, if they're ready to get all this insecurity apprehend, they must get it. It depends, but some of them don't want to die. Some of them don't want to come at work. What they depend on bribe. But when federal come in, like Abuja, you see, no, there will be no bribe because I have gone there and see what is happening there.
My advice for state police that we need state police, and the advantage of state police is for street and some location, because not all the area with federal police you can conquer, and not anything state police can handle. So you understand? And when you have state police, because yesterday someone came to this car and tipped the battery. Last 2 weeks, yesterday through this morning the same thing. But this car, but once he 10 o'clock, everywhere is quiet. Anybody can do whatever they want to do. But when you have state police stay here 24 hours, another one in that junction, another one in Mayor, all the state police conquer all this actually out. Everybody.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer.
There is more to the cosmos, Heraclitus, than you covered in your erudition. That was the statement centuries ago by philosophers, because there is no end to the mysteries of life. Today, we meet in the studio to look into one mystery, which is always before us, which we don't really recognize. We just play with it, use it to wrap, use it as a scope, and so on and so on. We have with me in the studio a man that is called Eze Nwoko. The other time I tried to get his name, but I just forgot it because I don't know why I forgot it. Eze Nwoko, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
We really miss you because we need you to be here to be able to help us with your own perspectives. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with the deities of Akugo. So no matter. Sorry. Yes. When I write, we have our brother Nazi, Gabriel Adichukwu, Ndemeka Adichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Prof, I'm grateful.
Yes, and we have our brother who is always correcting his name for me. Whenever I say Oka, he will say it is not Oka, it is Reverend
Uche Carlo.
Reverend Uche Carlo. Reverend Uche Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
Only because my mentor was Professor Obu Carlo.
Okay.
The one and the only, then at the University of Nigeria. May he rest in peace. So now we want to look at the thing called Ugrishi. This particular crop. I like there's a word that our pastor was using last time. The other was always using the word seed. We are using crop. And then he said it's not a crop, it is a seed.
The person's aura.
Okay.
To dim the aura.
Good.
Because the aura